If the alliance of the Holy Covenant is the same, there will be nothing to fear. However, if that is the case, one thing will be inexplicable. How did the alliance of the Holy Covenant rise miraculously in only several hundred years, and even almost suffocate the imperium of true human beings, forcing the latter to drastically change its system and ideology? The whispers around were louder and louder, and Zhang Helia's eyebrows furrowed harder and harder. He said emotionlessly, "What do you mean?" Gue Suesho smiled casually and explained. Fellow cultivator Li Yao's foster father also admitted that the Imperium of true human beings is the rightful heir to the Star Ocean Imperium and a traditional superpower that has developed for almost 1,000 years. Then at the beginning, it must have occupied the most prosperous sectors at the center of the universe and excavated tremendous relics of the Star Ocean Imperium to arm itself. Before the Covenant Alliance showed up, the Imperium was definitely a well-deserved dominator of the universe. Then, how did the Covenant Alliance, which was absolutely unknown before, rise rapidly and cause immense pressure to the Imperium of true human beings? It must be noted that the Imperium of true human beings was even panicked when it was faced with the threat of the Covenant Alliance. It was so desperate that it degenerated from a country of cultivators into one of immortal cultivators. All the evidence suggests that the rise of the Covenant Alliance was quick and unexpected. It showed up in front of the Imperium as a raging behemoth all of a sudden, without any warning. Also, the arts and weapons demonstrated by the Covenant Alliance must have been unseen in the Imperium before, and even far better than their counterparts in the Imperium. That is why the Imperium was so terrified. But how is that possible? Training methods and the development of technology require time and effort. The Imperium of true human beings had already occupied the most abundant resources of mankind and the most powerful legacies, and it had been developing rapidly for more than 1,000 years. How could the Covenant Alliance have developed even faster than the Imperium? Let's say that the Covenant Alliance also discovered important relics of the Star Ocean Imperium. Or rather, even if it had received all the heritages of the Star Ocean Imperium, the best outcome would be that it was on par with the Imperium. There is no reason why the Imperium would be so scared of an enemy that was on the same level as itself. And there is also no reason why the Covenant Alliance could crush the Imperium to a losing streak for 100 years, until the two parties divided the prosperous area evenly. Therefore, if Panga's Covenant is not just a slogan, but a real thing, suggesting that the Covenant Alliance really excavated tremendous relics of the Panga civilization and received the direct legacy from it, won't everything make better sense? There was nothing but silence in the hall. None of the nascent soul stage cultivators looked well. But Gue Suesho could not have cared less about how other people felt. Shaking his head, he continued, "The Imperium of true human beings has the legacy of the Star Ocean Imperium, while the Alliance of the Holy Covenant has that of the Panga civilization. I think it goes without saying which of the two legacies is more advanced, right? Of course, I am not blindly evaluating the past over the present. I don't believe that the civilizations today are definitely worse than the civilizations in the primeval era. But we also have to admit that, even counting from the moment our nearest ancestors learned to use fire and tools and establish tribes, the light of our civilization has only burned for 100,000 years. We are still a young, if not naive, civilization. The Panga civilization, on the other hand, is a mature civilization that developed for at least 1,000,000 years, judging from the relics they've left. It is also worth mentioning that they are also our creator and our parent. I don't think it is demeaning ourselves to say that the Pangu civilization was more advanced than the civilization of mankind, is it? Fellow cultivator Fire Ant, you once excavated Chaos, Bayenji's secret base deep inside the White-Silver Death Desert together with fellow cultivator Li Yao. Bayenji studied the legacy of the Panga civilization in that very base before. Would you please tell us briefly what the legacy was? The Fire Ant King hesitated for a moment. Then he stood up and said coldly, "Allow me to briefly explain. 40,000 years ago, Chaos Bayenji fled to the Blood Demon sector at the edge of the universe from the center, covering such a long distance, for the simple reason that there was a relic of the Panga civilization near the Blood Demon sector. At the cost of the disintegration of his body, he was temporarily granted tremendous strength, which allowed him to discover the relic and retrieve the legacy from the relic, including an enormous throne left by the Pangu civilization. Through such a legacy, Ba Yinji began to study man-made spiritual roots, synthesized gold core, integration of flesh and magical equipment, and other technologies. He also researched some dangerous viruses like the primitive version of the demon god virus. Eventually, all the people and demon beasts ended up killing each other because of the leakage of the virus. The nascent soul stage cultivators had all heard a thing or two about the Mausoleum of Chaos before, but it was particularly scary considering what Gue Suisho had said just now. Brilliance that was utterly unbefitting for a man of more than 1,000 years old beamed out of Gue Suisho's eyes as he demanded aggressively. So, you were saying that Ba Yinji, an ancient man 40,000 years ago, was already taking part in the incredible research such as man-made spiritual root or synthesized gold core. After getting the legacy of the Pangu civilization and that his research would have succeeded without the accident, the Fire Ant King shook his head. It's hard to say. He might have succeeded. Gue Suisho smiled and said, "What if it weren't Ba Yinji, an ancient man 40,000 years ago, but modern people who were highly civilized and already received part of the legacy of the Star Ocean Imperium several thousand years ago? If the latter found the relics of the Pangu civilization, would it have been more possible for them to retrieve the techniques of the Pangu civilization through modern research methods?" Dumbfounded, the Fire Ant King was lost for words. Therefore, we can make a bold assumption as to the rise of the alliance of the Holy Covenant. Gue Suisho's voice grew larger and larger, turning from the dull noise of a conch to the barrage of guns. 1 to 2,000 years ago, the Imperium of true human beings dominated the center of the Sea of Stars and occupied the entirety of the prosperous lands of the Star Ocean Imperium in the past. It also retrieved and inherited tremendous legacies and techniques of a Star Ocean Imperium. Of all the worlds of human beings, none were a match for the Imperium of true human beings. But at this point, some remnants of the Star Ocean Imperium who lived in a sector at the edge of the cosmos discovered relics of the Pangu civilization by accident. The Pangu civilization, which was glorious for 1,000,000 years, wouldn't have entirely disappeared even if it had long perished. Its dead body would still be a boundless treasury. Since Chaos Ba Yinji was able to find a relic of the Pangu civilization, other people could naturally find a second, a third, or even more relics. All in all, the human beings who discovered the relics of the Pangu civilization, after retrieving the knowledge in the relics, armed themselves with it. They considered themselves the lineage of Pangu and bonded with each other through Pangu's covenant. They grew quickly and expanded until they had a head-on clash with Imperium of true human beings, the dominator of the universe. The Imperium of true human beings was a traditional superpower with a vast territory and a large population. Its roots were deep. The Alliance of the Holy Covenant, on the other hand, was just a new country. It didn't have a territory as vast as the Imperiums in the beginning, and the sectors that it occupied were relatively barren. The population and the resources of the country were not as abundant as the Imperium, but it boasted much more advanced techniques and legacies than the Imperium did. One of them is bigger, and the other is more developed. That is why the two of them are on par with each other. It remains to be seen who the final winner will be. But whichever side wins, the final victor will definitely become an ultimate force that occupies the most prosperous area at the center of the universe, has a population of trillions, and boasts the unparalleled techniques of the Pangu civilization. Faced with such an ultimate force, do we really stand any chance? Do we have any choice but to escape? Every word that Gue Suisho spurted out was like a mountain pressing down the hall. All the nascent soul stage cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing how they should respond. Angry, Zhang Hailu glared at Gue Suisho. Gue Suisho looked back at him honestly and innocently, like an old, shameless scoundrel. Having no alternatives, Zhang Hailu declared gloomily, "Fellow cultivators, this is about our enemy. Now, we will have a 10-minute break. Everybody can sort through your solution again. In 10 minutes, we will come back and discuss how to defeat our enemy, whoever they are. Faced with the tremendous pressure of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, the magnificent nascent soul stage cultivators reacted no differently from ordinary people would. They dispersed and joined their friends, discussing in small groups. Li Yao meant to go to Iron God Yanba and thank him for offering the spiritual seed years ago. The two of them could also exchange the mysteries of the primeval memories in the cell. But Gue Suisho came to him promptly. Li Yao glared at him like Jiang Hailu had done. He was not willing to talk to Gue Suisho either. It was not because he objected to Gue Suisho's theory. He admitted that it was rather self-consistent. However, spreading such absolutely pessimistic speculation in such a meeting whose sole purpose was to cheer everybody up was exactly like telling parents, your baby will eventually die in a baby shower. It was definitely not a wrong statement, but it was wrong to be so blunt. However, Gue Suisho seemed unable to discern the hatred in other people's eyes. Brazenly, he said, "My young friend Li Yao, after hearing my assumption, have you grown a deeper understanding about the necessity of the monument plan? Everything is just your speculation, backed by no evidence," Li Yao said coldly. "You are just exaggerating and scaring everybody." "Scaring everybody?" Gue Suisho smiled. "I know exactly why this meeting of the nascent soul stage has been convened. You are just trying to cheer each other up. I don't want to dishearten you. So I chose the mildest hypothesis to share with you and kept the assumptions that are even more dreadful to myself. What if the Panga's covenant is not an agreement within the Covenant Alliance, but one between the Covenant Alliance and the Panga civilization? What if the Panga civilization's influence on the Covenant Alliance is not passive but active? What if the Panga civilization, the living Panga civilization and Panga clan, is looming behind the war between the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium? What do we do then? The cold smile on Li Yao's face froze. Dumbfounded for a long time, he snapped, "It's impossible. The Panga civilization has been destroyed for a long time." "Says who?" Gue Suisho asked back peacefully. Li Yao was of a mind to point out the idiocy of the question because the so-called Pangu, Kwafu, and Niwa were all species in the legends that had long perished hundreds of thousands of years ago. But on second thought, he did not have solid evidence of the Pangu civilization's destruction. Everything was just his assumption. Maybe it was not right. Perhaps some of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years had seen the Panga clan in person. Also, the communication between human beings and the Panga clan was probably still very intense. Otherwise, the tales that Pangu created the universe, Kwafu chased after the sun, Gong Gong crashed into the Bujo mountain in his fury, and Niwa mended the sky and created human beings, none of that would have passed on at all. Such myths were the evidence that the ancestors of human beings had close contact with the Panga clan. Seeing the gloom on his face, Gue Suisho was smiling even more delightedly. "See? Even you are uncertain that the Panga clan has really perished, aren't you? Besides, even if a civilization is destroyed, there are many ways that it is revived and return again." Li Yao shuddered. Somehow, the blood-striped virus, an alien species that was destroyed long ago, suddenly occurred to him. In the fields of primeval mythology and the Panga civilization, the studies in the demon clan are much more developed, Gue Suisho said slowly. Since the Demon Beast Empire 40,000 years ago, the classics such as legends of ancient demons have been passed on among us. In many classics, the obliteration, rebirth, immortality theory can be found. Some of them even claim that the Panga clan will arrive again in the final war and bring us all to the splendid pantheon of demons, where we will enjoy eternal glory. That's just the propaganda the high-level demons use to paralyze the low-level demons, Li Yao said angrily. Indeed, it was just a means of propaganda. Gue Suisho smiled. However, no propaganda comes from nothing. It is exactly because the prophecy that God Pangu will arrive again had been long spreading out among the demons that such a propagandistic, mythological system was founded. The propaganda is definitely false. But the prophecy that God Pangu will arrive again is perhaps from the mutual primeval memory deep inside the cells of different generations of demons. Perhaps It was a message left by the Pangu civilization to us, just like the last words that your foster father left to you. Fellow cultivator Li, Li Yao took a deep, deep breath. This old, crazy lunatic was too dangerous. He seemed weary, slow, uncompetitive, and harmless. But after only a few words, and not even releasing his demonic energy, he was already shaking Li Yao's mind to such an extent that Li Yao felt his soul was collapsing. The old scoundrel was even scarier than Jean Tui and Elder Nether Spring. Li Yao summoned his spiritual energy to calm himself down in silence before he gnashed his teeth. Master Gue, are you suggesting that the living Panga clan is hiding behind the Covenant Alliance? Then it's quite odd. Isn't the Panga clan our creator? Isn't the Panga civilization our parent civilization? Why is a father hostile to a son? I'm not saying that the living Panga clan must be hiding behind the Covenant Alliance, nor am I implying that the Panga civilization will certainly arrive or be reborn again. However, before you calculate your victory, you must calculate your failure. You consider what will happen in the worst-case scenario and how you should deal with it. Then, whether it happens for real eventually or not, you will not be panicked. Maybe I am just fretting and talking nonsense. Maybe the Covenant Alliance has nothing to do with the Panga clan. Maybe the Panga clan has long disappeared in the dust of history and will never arrive or be reborn again. Maybe, even if it arrives again, it will be a generous, kind-hearted father who will give us a hand selflessly, who will end our war and slavery, and who will facilitate a great leap of our civilization. Everything will be excellent if so. But what if it is not? What if the worst things happen for real, one after another? What if the Pangu civilization, our parent, is truly reborn but is hostile to us? What can we do if it lurks in the darkness and interferes with our civilization through the Covenant Alliance? Gue Suesho's words cast Li Yao into deep thought again. His despise for Gue Suesho a moment ago instantly disappeared. Now, do you understand why I am an absolute pessimist? Gue Suesho sighed and smiled bitterly. If we are only faced with two super forces made of human beings that are the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, of course, I wouldn't be so desperate. However, if our ultimate enemy is our parent civilization, our creator, and the legendary deities, do we have any qualification to fight them? Failure is inevitable if you resist your parent civilization. The only correct path is to escape. Li Yao clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes, compressing the brilliance in them into the edge of a saber. He said one word after another, I still don't understand. Even if the Panga civilization does exist, it was them who created us. Then, why would they be hostile to us and even want to destroy us? Wasn't the civilization of demons created by the civilization of mankind? Gue Suesho replied, unmoved. But did the civilization of mankind not detest the civilization of demons and even want to destroy it? Had the Imperium of true human beings not been coming, despite the same origin theory, do you think that the Heaven's origin sector and the Blood Demon sector would have reached a truce? Li Yao was rendered speechless. Demons had been created by human beings. The civilization of mankind was sort of a parent for the civilization of demons. But such a parent-child relationship did not necessitate the harmony between the two civilizations. On the very contrary, the civilization of mankind created the child with ill intentions in the very beginning. The demons were only meant for mining. The civilization of demons, in the meantime, awakened its self-awareness almost the day it was created. It resisted its parent fiercely and even waged a patricidal war, until the incipient civilization of mankind was destroyed. That was the relationship between the civilizations of mankind and demons. So, what about the relationship between the Panga civilization and the civilization of human beings? Was the Panga civilization really destroyed? Was their destruction related to the initial human beings in the primeval era? It seems that you've got it. Gue Suesho extended his hand that was as wrinkled as kelp and patted Li Yao's shoulder. Young man, the universe is far darker than you think. The so-called parent-child relationship means nothing in this cold world. Besides, the morals and code of conduct in different civilizations can be vastly different. Perhaps some ethical, natural things in the standard of the Panga civilization are unpardonable in ours. Maybe the Panga civilization is really not hostile to us. It merely means to discipline its child who is misbehaving. But are you sure that the disciplining is acceptable by our moral standard? Liao bit his teeth hard. His eyes became sharper while he declared resolutely, I don't care about who the parent civilization is and who the child civilization is. Whoever threatens the civilization of mankind, I will not hesitate to kill them even if they are legendary deities. I do appreciate your bravery. I've seen many brave warriors in my long life. You are definitely among the best of them. Gue Suesho sighed and said gloomily, but this time, the enemy we are faced with is perhaps really different from usual. Too different. You must have heard a saying before. When an emperor wants a subject executed, the subject will be. When a father wants a son dead, the son will be. 10 minutes later, the meeting of the nascent soul stage reached the second half, which was also the more important procedure. Regarding the assault of the Imperium of true human beings and the appearance of the Covenant Alliance, many nascent soul stage experts had come up with their own solutions. Some of them were about new magical equipment, new cultivation arts, and new tactical troops, while some were magnificent strategic plans that would take decades and tremendous resources to be accomplished. The plans and proposals would all be discussed in the meeting of the nascent soul stage. If they were supported by the majority, they would be the main strategies of the three sectors in the next 100 years, or at least the very least, point out the direction of development in a certain specific field. Fellow cultivators, we will require the wisdom from every one of you now. During the 10 minutes, Zhang Hailu, the host of the meeting, had sorted through his thoughts, too, and tried to set the meeting, which was deviated by Gue Suesho a moment ago, back to the right course. Allow me to present my humble opinions first. In fact, there is no need to underestimate ourselves. Compared to the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, we are perhaps truly underdeveloped in most fields, but we still have 4 advantageous fields that do not have a huge gap with their counterparts in the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance. Some of the fields even exceed our enemies. If we build up the 4 advantageous fields in the next 100 years, they are likely to be the fatal weapons and the ultimate moves of the Federation. There were 2 facilities of the utmost importance inside the underground fortress. The first of them was the secret residence of Yin Xinjian, the vice commander of the Flying Star Coalition fleet hundreds of years ago. Yin Xinjian was the best expert who had the highest chance to break into the divinity transformation stage in the past 1,000 years in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. It was a shame that he had been swallowed by the abyss inside his own heart. He had betrayed everybody and degraded into the supreme space pirate from the vice commander of a fleet that struck space pirates. He had also excavated the underground fortress of the Star Ocean Imperium in the depths of spider den. Legacies of the Star Ocean Imperium were piled up in Yin Xinjian's residence. Years ago, Liao had explored the residence, too, and even trained alone inside for 1,000 days. He had absorbed Yin Xinjian's training log, which laid a solid foundation for his superlative height of the core formation stage. It was also one of the reasons he could advance into the nascent soul stage at such a young age. In that sense, it would not be wrong to say that Liao was a disciple of Yin Xinjian, the top expert of the 3 sectors in the past. After the riot of the immortal cultivators was settled and Spider Den was taken over by the cultivators, the development on the underground fortress had immediately begun. Liao had never intended to keep Yin Xinjian's residence to himself. All the items inside belonged to the Flying Star sector after all. It was already more than enough for him to train inside for a few years. So many marvelous arts were naturally best to be shared with all the cultivators. Right now, the glorious Sunlight Group, which was under Liao's control, together with the traditional forces of the Flying Star sector, such as the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the Starfighters Alliance, funded a supreme residence development company and developed Yin Xinjian's residence. Many classics, arts, and treasures that had been buried for hundreds of years had been unearthed and could be put to use again. Other than Yin Xinjian's residence, the second facility, and the more important one, was the Star Prior's house, an underground observatory established by Lu the Prior, who was one of the best astrologists and cosmologists in the Star Ocean Imperium. The building in the picture must be familiar to you, fellow cultivators, Jiang Hailu said solemnly. Detailed files have already been sent to your crystal processors prior to the meeting. This is the Star Prior's house. In the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, Lu the Prior's family was one of the most famous mining magnates, best known for its almost infinite wealth. Spending almost all the fortunes of his family, Lu the Prior purchased dozens of the most advanced super crystal processors of the Star Ocean Imperium and established this underground observatory to study the apocalypses. Later, in the war that caused the fall of the Star Ocean Imperium, this place was modified into a surveillance station that could monitor the entire sea of stars. It is safe to say that the Star Prior's house represented the peak of space surveillance in the Star Ocean Imperium. Even if the Imperium of true human beings truly inherited the relics of the Star Ocean Imperium, their observation methods will be no more advanced than those in the Star Prior's house. Since the center of the universe was the main battlefield in the cruel war between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God, the important sectors of the Star Ocean Imperium, including the Empyrean Terminus sector, were mostly blown to smithereens. Such large military observatories were the primary targets. It would have been very difficult for them to be preserved during the bombardment. On the other hand, the smaller sectors at the edge of the universe, such as the Flying Star sector and us, might have better chances to survive the catastrophe and keep more intact relics. All in all, this is an eye that can see through the mysteries of the 3,000 sectors. Right now, the eye has fallen into our hands. If we learn all the techniques in the Star Prior's house, in the fields of reconnaissance and exploration, we will be on par with the Imperium of true human beings, if not better than them. Jiang Hailu truly deserved to be the speaker of the Star Glory Federation. After only a few words, the atmosphere that had become somewhat depressed by Gue Suesho was brightened up again. The nascent soul stage cultivators whispered to each other in enlightenment. It was quite right. As magnificent as the Imperium of true human beings might be, it definitely would not be as strong as the Star Ocean Imperium in the past after developing for only 1,000 years. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. At the very least, in terms of space surveillance, with the Star Prior's house, the Federation was not necessarily worse than the Imperium. Seeing that everybody was refreshed, Jiang Hailu went on encouraging everybody. Right now, the enemy is in the spotlight while we are in the darkness. We know that the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings is coming. We can even monitor its march through the Star Prior's house. But the Imperium doesn't know the first thing about us. What they know is just a set of coordinates. They don't even know whether or not we exist and what development phase we are in. Perhaps they think that we are still the primitive barbarians. Why can't we win such a war? On the other hand, the super crystal processors employed in the Star Prior's house are all state-of-the-art magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium. The computational chips and the deduction rune arrays have enlightened our own crystal processor experts. Such supercrystal processors can be applied to space exploration as well as other fields. They can be used to produce stronger magical equipment, perfect cultivation arts, or pave brand new sailing routes in the Sea of Stars. If we completely grasp the mysteries inside the supercrystal processors in the next few decades and duplicate them on a large scale, our capability will be multiplied by at least 10 times when we have 500, 1,000, or even more of such supercrystal processors. All the nascent soul stage cultivators nodded in approval. The meeting hall was even livelier than before. Confidence beaming out of his eyes, Jiang Hailu extended a second finger. The 3D light beam behind him quickly changed too. With light and shadow replacing each other, Spider Den was no more, substituted by two sectors in the vast universe that were melding with each other in a dazzling glow. What a magnificent and soul-stirring view it was. Our second advantage, which is unique and unduplicable, is the merging of the Heaven's Origin sector and Blood Demon sector. The integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, although causing tremendous changes in both of the two worlds and nearly resulting to a world-blighting war, gives us an unexpected advantage, which is that the spiritual waves of both worlds have been significantly enhanced. An unprecedented, overwhelming tide of spiritual energy is now sweeping across the two worlds. It will perhaps last decades and will not die down until the two worlds are completely merged and stabilized. What benefits does such a tide of spiritual energy bring? The most direct one is that the training of cultivators gets easier. Not only is it easier for ordinary people to awaken their spiritual roots and become cultivators, the cultivator's speed of training is also greatly accelerated. It is easier for them to break into new levels now. I can boldly declare that, in the next 100 years, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector will be the best natural paradises in the universe, where the strongest cultivators will be born. His words were like a stone tossed into a pond. All the nascent soul stage cultivators were talking to each other loudly. However transcendental the nascent soul stage cultivators were, they were cultivators after all. Training always mattered to them. Did any one of them not hope to break into a new level, stand at the peak of evolution, and explore the amazing world unvisited by their predecessors? The so-called natural paradises were the places with the densest spiritual energy and resources in the universe. They were mostly generated at the center of the universe. For the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, two remote sectors, they had not even dreamed of having such places before. For a moment, the eyes of the 100 nascent soul stage cultivators were bubbling like magma while they stared at Zhang Hailu with great interest. With a smile, Zhang Hailu unhurriedly said, "Don't think that I'm exaggerating, everybody. What has happened to fellow cultivator Li Yao is the first inkling for us." Fellow cultivator Li Yao is only slightly more than 30 years old. Traditionally speaking, he is just a kid who has barely walked out of the cradle. It would have been enough to call him a genius if he had advanced into the building foundation stage, but he has broken into the nascent soul stage miraculously. To advance into the nascent soul stage at such a young age, of course, has a lot to do with fellow cultivator Li Yao's own crazy training and persistence. However, we must take the environment into consideration, too. Fellow cultivator Li Yao had a final breakthrough in the dark desolate domain deep inside the Grand Desolate Plateau during the final battle with Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao. Why? Because the dark desolate domain is the point of impact between the two sectors. The integration of spiritual energy is fiercest there, and the spiritual waves triggered are the strongest. All the nascent soul stage cultivators looked at Li Yao again. Even Li Yao was slightly dazed and could not help but scratch his nose. He vaguely felt that Zhang Hailu did have a point. It was not that he underestimated himself, but it had always baffled him how he had gone all the way to the nascent soul stage from an ordinary person in less than 20 years, even with all his fortuitous experiences. It was almost too unbelievable. I have here the latest report issued by the Federal Bureau of Statistics. Behind Zhang Hailu, with the universe as the background, a series of data poured down like a heavy rainfall. Thankfully, all the nascent soul stage cultivators were monsters with incredible computational ability. In only a few seconds, they had read all the data and were astonished. Compared to the previous decade, in the last decade, nationwide, 12% more ordinary people awakened their spiritual roots. 13% more cultivators advanced into the building foundation stage from the refinement stage, and 9% more cultivators broke into the core formation stage from the building foundation stage. The improvement in the minor levels is obvious, too. What is more incredible is that the growth rate is increasing exponentially. Please look at the curve of the growth rate. It is like a steep mountain that is getting ever steeper. 10 years ago, the growth rate was not very obvious yet. But as the integration of the two sectors deepened and the dark, desolate domain expanded, an invisible swirl of spiritual energy seemed to have enveloped the entire Heaven's Origin sector, resulting in the continuous rise of the growth rate, which will likely become higher in the decades to come. Statistically speaking, it means that it will be easier and easier for ordinary people to be awakened, and cultivators will be advancing faster and faster and breaking their limits ever easier. Fellow cultivator Li Yao is the best example of the cultivators who have benefited from the change. This is just the beginning. The enhancement hasn't ended yet. It is still far from the peak. Why is such a thing happening? The fellow cultivators here are mostly not specialists in the spiritual energy theories. So, I will not waste your time with the tedious data and jargon. The relevant research files have been transmitted to your crystal processors. If you are interested, you can study them on your own or communicate with specialists in the field. To put it simply, let's consider a metaphor. The heaven's origin sector and the blood demon sector in the past are like two peaceful ponds. The fish living in the ponds, having never been tested by great wind and tide, cannot be really strong, can they? But as the two worlds gradually melted, it's like the two ponds were crashing into each other brutally, raising a shocking whirlpool. If a fish struggles in the surging waves for more than 10 years, it will be far stronger than the fish living in peaceful water. Do you find such an opinion acceptable, everyone? On the other hand, although our worlds are small, remote, and barren, it doesn't mean that we have nothing here. The civilization of mankind is a relatively young one after all. It's been less than 100,000 years since we entered outer space. Magnificent as the Star Ocean Imperium was, its development of the universe was still primitive. Many resources are unexploitable and even undetectable for us. For a barbarian who feasts upon the raw meat and doesn't know how to make fire, the so-called resources are trees, fruits, and goats. If he is placed in a valley full of crystals, he will feel that the valley is barren, without any resource that is of use to him. By the same logic, at the bottom of the heaven's origin planet, in the place near the core, tremendous high-density cores are stored, but they are barely exploitable for us. In space above our heads, many tantalizing resources are hidden too. Some of them, including dark matter, are even unobservable for us. Such resources are like the food that has sunk into the mud at the bottom of the ponds, which is beyond the reach of the fish. However, due to the fierce collision of the two ponds, the mud is being thrown to the surface of the water. The resources previously concealed in the mud are also being tossed to every corner of the ponds. The fish can now find them and absorb them easily. This is the benefit that the integration of the two sectors brings us. In short, new spiritual energy and resources are not generated during the collision, but the potential of the two sectors has instantly been exploited, allowing us to multiply our efficiency in making use of the spiritual energy in the two sectors. If 1% of the resources in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector were utilizable for us before, the rate is at least 10% right now. The integration of two sectors is a rarely seen astronomical phenomenon even in the cosmic level. Despite the capability of the Star Ocean Imperium, there has never been any record that two sectors were melded at human beings' will. It is needless to mention the Imperium of true human beings. So, we rest assured that such a benefit is the congenital advantage of the Federation that no other forces can copy. According to the specialists, the integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector will be completed in the 100 years to come. The aftermath of the shocking spiritual waves will perhaps last another 50 to 100 years. It means that the next 200 years will be the golden centuries when the Federation will develop rapidly. As long as we seize the sprinting period by training and working hard, it is very likely that we will be the force that has the highest percentage of cultivators in the population in the entire universe. Fellow cultivators here, you might have chances to break into the legendary Divinity Transformation stage from the nascent soul stage. Divinity Transformation stage. Bolstered by Zhang Heliu's words, the atmosphere of the meeting of the nascent soul stage was like fire that had been boosted with oil. It was more scorching than ever. Even Li Yao felt that he was blushing in excitement. He could not help but feel impressed. Zhang Hailu was truly one of the most experienced politicians of the Star Glory Federation. His eloquence was no worse than that of Jin Tuyi, Lu Zui, or Gue Suishou. No wonder Lu Zui tried to blow him up into nothingness physically and dared not keep him in the government when the guy was attempting his scheme. Li Yao licked his lips and planned to study the report of the specialists later. If it was as Zhang Hailu had said just now, it would not be unusual if 1 or 2 Divinity Transformation stage cultivators appeared in the golden century to come. Although a war could not be won by one or two individuals, whether or not there was a divinity transformation stage cultivator would matter a lot for a specific battle. Also, as long as the issue was publicized, it would definitely boost the morale of the Federal Army. By then, even the cultivators of the Flying Star sector would be enticed by the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, hurrying to train in such places. Li Yao peeped at those around him, only to discover the nascent soul stage cultivators, who had remained emotionless a moment ago, were all glittering with hope after they heard divinity transformation stage. He could not help but smile in his heart. It appeared that even nascent soul stage cultivators were human beings with desires after all. After enticing everybody for a moment, Jiang Hailu changed the topic. Extending the third finger, he said solemnly, "Our third advantage is the integration of the civilization of human beings and the civilization of demons, which allows us to combine the training system of spiritual energy and the training system of biochemistry, thereby exploring the field unvisited by our predecessors. If a cultivator boasts a body as physically strong as a demon, masters spiritual energy, and manipulates the new generation weapons that are combinations of magical equipment and demonic artifacts, we can totally imagine how fabulous such new generation cultivators will be." Hearing his words, while many nascent soul stage cultivators were hesitating, the demon emperors from the Blood Demon sector quickly nodded. Having failed in the war, they were naturally worried about their status and interests in the future federation. Hearing Zhang Heiliu's words to so many nascent soul stage cultivators, which was almost a promise, they were finally somewhat relieved. I agree with fellow cultivator Jiang. Iron God Yin Ba was the first to support the idea. As a body fundamentalist, he had been focused on the training of his body and had never touched magical equipment. When he was at his peak state, he could arm himself with claws, tusks, and scales too. Naturally, while such an appearance could deal tremendous damage, it was quite hideous and no different from that of a demon. Nowadays, body fundamentalist was not a popular profession. Even a warrior as magnificent as Crimson Queen Ding Ling Ding shook her head and turned down the offer instantly when Yin Ba invited her to embark on the path of body fundamentalism. The lack of popularity of the profession was partly because of the difficulty in training and partly, and perhaps also more importantly, because the body fundamentalists looked too ugly during battle. They were the opposite of cool and awesome. At a distance, they looked no different from demons. Before, in the Federation, where demons were hated, it was only naturally that such a profession was not fashionable. Yen Ba had always wanted to promote body fundamentalism, but he could barely find anybody who agreed with his philosophy. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he would naturally grasp it and disseminate his ideas. In fact, the training system of biochemistry does not just belong to the demons. Training the cells and exploring the ultimate mysteries of genes are also what cultivators should do. Yen Ba said solemnly. The ancient people said that you can store an entire world in a mustard seed. Every cell is a mysterious small universe itself. If we can activate the strength of the small universe, what kind of enemy can we not defeat? As for the slight changes in the appearance, I don't think you need to worry too much about it, fellow cultivators. It is just the battle form. Who is pretty in battle? Many fellow cultivators' hair color will change to gold, blue, or red when you activate your spiritual energy to the maximum. Isn't that a change too? Is it essentially different from tusks and scales? In the era of ancient cultivators, many experts highlighted the importance of polymorphing in a battle. Of course, it was not just about the change of the appearance, but at the very least, it does suggest that the change in appearance was not despised by the ancient cultivators, but still regarded as a normal path of cultivation. The nascent soul stage cultivators were dazed for a moment before they started whispering again. It was obvious that they found it difficult to accept such an opinion so quickly. Zhang Hailu did not want to pursue the question too far, either. In his eyes, it was a problem that should be slowly addressed in the 100 years to come, and it was definitely not something that could be worked out after a short meeting. After all, they were merely talking about the possible paths today. Everybody could think more carefully after they were back. Fellow cultivator Yan's words do make sense. We can communicate further after the meeting and see how we can promote the body fundamentalist ideals. Fourthly, we have another great advantage, which is the relic of the Pangu civilization. In the former half of the meeting, Senior Gue mentioned that the Covenant Alliance has possibly excavated relics of the Pangu civilization and was therefore dreadful and invincible. But don't forget that we have such a relic too. Chapter 12:05 Developing Pangu's Relic. Therefore, after the situation in the Federation stabilized and his identity was confirmed, Liao had publicized the star map of Kunlun that had been left by Chaos Ba Yinji, making it a treasure for everybody in the Federation. Chaos Ba Yinji was the only cultivator whom Liao admired in the endless wars 40,000 years ago. He was also the first cultivator who had really fought to his last breath for humanity. Liao felt that only by releasing the star map of Kunlun to public would he deserve the soul of the predecessor. If he kept it to himself in secret, it would be a great insult for the name Ba Yinji. Of course, the Star Glory Federation would not neglect the contribution of the ultra-level federal hero, either. According to the law of the Federation, the discoverers of mother lodes, former residences, and prehistoric relics would boast a special position that was protected by law. Once the findings were developed on a large scale, the discoverers would be entitled to part of the profits. The law partly protected the interests of the treasure hunters who often went through so much trouble before they finally found something, and it partly encouraged all the treasure hunters to submit their findings to the government instead of keeping the information to themselves selfishly so that the findings could be developed faster and in a more organized way. It was a win-win for everybody. Right now, the star map of Kunlun was being parsed and analyzed in the Computation Center of the Federation and the Star Prior's house in the Flying Star Sector simultaneously. Liao had heard from Professor Mo Xian before the meeting that a significant breakthrough had been achieved. Once the legendary Kunlun was located, an exploration team would immediately be sent. After the basic situation about Kunlun was figured out, large-scale development would be underway. No matter how many items were excavated in the future, Li Yao would be granted with his fair share. For a person who was too lazy to operate everything on his own, it was definitely the best choice. Many nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors had heard of Kunlun before. They were quite interested in the mysterious place that was claimed to be a relic of the Pangu civilization. Right now, we don't know anything about Kunlun, but some basic facts are still obvious, Jiang Hailu said peacefully and calmly. Firstly, this relic of the Pangu civilization will not be hard to develop. If it can be compared to a mother lode, it will be a fine one buried on the surface of the earth, if not exposed to the air directly. The reason is simple. Ba Yinji, an ancient cultivator 40,000 years ago, was already capable of discovering and developing Kunlun. How difficult can it be? Secondly, by the same logic, since Kunlun was already developed once by Ba Yinji, who shipped a lot of goods to the Blood Demon planet, it means that the defense system of Kunlun, if there was one, had lost effect or was destroyed by Ba Yinji. So, as a senior, Ba Yinji has already paved a way for us, the juniors. All we need to do is to follow the road he explored before. Thirdly, judging from Ba Yinji's research, the Pangu civilization and the civilization of mankind should be compatible. The arts, devices, and classics of the two parties are not contradictory or incompressible to each other. Even Ba Yinji was able to absorb nutrition from the Pangu civilization and conduct his dazzling research. It is perfectly normal, too. Our civilization and the Pangu civilization are of the same lineage after all. The living environment and the biological structure of the two parties are not vastly different. It is very likely that we have directly succeeded the Pangu clan's genes, too. So, it's only natural that we can make use of our parent civilization's legacy. If it were a civilization with metal as the body, and with light as the food source and the means of attack, there would be absolutely nothing we could do even if they sent their relic right to us. His words raised a round of laughter. Jiang Hailu smiled casually and said, "It means that the Pangu civilization's magical equipment and techniques are very likely to be directly utilizable for us. Fellow cultivators, think about it. In the classics of the ancient cultivators, legends about the top 10 marvelous weapons of the primeval era are recorded, including the Pangu axe, the Dongwang bell, the Xinyuan sword, the Kunlun mirror, and so on. They are all destructive, world-transforming ultimate treasures. If we can get access to such marvelous weapons, do we really stand no chance of beating not the entire Imperium of true human beings, but a secondary troop from the Imperium that comes to us after a long expedition? The nascent soul stage cultivators' eyes were glittering even more brightly than before. Their breath was so scorching that the temperature of the hall was raised by more than 10 degrees. The legendary weapons in the primeval era, the Pango axe, the Xinyuan sword, the Shinong cauldron, the Dongwang bell. Of course, they were not really axes or swords, but a certain stronger super magical equipment system that could suppress an entire sector. Although the specific content about such systems was unknown, the side descriptions in many ancient classics were already soul-stirring enough. If the Federation had access to an ultimate treasure, such as the Pango axe, which was bound to be more advanced than any stellar magical equipment, it was truly not going to be a problem for them to crush an expedition fleet. Li Yao's nostrils were fully opened, too, from which hot air was spurting out. As a refiner, his passion for magical equipment was deep to his bones. If he could see the ultimate treasures left by the Panga civilization and even manipulate the weapons such as the Panga axe or the Xinyuan sword personally, he would die a happy death even if he kicked the bucket the next second. All in all, the new Federation, with the 4 advantages, is definitely in a hopeful position, but hopeful doesn't mean victorious. Victory will not come on its own, but requires the joint effort of every fellow cultivator here and the people of the 3 sectors. Zhang Hailu waved his arms hard, as if he were drawing a burning, shining path in a gloomy future. We have talked a lot optimistically just now. The ideas such as playing the balanced strategy in the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are all based on the same premise, which is we are strong enough. If we want to influence the balance of a scale, we must be at least a feather. If we are just a speck of dust, it will mean nothing to either side. Only if we are strong enough ourselves, and we are capable of crushing the large-scale strategic attack from either the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, will we really catch their attention and even become important factors that can decide the outcome of the war. That's the only way we could take advantage of both sides. Nobody will care about an ant that they can step on casually. If we are an ant, we will be taking advantage of nobody and having enemies who can stomp on us all around us. Therefore, let's strive with the 4 advantages as the foundation. Burn our lives, dedicate our souls, and work hard for 100 years, for our family, homeland, and descendants, for our glory in the past and to come, and for a new federation and new future. Close your eyes and think about it. Fellow cultivators, in 100 years, we will boast 7 to 10 sectors. We will combine the training system of spiritual energy with the training system of biochemistry with the knowledge in the Panga civilization's relic, and the ratio of cultivators to ordinary people will be 10 times higher than present day. We will even have unparalleled experts in the divinity transformation stage. Such unparalleled experts will be piloting the super large warships that is 10 times, if not 100 times, larger than Burning Prairie, manipulating the legendary weapons such as the Panga axe and the Xinyuan sword, and patrolling in the Sea of Stars. Even if the expedition army of the Imperium does come, so what? Let's show them the real strength of the Federation. As long as the expedition fleet of the Imperium is crushed, we will be able to retrieve tremendous techniques and technologies of the Imperium of true human beings. We will also have a lot of intelligence about the Imperium as well as captives. Then, it will be the moment when the Federation goes against the current, marches to the center of the universe, and competes with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Only we are the rightful heir to the spirit of the Star Ocean Imperium and the last guardian of humanity. I believe that the fire of humanity will definitely burn more and more fiercely in our hands, until the infinite universe is all illuminated. Although most of the nascent soul stage cultivators were around 200 years old and were usually indifferent to the change of surroundings, they still felt that their blood was boiling, hearing Jiang Helia's speech. For a moment, applause was thundering. For a cultivator, was there anything more meaningful than raging in the Sea of Stars and spreading their will? ideology, and belief to the entire universe. Life was limited, but ideology was not. Carrying out one's will in all the 3,000 sectors and changing the fashion of the entire civilization so that the civilization of mankind could laugh in the universe for 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, and 1,000,000,000,000 years. That would be true immortality. Regarding the development in the next 100 years, many fellow cultivators have carefully prepared their strategies and plans. Please feel free to speak whatever is on your mind. Everybody. Zhang Hailu bowed and cleared the podium. Of the 200 or so participants, around 50 of them had prepared their plans. According to the order decided by drawing lots beforehand, they went to the podium one by one. Professor Mo Xian was the first to present his ideas. The spectral cultivators had only the soul, but not a body, and their ways of training were different from those of regular cultivators. However, after experiencing the weird cosmic storm, melting with liquid metal, turning into star spirits, and swallowing the immense computational ability of the Star Child, Professor Mo Xian's computational ability had been soaring non-stop to an incredible level. He was in the nascent soul stage from whatever aspect. Hiding inside a normal artificial body, Professor Mo Xian bowed courteously. Then, from every gap on the body, his real body, which looked like mercury, flowed out to the skull where it condensed into an absolutely perfect silver ball. Supported by spiritual energy, it floated to the midair. Such a weird phenomenon made a lot of demon emperors exclaim in shock. Now, I would like to introduce to you the spiritual ghost plan from deep inside the silver. Nowadays, a kind of great magical equipment named artificial body has been invented, which provides a metal shell for the spectral cultivators, thereby significantly improving the longevity and life quality of the spectral cultivators. However, the artificial bodies have their shortcomings. To say the least, in a war, compared to the bodies of cultivators, the artificial bodies are very weak, and they can only make use of spiritual energy in a monotonous way. It is because the artificial bodies of the present day are all made of normal metals that have their own restraints. However, my 4 students and I, after being baptized by the cosmic storm by accident, turned into star spirits, new generation spectral cultivators, by hiding inside the liquid metal. Compared to regular artificial bodies, the liquid metal has too many advantages. We can change our physical form however we want. We are compatible with most magical equipment, crystal processors, and warships. We can even directly hack and corrode hostile crystal processors and warships. In the war to settle the riot of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector, we 5-star spirits snuck into the mainframe crystal processor of Heavenly Phantom, the predecessor of Burning Prairie, with a body of liquid metal. We stole tremendous computational ability and helped Li Yao and the fellow cultivators defeat the magnificent Star Child indirectly. Behind Professor Mo Xian, pictures about the riot of the immortal cultivators popped up. Explosions and ear-splitting sounds of metal being twisted were immediately echoing inside the hall. Professor Mo Xian went on. As a scholar, I don't believe in coincidences. Anything that happened will definitely happen again, however low the odds are. So, if my 4 students and I can be melted into the liquid metal perfectly, why can't the other spectral cultivators? The so-called spiritual ghost plan is exactly for such a purpose. We will establish an enormous cosmic storm laboratory in the Heaven's Origin sector to simulate the cosmic storms and everything that my students and I experienced that day. We will explore the patterns by which the remnant souls are melted with the liquid metal. In the end, we will get the technology to produce star spirits on our own. By then, we will be able to pour the remnant souls into liquid metal as conveniently as we pour them into the artificial bodies right now. Today, more than 15 million spectral cultivators live in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Taking the ghost demons in the blood demon sector into account, the number can easily surpass 20 million. Our ultimate goal is to meld 100,000 or even more of them into the liquid metal and build an enormous army of star spirits in the next 100 years. Think about it, everybody. Let's leave the application of the army of star spirits in peacetime aside for a moment. When the expedition army of the Imperium comes at us aggressively, The 100,000 star spirits will sneak into the starships of the Imperium of true human beings without alarming anyone. We will infiltrate their mainframe crystal processors, swallow their computational ability, and even completely take over the starships. What a great help it will be for the victory of the war. The spiritual ghost plan that Professor Mo Xian proposed with consideration of his own situation was truly enticing. Many nascent soul stage cultivators nodded in approval. They were apparently quite interested. Professor Mo Xian took the opportunity to look for patrons. To realize the spiritual ghost plan, we will have to conquer thousands of technological obstacles. For now, the most important thing for us is to establish a cosmic storm laboratory in outer space, which is a huge investment that requires more than $50 billion to initiate. The Grand Desolate War Institution alone cannot afford it. After the meeting of the nascent soul stage, we will host a spiritual ghost plan press conference and tell the public more details about the project. If you are interested, fellow cultivators, you can come and join the event. Dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators behind were waiting to speak. Therefore, Professor Mo Xian only gave a general picture and a brief introduction. After sending the detailed files to the crystal processors of the 200 participants, Professor Mo Xian bowed and left the podium. Liao immediately sent a message to him. Professor Mo Xian, what's the progress of the spiritual ghost plan right now? Are there any theoretically irresolvable conundrums? Let's talk in private after the meeting and see if the Glorious Sunlight Group can invest the project directly and secure strategic cooperation with the Grand Desolate War Institution. Liao and Professor Mo Xian had been through life and death together. Naturally, Liao would give his full support to Mo Xian's project. It did not matter how much money the Glorious Sunlight Group was really investing. After the news that the Glorious Sunlight Group was now cooperating with the Grand Desolate War Institution, a lot of sects in the Flying Star sector would certainly be willing to join the project. Professor Mo Xian replied to Li Yao with a thank you emoji. They did not have time to pursue any further because another expert had begun his introduction. It was another of his old acquaintances, the Fire Ant King. What I am going to introduce is not a systematic plan, but a series of research fields. The treasures left by Chaos by Yinji. The Fire Ant King used to be the leader of the Blade of Chaos. After the Elder Nether Spring died, most of the relics of Chaos by Yinji fell to his hands. The development and utilization of such relics were his primary concern. 40,000 years ago, Ba Yinji, the leader of the Chaos Demons, fought against the Ultimate One Demons with the Blood Demon sector as his last fort. He left countless relics and secret treasures on the planet. The largest of all the relics is the place of Ba Yinji's burial, namely the Mausoleum of Chaos deep inside the white-silver death desert of the Blood Demon sector. There, Ba Yinji conducted a series of incredible research projects based on the relic of the Pangas civilization, which can shed a lot of light to us even today. After the situation in the Blood Demon sector stabilized, I led an exploration team of Skyfire to excavate the Mausoleum of Chaos a second time. We sorted through the key technologies inside. 3 of them are of paramount importance for the 3 sectors today. Firstly, the man-made spiritual root technology. Once it succeeds, it will be possible to plant a man-made spiritual root into the head of an ordinary person and transform them into a cultivator easily. Of course, due to the lack of training, such cultivators will definitely be far from real ones. They might even not be able to advance and will stop at the beginning level of the refinement stage all their life. However, for the ordinary soldiers in their 30s who have almost no hope of becoming cultivators in the first place, is there anything wrong with improving their combat ability quickly in such a way? Secondly, the gold core technology. If the man-made spiritual roots can only significantly expand the number of the bottom-level soldiers, the gold core technology will be able to produce experts in bulk. In fact, this is also the technology that is closest to realization. My brother, Elder Nether Spring, built a strong special force named the Netherworld Watch through a similar technology. The Netherworld Watch had been Elder Nether Spring's personal army. The soldiers of the army were embedded with tremendous demon cores to enhance their combat ability. They were indeed much tougher than normal demons, and had even caused a headache for Li Yao. After Elder Nether Spring died, part of the Netherworld Watch had resisted and been executed, but part of them, having no leaders, had chosen to surrender. The secrets of their training had then fallen into the hands of the Fire Ant King and Skyfire. Methods of training were neither righteous nor evil after all. What Elder Nether Spring used to commit crimes, the Fire Ant King and Li Yao could use to protect their homeland and help the people. Thirdly, the technology to blend magical equipment with flesh. The essence of the technology is to grant a piece of magical equipment certain self-control and identification abilities. They can be called were spirits, if you will, which can perform a mission for a long time without any manipulation. The intelligence of such were spirits will not have to be as high as an adult. They will be able to play an important role in many military fields as long as they are as smart as army dogs. Imagine such a picture. A batch of blood-sucking flying swords are produced and deployed to the space zones at the frontier of the new Federation. Once the invaders from the Imperium of true human beings are detected, they will immediately be awoken from their hibernation state. With self-control, they will dash into the warships of the Imperium of true human beings and keep themselves functioning by absorbing the flesh and blood of the immortal cultivators. Then they will slaughter and sabotage. Even if they cannot stop the enemy, they will at least buy us more time and will consume the enemy's resources as much as possible. Man-made spiritual roots, synthesized gold cores, and cannibal-ware spirits. Each of the three technologies was groundbreaking enough. If they were all successfully developed, the capability of the three sectors would be enhanced by at least 10 times. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors nodded in approval. Like Professor Mo Xian, the Fire Ant King left the podium swiftly after sending the project proposal regarding the development of the Mausoleum of Chaos to everybody. Li Yao had seen the toughness of the blood-sucking flying swords in the Mausoleum of Chaos himself. He was quite interested in the mysterious magical equipment too. So, he declared confidently to the Fire Ant King that money was not a problem, and he could provide however much the Fire Ant King needed. However, after the Fire Ant King gave him the budget of the preliminary phase, Li Yao was so shocked that he could barely keep mouth closed. Good heavens! So much money? Li Yao's personal assets right now, if used for his own training and entertainment, would be more than enough for the rest of his life, even if he were to do nothing from this moment on. However, compared to the budget of a super project that would take decades to accomplish and influence multiple sectors, his money was nothing but a glass of water in front of an entire ocean. Chapter 12:07 Solar Soldiers. He was also the project leader on the Heaven's Origin Sector side about the human hibernation technology, which had been quite a hit recently. In fact, the preservation of Gene Tui through the human hibernation technology would be implemented by Professor Sa Rambing. The plan that Professor Sa Rambing brought with him was named Wind Sail. On the 3D light beam behind him, a giant sail was indeed flapping in the infinite universe. Judging from the plotting scale in the corner, the sails that were as colorful as the wings of butterflies were all more than 10 kilometers in diameter. They seemed to be thin metal membranes made of a certain extremely light material. With their memory function, they were stretching out to the maximum and constricting to a cluster. They changed their angles in the light of the stars, absorbed the radiation, and cruised in the boundless universe. They were both like lone boats that were striding forward and like dandelions that were flying along with the wind. A hibernation capsule, which was utterly disproportional to the sails, was in the middle of every two sails. They looked like the dust between the two wings of a butterfly. It is well known that we have made a significant breakthrough in human hibernation, Professor Sa Rambing said. We have preliminarily achieved the instant freezing of a human body, allowing the cells to be preserved for decades perfectly. The human hibernation technology can be applied to many fields. It can allow the terminally ill patients who are suffering from untreatable diseases to hibernate until the medical technology is more developed. It can also allow cultivators with high combat ability to hibernate until the expedition army of the Imperium arrives. It is also an indispensable technology on our long journey to explore more sectors. Without the technology, not only will the long, lonely journey in the universe sabotage one's body and soul, the crew members will also consume tremendous materials during their daily activities and through their metabolism. More life-sustaining materials means less fuel and ammunition. The distance of the voyage will be shortened, and the anti-risk ability during the voyage will be weakened too. With the human hibernation technology, the crew members who travel in the sea stars will not consume as many materials in their hibernation state. So, there will be more room in the starship for fuel, crystals, and ammunition. The starships will be able to be designed with fewer restraints because the zones for the crew members' activity can be eliminated. It is safe to say that the human hibernation technology is the indispensable prerequisite for us to walk out of the three sectors to a broader universe. However, the technology has a flaw, too, or something that can be improved, if you will, which is that cultivators in the hibernation state cannot train themselves. A refinement stage cultivator will still be in the refinement stage after a century of hibernation. He cannot be automatically upgraded to the building foundation stage. Or rather, because of the long hibernation, his cultivation will even slightly decline after he wakes up, and it will take a period of physical therapy for him to fully recuperate. In our eyes, it is truly a shame because time itself is an extremely valuable resource. If the cultivators spend 100 years hibernating while gaining nothing, it will be a great waste. Therefore, the Capital Medical College and the Refining Department of Deep Sea University hereby propose the wind sail plan. Please look at the 3D light beam. The metal membranes that look like butterfly wings are made of a new material known as seven-color membrane that has been developed by the Novum Steli, the most excellent research group in the Refining Department of Deep Sea University, and Jiangsheng and Jiangshaoyang, who are among the most excellent refiners in the Federation. The greatest feature of such a material is that it can absorb all the radiation in the universe and transform it into the spiritual energy absorbable for cultivators through reactions on the microcosmic level. It is clear to us all that radiation is everywhere in the universe, the most important of which is the light and heat emitted by the stars, which is also known as solar energy. Such seven-colored membranes, which look like wind sails, are essentially a system to collect and transform the solar energy. In our design, we will invent a hibernation capsule that is heat-proof and radiation-proof in the near future. Then, we will attach one hibernation capsule to two or even more seven-colored membranes before we launch them to the orbit near the Sun. When the seven-colored membranes are stretched to the maximum, they can be hundreds of kilometers long theoretically. Also, different membranes can be connected to each other into an enormous membrane with a coverage of tens of thousands of square kilometers. The solar energy will be absorbed and transmitted to the hibernation capsule incessantly. Then, through the crystal wires implanted into the bodies of the hibernators, the solar energy will nurture the hibernators as time goes by and cleanse their body and improve their capability. Essentially, they will be training themselves while they are hibernating. Yes, that is our purpose. Train with the solar energy. The solar energy is truly the source of strength for all the lives on every planet. There will be no lives without the sun. The utilization efficiency of solar energy implies the development level of a civilization, too. Right now, we are utilizing the solar energy at an appallingly low efficiency. In the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, too much energy from the star has been wasted. It is often the case that we can only use less than 1/10,000th of the whole. In the legends, the Kwafu clan, which belonged to the Panga civilization, could chase after the sun and establish an enormous magical equipment system to absorb the solar energy on the orbit of the star. They could even envelop the entire sun with a Kwafu sphere, which could utilize 100% of the energy from a star. What an incredible civilization it must have been. Of course, we are still not able to produce such marvelous magical equipment as a Kwafu sphere right now, but building thousands of seven-color membranes as sails and sending cultivators to the nearby of the sun, where they will absorb the solar energy, for 100 years is totally feasible. In 100 years, after we retrieve the solar hibernation capsules and activate the solar soldiers inside, They will definitely be the most terrible nightmares for the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings. Everybody was so shocked by the magnificent plan of Professor Sa Ranbing and the refining department of Deep Sea University that thunderous applauses did not burst out until he left the podium. Even Li Yao secretly complimented the excellent design of Jiang Xiaoyang and the refining department of Deep Sea University. It was not just about the wind sail plan itself, but more importantly, their ambitions to utilize, develop, and conquer the sun showed Li Yao the future of the Federation and the hope for the civilization of mankind. Jiang Xiaoyang the Bald is truly not simple. It appears that he is really determined to defeat me. Li Yao could not help but fantasize about what would happen if the plans of Professor Mo Xian, the Fire Ant King, Sa Ranbing, and Jiang Xiaoyang all worked out. By then, the Federation would boast an army of star spirits, a troop of solar soldiers and legions based on the man-made spiritual roots and synthesized cores, which would be 10 times stronger than the Netherworld Watch today. That way, the Imperium did not seem to be invading at all. It was more likely to be feeding the expedition army to them. After Professor Sa Ranbing, more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors went to the podium and proposed their own splendid, extraordinary plans. 3 of them left a deep impression on Li Yao. Firstly, the Deep Sea Plan. It was raised by a demon emperor of the Sea Clan in the Blood Demon sector. He pointed out that, on a planet that was suitable for the survival of human beings and demons, 70% of the surface was usually covered by the ocean in order to maintain the atmosphere and the ecological circulation. The ratio could not be lower than 50%. The boundless ocean was virgin lands yet to be fully developed. Although people had walked to the Sea of Stars, they were not bold enough to say that they knew every detail about the seas of their hometown. The Sea Clan, on the other hand, specialized in the development of the ocean. They had accumulated tremendous experience in exploiting undersea mines or building undersea cities, and even fortresses in their thousands of years of heredity. In the future, they could share the experience with the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector so that more undersea cities could be built in the oceans of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. The rare crystals and mines deeply buried in the ocean would be excavated and purified too. A batch of human beings could also be trained to live under the ocean too. When the expedition army of the Imperium came, the cities, mines, and soldiers hiding in the ocean would be an unexpected force that would give the expedition army thunderous strike when the battles in the outer space and on the surface of the planet were most fierce. One day, they could even march to the territory of the Imperium. As long as there was ocean within the Imperium, they would find their paradise. Secondly, the Ice God Project. It was proposed by C. Cooley, the leader of the Starfighters Alliance and a specialist in the refinement of starships. It was not a new plan, but a restarted one. When Li Yao was in the Flying Star sector, C. Cooley was the second most influential person in the Flying Star sector who was almost on par with Xiao Xuanzi. To deal with the space pirates, a meeting of the next millennium had been hosted in the Flying Star sector, where Xiao Xuanzi proposed the Grand Illusionary Soldiers Project, while C. Cooley put forward the Ice God Project, in which he tried to finish Ice King, a semi-product of a planetary warship left by the Star Ocean Imperium. At that time, the project had been vetoed because of the time cost and the huge investment. In the end, even Ice King had been modified into an enormous cosmic slingshot, losing all its functions as a warship. C. Cooley, as the best professional of starships in the 3 sectors, had never been too happy about the outcome. He had been dreaming about restarting the Ice God Project. Finally, he had another opportunity. Besides, the threat of the space pirates had been right next to them and need to be addressed within a couple of years. There was no time for them to develop slowly. Therefore, the cultivators of the Flying Star sector had chosen the Grand Illusionary Soldiers Project, which apparently had a lot of hidden problems, not because they were unaware of the problems, but because their ability limited them to produce smaller magical equipment such as the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. They could only hope to build enough ants to bite an elephant to death. But right now, everything was different. The Star Glory Federation had a very powerful central government and a highly efficient resource planning and utilization system after 500 years of bloody wars. Besides, the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings would not arrive until at least 100 years later. They had a whole century to develop slowly. It was exactly the time that the production of a planetary warship required. A warship the size of a planet, even if it was the smallest planet, would still be intimidating in the universe. It was hard to tell whether or not there were planetary warships in the homeland of the Imperium of true human beings, but the expedition army was unlikely to drag a planet on their long journey. Therefore, as long as the Ice God project worked out, in the battle of resistance in the future, the Federal Army would even surpass the expedition army of the Imperium in regard of tonnage. Thirdly, the Supercrystal Beast plan. It was proposed by a specialist of the Blood Demon sector, who was adept at the refinement of demon beasts. As was known to everybody, human beings and demons had different approaches regarding the usage of animals in a battlefield. Demons preferred to stimulate the growth of the animal cells and trigger their mutation through the biochemical technology, thereby transforming the animals into ferocious demon beasts. Human beings, on the other hand, liked to implant chips into animals and build them into crystal beasts that could be controlled remotely. The demon beasts were more brutal and boasted a higher combat ability, but sometimes they could be disobedient or even attack their masters when they went mad. The crystal beasts were highly controllable. They could carry out complicated orders, but in terms of animality, they had retrograde even compared to the regular wild animals. Therefore, such crystal beasts were only suitable for reconnaissance and transportation missions, but not head-on battles. If the two types of beasts could be combined by implanting chips that were written with complicated tactical orders into the central nerves of the demon beasts, super crystal beasts, which were stronger than crystal beasts and more controllable than demon beasts, would be made. There were no theoretical obstacles as to how to implant the chip into a demon beast. As to the technology to write complicated tactical orders into a chip, the Demon Emperor found the answer from the Flying Star sector. About the crystal suits in the Flying Star sector, there is a technology named Skill Card. As long as a skill card is inserted into a crystal suit and activated, the crystal suit will be able to automatically respond and allow ordinary people to perform an expert's ultimate skill, the Demon Emperor said. If we can create a few additional slots on the Super Crystal Beast that can be inserted with control chips or the skill cards, the Super Crystal Beast will be able to perform the ultimate skills too. Their combat ability will be greatly improved. The plans of the experts that were full of imagination fascinated Li Yao. He greatly enjoyed himself. However, he was indeed dumbfounded by a few nascent soul stage experts who were too imaginative and did not know how he should comment on them. A nascent soul stage cultivator from the Flying Star sector, perhaps because of the enlightenment of Iron Plateau, proposed a plan named the Barbarian Plan. The specific content of the plan went like this. Go to explore new sectors immediately and locate a desolate world without too many resources near the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. If the existence of a civilization and the quantity of resources were not required, such a desolate sector would be not hard to find. Then a batch of loyal soldiers would be shipped over and set up settlements there, pretending to be a civilization of barbarians who had lost all the heritage after the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, but then redeveloped from the scratch on their own. The warriors of the primitive civilization had a healthy body and a simple mind. They were the best materials for cannon fodder. Anyways, you can imagine it to be a bigger Iron Plateau. It was exactly what the cultivator from the Flying Star sector said. On the larger Iron Plateau, some of the debris of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium, which could send out spiritual waves to the outside world incessantly, would be placed intentionally to make sure that the barbaric world would be discovered by the expedition army of the Imperium first. The expedition army of the Imperium has to finish a journey of 100 years. By logic, they will not bring too many low-level troops, and even the high-level troops will be tired after the trip. At this time, if they can suppress a primitive world and ask the barbarians to be the cannon fodder and their vanguard, it will definitely be the best choice for the expedition army of the Imperium. After all, it was what Xiao Xuanzi thought years ago. He planned to instigate the barbarians of Iron Plateau to fight the space residents, saving the immortal cultivators the trouble. I don't think the expedition army of the Imperium will think too highly of the uncivilized barbarians. They will even offer magical equipment to the barbarians and arm them to the teeth so that they can fight us better. We can even fabricate some tales in which the barbaric civilization is described as the loser in the competition of the three sectors and that they were banished a long time ago and hate our guts. It's just like the tale between the Iron Plateau natives and the space residences, with some minor adjustments. In such a case, the expedition army of the Imperium will be even less suspicious. They will definitely be hoping to drive the tiger to attack the wolves and to settle the problem without getting their own hands dirty. But they don't know that the barbaric civilization is with us. Among the seemingly uncivilized barbarians, our best warriors, most knowledgeable scholars, and top experts of reverse engineering are hidden. After the barbaric civilization sends back tremendous intelligence about the Imperium so that we can crack the magical equipment and the tactics of the Imperium, and after they bring the expedition army of the Imperium to a trap, we will attack from the outside, and they will attack from the inside. The expedition army of the Imperium will be settled once and for all. The nascent soul stage from the Flying Star sector talked rather enthusiastically, but most of the listeners, including Li Yao, looked at each other in bewilderment with a weird expression. It was indeed an impressive scheme, but was it not too wishful? For such a complicated, highly dependent plan to work out, some luck was definitely necessary. And should it fail, all the elites would be wasted for nothing. If the plan was too complicated, then the next plan was a bit too magnificent. It was a plan named Universal Canon, whose content was as awesome as its name. The integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector was triggering the immense spiritual energy hidden deep inside the two worlds. So, if the spiritual energy was accumulated through certain magical equipment, an unprecedented cluster of spiritual energy would be gathered after 1 to 200 years. If the accumulated spiritual energy was to be shot out by a certain cannon floating in space, would it not be an invincible weapon? Not just an expedition army of the Imperium. Even an entire planet would be crushed into pieces like an egg under the bombardment of such a cannon. Such a creative idea rendered Li Yao and a few other refiners in the nascent soul stage amused and speechless. Yes, it was theoretically possible. However, how could the spiritual energy dispersing in the boundless land of the two sectors be captured? How could the energy be collected without missing any? And what kind of container could store such spiritual energy and ensure its stability in the next 100 years? In the end, how could such energy be triggered controllably, steadily, and precisely, instead of blowing up the expedition army of the Imperium together with the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector as a super large universal bomb? Too many critical problems regarding material science, the studies of spiritual energy, and cosmology were involved. Such obstacles were barely conquerable. Even if the Federation was on steroids every day for the next 100 years, it was unlikely that the researchers would achieve any breakthroughs. If the technological advancement had been accomplished, there would also be no need to produce a universal cannon at all. They could simply establish a fleet and march to the homeland of the Imperium to settle the problem from its source. However, everybody understood the anxiety of the speakers. No matter what they were actually thinking to themselves, they all applauded for the speakers warmly. Very soon, it was Li Yao's turn. Today, he brought a whole new plan, too. The ambience in the hall was immediately somewhat different from before. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors held their breath, curious to find out what kind of extraordinary plan Li Yao, the youngest and most special nascent soul stage cultivator in the three sectors, would present. Would it be a realistic plan like the wind sail plan? Or would it be windbaggery with no consideration of the actual situation like the universal cannon? If it were any other young man at his age, they would have felt that their legs shaking and their blood freezing when they were gazed at by more than 200 nascent soul stage experts. However, after being hunted by dozens of demon emperors, Li Yao felt that such a speech was as easy as the cool breeze at a summer noon. He smiled and connected his jade chip to the crystal processor. The file inside was displayed, but the first page was nothing except darkness. In the darkness, he said unhurriedly, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. Allow me to briefly introduce to you the Black Hole Project. Let me begin with an ancient catchphrase. Don't ever argue with a moron, because he will drag your intelligence to his level before he defeats you with his abundant experience. Just now, I've heard a lot of presentations from my fellow cultivators. Many plans and proposals are incredible eye-openers for me. However, it appears to me that almost everybody is hoping to make us stronger than the Imperium in a certain aspect. Then, can you think from the other perspective? Instead of making us stronger than the Imperium, can we drag the Imperium to our level and make it as weak as us? All in all, to surpass the Imperium in every field requires tremendous investment. It is extremely difficult and not very hopeful. Even if we do surpass the Imperium in the end, it still might not be the decisive factor in the war. But this is what I think. We don't know how strong the Imperium is, but we know exactly what we are able to do and what we are not. If we can figure out an approach to limit the expedition army of the Imperium's war ability to our level, we will be able to crush the intruder with our advantage in experience and number, won't we? All the participants of the meeting nodded before shaking their heads with obvious disapproval. It was definitely a correct statement, but correctness did not make it useful. The critical question was how. Generally speaking, Li Yao continued, the advantages of the Imperium can be concluded to two aspects. Firstly, the number of the experts is larger, and their level is higher, perhaps with a few divinity transformation stage cultivators. Secondly, the magical equipment of the Imperium is more advanced, and their methods to utilize spiritual energy are unbelievable. The two advantages are based on the same factor, which is spiritual energy. The top experts must inhale and exhale spiritual energy as vast as an ocean to maintain their peak state and blow out destructive force. The magnificent magical equipment can only be driven by astronomical crystals. A cook cannot make food without ingredients. The universe is ruled by the law of conservation of energy. Perpetual motion machines do not exist. Do you agree, everybody? What if there isn't spiritual energy? What if we can create a temporary space around the expedition army of the Imperium where there is absolutely no spiritual energy? Everybody was stunned by what Li Yao said. Many nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors looked at each other in bewilderment. They understood every word that Li Yao had said, but they failed to comprehend the sentence when the words were connected into a sentence. Since they were born, they had been living in a universe filled with spiritual energy. Some places had denser spiritual energy, and some places had less. Even the demon emperors who mainly trained their bodies had to inhale and exhale natural spiritual energy during their training, except that their consumption on spiritual energy was relatively less. Asking them to imagine a world without spiritual energy was like asking a fish in the deep sea to imagine a world without water. They felt that the world was falling apart around them. In a world with absolutely no spiritual energy, the advantages in technologies and experts that the expedition army of the Imperium have will be suppressed to the minimum. Li Yao declared resolutely. In the world of absolute vacuum, the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators of the Imperium will not be able to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. They can only count on their own stock or be refilled by the crystals in their cosmos rings. It's true that such high-level cultivators boast an extremely broad brain and abdomen, which can store immense spiritual energy. But at the same time, their consumption rate is hundreds of times higher than the low-level cultivators. How much spiritual energy will be consumed when they launch a strike that can blow up a starship? At least 1/10 of their stock, I believe, and another 1/10 of the stock will be drained after they resist a barrage of the starships on our side. If they calculate the trajectories of the cannonballs hundreds of times per second with the best of their computational ability, how much spiritual energy will they consume? Enormous as the stock of their spiritual energy may be, how long can it last? Of course, their cosmos rings can store a large number of crystals. But swallowing crystals and transforming them into spiritual energy takes time, too. It's like the delicious food that an ordinary person takes, which will take a few hours to be digested, absorbed, and transformed into energy. It cannot be turned into physical strength the moment it is eaten. If the ordinary person does strenuous exercises, chances are that they will even have indigestion. In my personal experience, it takes of more than half a day to absorb an ultra-level marrow crystal the size of a finger without any distractions. As incredible as the cultivators of the Imperium might be, it is impossible for them to digest the spiritual energy in a marrow crystal after only several minutes, right? Let's say that their absorption efficiency is twice as good as mine, and it takes 3 hours for them to digest a marrow crystal. In a simmering battlefield, how will the cultivators of the Imperium be given 3 hours to digest the marrow crystals? They will have been blown into smithereens in the bombardment. Same goes for the magical equipment. A lot of magical equipment has to echo with the natural spiritual energy nearby in order to achieve the best effect. The natural spiritual energy is like lubricant that keeps the steadiness of different units of the magical equipment. In an absolute vacuum that is devoid of spiritual energy, the more advanced a piece of magical equipment is, the less likely it can be activated to the maximum. Also, after functioning once or twice, it will certainly be overly drained, if not wasted. With the experts and the magical equipment both restrained, the expedition army of the Imperium will not be able to perform their brilliant methods at all, however marvelous the methods are. They will be sharks stranded on the beach and can only be butchered by us. Then, Li Yao halted for a moment intentionally so that the unprecedented silence in the hall could sink deeper. Professor Mo Xian was quite a close friend of him. After hearing such an unbelievable plan, he simply rose up and asked without caring about the rules, Li Yao, the absolute vacuum devoid of spiritual energy that you mentioned, is it technologically realizable? Of course it is. Also, technologically speaking, it is definitely the easiest of all the plans proposed so far. Li Yao smiled confidently. If we get to the bottom of it, as long as the spiritual energy in a certain area is instantly vaporized and the spiritual energy in the nearby is stopped from filling in the vacancy, we will achieve our purpose. It is not easy to collect the spiritual energy in an area, but isn't it more than simple to consume all the spiritual energy? Many crystal bombs of the present day are based on the mechanism that the explosive force of the crystals will damage the stability of the floating spiritual energy in the air, thereby accomplishing a large-scale explosion. There's also the famous method of thunder prevention. By triggering and detonating the spiritual energy of the thunder class in the clouds, all the fierce spiritual energy will be unleashed very quickly. For a long time that follows, there will be no thunder in the clouds again because the spiritual energy has been drained. They are all very mature technologies and magical equipment. Nothing too complicated. What I am trying to do is merely to expand such crystal bombs by hundreds of times or thousands of times. This is exactly the black hole bomb that I've designed. Once projected and detonated, they will instantly swallow all the spiritual energy in a certain area like a real black hole. Then, after the transformation of rune arrays, the spiritual energy absorbed will turn into high interference waves that will form a certain membrane out of the area, preventing the spiritual energy of the outside world from flowing in. Devouring the spiritual energy, interfering with the waves, and blocking with the membrane. With the three approaches, even if we cannot create an absolute vacuum that is completely devoid of spiritual energy, we will at least be able to suppress the spiritual energy in the area to the minimum and trap the expedition army of the Imperium in an empty swamp. This is like taking away the firewood under the cooking pot. We will be limiting the greatest advantages of the Imperium fundamentally. The humming sounds in the hall was louder and louder. Professor Mo Xian pondered for a moment but still asked, Li Yao, have you considered such a problem? Even if your black hole bomb is successfully invented, and you can create absolute vacuums that are temporarily devoid of spiritual energy free at your will, we will be mired in the swamp, too, exactly like the expedition army of the Imperium. The immortal cultivators of the Imperium cannot carry out their combat ability. But neither can we. What's the point? Li Yao opened his hands and smiled. Not all our combat ability is restrained. This is our land. Our army will definitely outnumber theirs. Our cultivators, after a round of battle, can retreat from the absolute vacuum unhurriedly and go to train themselves or refill their spiritual energy in the rear. New cultivators will fill their vacancies and continue the battle. The expedition army of the Imperium will come here after such a long journey. They must be bringing elite troops that are not large in number. Also, they will not have any logistics bases. Where can they rest and resupply? In a war of attrition under such harsh circumstances, how can they defeat us? More importantly, as I said, we will drag our opponent to our level and then defeat them with our abundant experience. We have abundant experience in fighting a large-scale war in a world without spiritual energy. We know what kind of weapons, tactics, and strategies we should adopt in such an environment, but there is no way that the Imperium has the knowledge. This is our greatest advantage. Professor Mo Xian frowned. Liao, I'm getting more and more confused. What do you mean by abundant experience in fighting a large-scale war in a world without spiritual energy? We don't have such experience. A world without spiritual energy? Unimaginable. Is it possible to fight a war in such a world? How? Tossing sticks and stones at each other? That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Professor, I'm afraid you are wrong. Li Yao smiled. I assure you that advanced weapons that dealing fatal damage to core formation stage cultivators and even nascent soul stage cultivators can still be developed in a world devoid of spiritual energy and without any knowledge of crystals. Right now, we don't have such experience, but we have a whole century ahead of us. We can run simulations and slowly accumulate experience. Over the past few months, when I was free, I established such a virtual world in my brain that was devoid of spiritual energy or cultivators. I deduced the evolution of the world from the primitive age and calculated the weapons and the combat modes that were most likely to be invented in such a world. Eventually, I found that I'd created a terrifying planet where an ordinary person could boast destructive strength. Oil, coal, and gunpowder? The theorist of spiritual energy was dazed for a moment before he observed with a weird expression. That is the most barren source of energy. The energy contained in oil is less than 1/100th of that contained in a crystal of the same volume. What can it do? In the world of cultivators, a lot of planets boast tremendous reserves of oil and coal too. In the studies of spiritual energy, regarding the cause of spiritual energy, oil, and coal, there was a hypothesis named corpse of the ancient civilization. According to the hypothesis, before the civilization of mankind was born, in the billions of years of development of the universe, countless ancient civilizations were born. However, no matter how prosperous the civilizations once were, they could not avoid the law of nature and declined and perished without exception. Although the civilizations were gone, the dead bodies of the ancient species would not simply vanish into thin air. After the civilization fell and the bodies were disintegrated, the immense souls of the ancient civilization would ascend to the universe, which were transformed into spiritual energy after billions of years of cosmic storms and stellar radiation. The dead bodies without the souls, on the other hand, were buried deep underground, where they were tempered under high temperature and pressure. The essence of the bodies was turned into the mother lodes of crystals, while the unimportant parts were turned into coal and oil. Doubtlessly, in the world of cultivators, the soul was much more important than the body. Therefore, spiritual energy, which was believed to be transformed from the souls of the ancient species, was much stronger than coal and oil, which were transformed from the bodies of the ancient species. The simplest example would be Li Yao. If Li Yao, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, passed away and was buried to the underground, after billions of years of reactions, his brain, spine, and the expansion on his coccyx would be very likely to be condensed into mother lodes of crystals, while his hands might turn into the oil, and his hair might turn into the coal. Naturally, the spiritual energy stored inside the brain and spine was hundreds of times more than that stored in the hands and feet. It was exactly because the universe was brimming of spiritual energy that the civilization of mankind embarked on the path of utilizing spiritual energy since it was born. They had never considered developing oil and coal on a large scale. Some cultivators in the past had been curious about the black liquid and solid and intended to develop the energy stored in them. However, after they tried, they discovered that not only did oil and coal boast little energy, there would also be heavy pollution when such energy was developed, which would affect the balance of natural spiritual energy. More importantly, oil and coal could not be directly absorbed by the human body during training. Such a source of energy was both wasteful and harmful. What could it do? Therefore, in the era of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, and in the Star Glory Federation at present day, coal and oil had always been despised. Nobody conducted any significant research on them. But Li Yao was different. In the bizarre dreams that he had experienced since he was little, on the planet named Earth, oil and coal alone, without any drop of spiritual energy, had supported a magnificent civilization that could just about step out of the planet and explore the universe. Therefore, Li Yao was very clear about the amazing potential that could be exploited from the seemingly barren ingredients that were oil and coal. Whispers were echoing in the auditorium again. Most of the nascent soul stage cultivators, including Professor M.O. Xian, supported theorists' opinion and doubted Li Yao's idea. It was not about their wisdom or computational ability, but just a matter of eyesight. For a jellyfish living in the deep sea, it would not be able to fathom what a ferocious animal on the land looked like, however strong and smart it was. I know that the new strength system is in conflict with what you believed in and will not be accepted easily, Li Yao said confidently. Therefore, over the past few months, I have summoned all my computational ability and deduction ability without resting, even at the cost of burning my life and soul. Finally, I have completed the inferred development of the world without spiritual energy. Please take a look, everybody. On the 3D light beam behind Li Yao, a blue planet surrounded by ocean appeared. The picture zoomed in until it was shown that a bunch of primitive monkeys were approaching a burning tree that had been hit by lightning carefully at the edge of a forest on a continent. The monkeys waved the burning branches and honed the stone axes and spears. Their hair gradually faded, and their backs straightened. Then, the bronzeware and ironware were refined. Wagons and cavalry were invented. In magnificent armor, they established tribes and countries. They explored and conquered their surroundings. They discovered the mysteries of coal and oil. They founded a smoky and yet splendid industrial system. And in the end, thousands of supersonic fighters and unparalleled fleets that dominated the ocean were produced. The history of development of almost 100,000 years was displayed in front of the nascent soul stage cultivators in only several minutes. In the meantime, the data and information stream flooded into their crystal processors too. Even without spiritual energy, Li Yao said, ordinary people can still explore the mysteries of the universe, summarize the general rules, and figure out the most fundamental laws of nature. I consider myself to be an ordinary person who lived thousands of years in a world without spiritual energy while I tried to explore how the world was functioning. Eventually, I founded many disciplines. Among them, the subject about the ultimate mechanism of all objects, including the pattern of their motion and their basic structure, is called physics. The subject that studies the relationship between different objects and how they can react with each other is called chemistry. Based with physics, chemistry, and mathematics, I was able to push forward unstoppably and pursue electrics, engineering, optics, the material science, and all the other subjects. When the essence of all the subjects is combined, the original force contained in everything will be made best use of without spiritual energy. All kinds of terrifying war machines can be created. Behind Li Yao, the light and shadow were changing. A heavy vehicle, made of metal and thickly armored, which looked similar to a crystal tank, appeared. I have named such a weapon Panzer. It requires absolutely no spiritual energy, but it can still move as aggressively as fire and roar as loudly as thunder. The picture changed, and a second weapon that was similar to crystal cannon popped up. Such artillery is purely driven by gunpowder. It is much simpler than the crystal cannon in structure. Although it is not nearly as strong as a crystal cannon, once thousands of them are produced, it will still be more than enough to cover hundreds of kilometers in a bombardment. They can still smash the immortal cultivators into smithereens. The picture changed again. The third weapon turned out to be an iron bird in lead gray. It was streamlined and did not have a single gap on the surface. A raging dragon was also carved on the empennage. Such supersonic stealth fighters can travel 3 times faster than the speed of sound while accommodating the pilot. They are also able to fly at the top of the atmosphere, an altitude where the temperature is low and the oxygen is little. Also, such vehicles are piloted by ordinary people. Let me repeat myself. Ordinary people without spiritual energy who have never practiced any techniques. I have drawn the basic structures of the 3 weapons. Fellow cultivators, especially those of you who are masters of refining, please take a look at them and see if the weapons are manufacturable theoretically. They are just a few relatively fundamental war machines. Other than them, there are also super weapons such as strategic missiles, nuclear submarines, nuclear supercarriers, and so on, which do not require spiritual energy at all and can be manipulated by ordinary people. Yet, such weapons boast the ability of wiping out an entire city easily. Although they were just in my imagination, I do feel that none of them are really imaginary, and all of them can be produced in a reality. Please do enlighten me with your suggestions. Do you see any issues? Files as vast as an ocean flooded into all the nascent soul stage cultivators' crystal processors crazily. They all felt that the world was swirling before them. To be honest, the history of develop of the world without spiritual energy that Li Yao presented was not complicated. Neither the physics nor the chemistry involved was more sophisticated than the high school level on Earth. He was basically copying what was said in the textbooks. As for the panzers, artilleries, and supersonic fighters, he was just talking about the general idea and could not touch the essence. After all, even in the bizarre dreams, he was just an ordinary person on the Earth, not a physicist or a chemist. As for the nuclear bombs or the nuclear physics, he did not know the first thing about them. Therefore, all he could do was try to recall more details on the Earth with his amazing memory and relay the content in the textbooks and the military magazines that he had read before. For example, he had once seen the model of the engine of a certain supersonic fighter on a military magazine before in his dream, and he could copy the picture into his theory right now. As for material science, kinetics, and other subjects, some of them were not his specialties. So, he could only avoid talking about them. Even so, the whole new strength system was a devastating shock for all the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors. Many nascent soul stage cultivators had been suspicious, if not scornful, at the beginning. They had merely been skimming through it because they were showing respect for the ultra-level federal hero. However, after they glanced at the files for a moment, their eyeballs seemed to be attracted by magnets and could not be moved away. They discovered that the history of development that Li Yao inferred, despite the simplicity and even childishness in certain aspects, was natural and flawless in the description of the basic principles and the big picture. Chapter 12, 11 Brand New Patterns of War. After 3 minutes, after digesting the tremendous information that Li Yao had thrown out, all the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors were in great shock. When one law worked out, 100 subsequent laws would also work out. With or without the spiritual energy, the rules of the universe were the same. The most fundamental laws of nature were unchanged. The strong interaction, the weak interaction, the electromagnetic interaction, and universal gravitation all existed. Absorbing energy from crystals and absorbing energy from oil and coal only differed in efficiency. There was not any essential difference. They were all the specialists in their respective fields and were only blocked from the new world by a closed window. Now that Li Yao had ripped open the window for them, the 2 systems were immediately broken through. All the participants felt greatly enlightened. Many specialists were deeply fascinated. Their fingers turned into clusters of gray mist in midair, while they deduced the development of a certain field in the world without spiritual energy based on their own experience. After their calculations were done, they discovered that the outcome was exactly what Li Yao had pointed out. They were all amazed and found it unbelievable. Several demon emperors of the blood demon sector, who were most adept at condensing minerals into the blood of demon beasts to produce lethal venom or corrosive liquid, met absolutely no trouble when they studied the chemistry and biology of the world without spiritual energy. Another few experts, who were best at theories of spiritual energy and the cosmology, found several of the most fundamental concepts in nuclear physics and astrophysics that Liao had raised and compared them with their own studies. They found absolutely no discrepancies and were even given new insights. In short, after 10 minutes of crazy calculation, all the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors had to admit that if a world without spiritual energy did exist, the seemingly make-believe world that Liao had proposed was possible to be produced in reality and to be manipulated by trained personnel. I didn't know that the guy's deduction ability is so immense. This is truly unbelievable. Many nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors were sweating hard and considered Liao to be a mysterious monster again. They had not gotten in touch with Liao before and had only heard his name. After learning Liao's life experience, many experts who were more than 100 years old still had not thought too much of him. They had thought that the young boy was just lucky enough and happened to be involved in many great events wherever he went so that he could take advantage of the chaos and excavate many relics of the past. Today, after finally meeting him, they had never expected the young man who was young enough to be their great-grandson to propose any plan of strategic significance. It would be credible enough if he could come up with a creative tactic. They did not know that the young man would put forward a purely imagined civilization. Imagining the evolution of a civilization of more than 10,000 years was not difficult. One could think however they saw fit. However, making sure that the sweeping subjects were all basically correct and every detail was so self-consistent that even 200 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors could not find a loophole was a whole other issue. What kind of computational ability the guy must have? Horrifying. This is too horrifying. No wonder he is already a nascent soul stage cultivator at such a young age. Leaving his combat ability in arts and refining alone, his deductive ability is definitely among the best of the three sectors. The seasoned experts all looked at each other in bewilderment, sweating and blushing for silently mocking Liao a moment ago. Some other nascent soul stage cultivators, who were in better relationship with Liao, were anxious and worried for him. As nascent soul stage cultivators, they were well aware of the weight of the files. It was inferring an entire world from nothing. They were all clear that Liao was not bragging when he said, "Burn my life and soul." Such a deduction could only be made with one's full attention and the best of one's computational ability for an unbelievably long time. The simplest example would be Jin Tuyi, who only inferred the integration of human beings and demons and the development of the two sectors in the 100 years to come for his Red Tide plan. However, as a result, his brain sclerosis escalated. Liao had created a world from nothing and inferred everything that happened in 10,000 years. It was definitely much more difficult than Jin Tuyi's work. He must have been thinking with his life. Judging from the detail of the files, for a deduction of such complexity, if his brain had not exploded on the spot, his longevity must have been reduced by decades. For a moment, the eyes of many nascent soul stage cultivators were wet. Liao. Mercury tears flowed out of Professor Mo Xian's metal face as he held back his excitement and said, You've sacrificed too much. This issue is indeed important, but you must take care of yourself, too. You have only just married. There's no need to work so hard. Try to think more for your own happiness. It's all right. For the future of the three sectors, I think I can burn myself a little bit. I'm totally fine. Liao scratched his hair, somewhat in embarrassment. He had not deduced a non-existent world from nothing in the first place. He was merely copying his own memories, which was not exhausting at all. To be honest, even the competition of beliefs with Ding Ling Dang had been much more exhausting than the preparation of the files. Liao coughed for a moment and changed the topic. What I have deduced is just the most fundamental framework. As for the technological details and the cutting-edge theories, I really don't know much about them. I'm hoping that the seniors here can perfect the new energy utilization system together with your own specialties so that the weapon that I've imagined can be manufactured in the real world. It shouldn't be a problem, Professor Emotion said. I have basically read through the weapons you imagined. The rifles, panzers, and plans you mentioned are apparently based on the weapons of spiritual energy in our real world, except that the power source is changed from crystals to gunpowder, coal, and oil. It is hard to say whether or not nuclear weapons can be produced, but the panzers, the planes, and the artilleries are absolutely not a problem. They can be manufactured as long as we slightly modify the assembly lines of our magical equipment right now. Fellow cultivators, do you agree? The nascent soul stage cultivators all nodded. They had also noticed that the weapons that Li Yao had imagined had their prototypes in reality despite the different power source and the different ways of manipulation. But generally speaking, the new weapons were much more simplified than the existing ones. After all, such weapons were designed on the premise that even the ordinary people could produce and manipulate them with their wisdom. How hard could it be? Compared to the production of such weapons, I am more concerned about the military theories. Professor Emotion said, a new weapon means a new strategy, but right now, we have an amalgamation of hundreds of new weapons. How should a large-scale war be fought in a world without spiritual energy? We don't have the slightest experience in the regard. It is certainly not going to work out if we simply copy our experience in the weapons of spiritual energy. Professor Emotion was a grassroots refiner who was deeply associated with the military. Therefore, he was particularly sensitive about how the weapons could be utilized in the war. There's no need to worry about that. Li Yao smiled and said, while I was imaging such weapons, I also deduced the wars in different eras of the world without spiritual energy, especially those after the oil, coal, and nuclear energy were applied on a large scale. I have clipped 4 episodes of my deduction for your reference. Behind Li Yao, a torrent of steel, a swarm of bombers, and a rising mushroom was displayed. The 4 wars are respectively World War I, World War II, Desert Storm, and Oriental Sunset. Of them, World War I and World War II are 2 planetary wars in the world without spiritual energy that I've inferred before nuclear energy is applied on a large scale. From them, we can learn the overloaded manufacturing of single weapons, the national mobilization including women and children, the large-scale movement of regiments through trains, and the guerrilla warfare to resist the enemy without surrendering even after the main force is crushed. Desert Storm is a thunderous, unstoppable local war after nuclear energy and electromagnetic energy are generally applied. We can learn how to fight a cubic and electronic war without spiritual energy and crush an enemy who is weaker than us. Oriental Sunset takes place more than 30 years after the Desert Storm. It is a local war fought by 2 superpowers who have both mastered nuclear energy and electromagnetic energy, taking place offshore from one of the superpowers. In the war, both parties deploy the most state-of-the-art weapons, including nuclear supercarriers, nuclear submarines, strategic fighters, 5th-generation fighters, and even outer space weapons. They are the best I can imagine. Of course, because of the size of the 2 parties, the war has been fought in the most restrained way. Most of the nuclear supercarriers and nuclear submarines do not have a head-on clash. But still, we can learn much from the war, including how to implement a strategic nuclear attack on an object in the orbit of the planet out of the atmosphere without resorting to spiritual energy. Li Yao sent the files of the 4 fictitious wars to the nascent soul stage cultivators. Very soon, gasps were echoing non-stop in the hall again. The reactions of the nascent soul stage cultivators were within Li Yao's expectation. He said calmly, I think that, in 100 years, if we develop a backup war system that does not rely on spiritual energy, we can at least reach the World War II level, can't we? If we dedicate more resources, and if we are lucky, we can develop to the level of Desert Storm and even that of Oriental Sunset, with nuclear supercarriers, nuclear submarines, and strategic nuclear weapons. With my personal computational ability, of course, the 4 wars that I've deduced must be crude and shabby in details, but I believe that the basic moves and strategies implemented in the wars should be correct. We can always hone the tactics or even have live drills. Are we really worried that we will not accumulate enough war experience? Let's take the nuclear weapons, the most powerful weapons of all, for example. In the vacuum, most of the ways that they cause damage will lost effect. Their damage will be less than 1/10 of the original. Indeed it is, Li Yao admitted frankly. Due to my limited computational ability, this is as far as I can go. Perhaps that's the best the chemical energy and the nuclear energy can do. They are only applicable within the atmosphere and not suitable for wars in the universal level. Therefore, such a war system might be barely sufficient to stop the expedition army of the Imperium in the outer space. However, it must also be noted that the expedition army of the Imperium is marching to the edge of the cosmos after spending 100 years covering a distance of millions of light years not for nothing. It is not because they are brutal by nature and simply come here to sabotage. They are here for the resources and the population. But almost all the resources, including the population, the minerals, and the spiritual energy, are concentrated on the planets with atmosphere. However advanced the Imperium's technology is, if they want to steal assets, resources, and people, they will have to land on the ground eventually, won't they? From what I've seen, most of the wars in the Star Ocean Imperium were fought on the surface of planets, too. After all, a planet is often too huge for a starship to suppress. The one thing that we should be afraid of is that they don't land. But if they do, everything will be much easier. Imagine this. In 100 years in the new Federation, more than 50 planets have been developed, and an atmosphere and ecological system have been established on all of them. On such planets with large populations, countless black hole bombs are buried under strategic locations that are mostly likely to be the expedition army of the Imperium's target. Also, many mobile black hole bomb launching platforms, which can instantly pump away the spiritual energy of a city or an even larger range, are also standing by. After the expedition army of the Imperium arrives, they have detected neither two immense spiritual waves from those planets, nor two advanced defense rune arrays and magical equipment. In the concepts of the immortal cultivators, such planets are utterly defenseless, and they can do whatever they want. As soon as the expedition army of the Imperium lands within the atmosphere, the black hole bombs will be detonated instantly, and the spiritual energy near the battlefield will be pumped away, turning it into a land without spiritual energy. Right then, the airports hidden below the ground are opened one after another, from which tens of thousands of supersonic fighters soar to the sky. The artillery and missile formations are activated, too, and will lock onto where the fleet of the Imperium is located. The iron tanks will start roaring. The nuclear submarines lurking in the deep sea will be ready to launch. Every local ordinary citizen of the Federation will defend their own homeland with a rocket launcher on their shoulder and an assault rifle in their hands. In the most extreme situation, all the tactical and even the strategic nuclear weapons can be used to launch a destructive strike on the garrison of the Imperium's fleet. If all our planets make such preparations of war, and all our citizens are armed with such equipment and devotion, we will really become hard bones that cannot be boiled, chewed, or broken, as fellow cultivator Jiang described. Magnificent as the expedition army of the Imperium may be, they are still destined to be smashed into pieces. Li Yao clenched his fists and smashed down, as if he were really holding a thick, hard bone in his hands and bashing an unparalleled universal fleet that had crossed millions of light years. The picture that Li Yao depicted was appearing in the eyes of many nascent soul stage cultivators as they calculated the possibility of such a strategy quickly. The other nascent soul stage cultivators, however, frowned and thought that Li Yao's ideas were too simple. Fellow cultivator Li, it is still hard for me to imagine that the ordinary people can cause serious casualties to the immortal cultivator by manipulating weapons without spiritual energy. A nascent soul stage cultivator from the Federal Army said frankly, "The morale and the fighting will of the ordinary people are highly insufficient, and the immortal cultivators are unlikely to stand by while the artilleries and missiles bombard them." Li Yao nodded and said, "Of course, the immortal cultivators will not stand by and do nothing when they are attacked. Besides, for the high-level immortal cultivators, they can calculate the trajectories of even the missiles more than 5 times the speed of sound and dodge the attack. However, both calculating the routes of the missiles and running dozens of kilometers away instantly at a supersonic speed will consume a lot of spiritual energy. I believe that a change in quantity will eventually lead to a change in quality. I believe that ants can kill an elephant when there are enough of them. However lowly the weapons are, they will certainly cause serious issues for a high-level immortal cultivator as long as enough of them attack the target for a long time. Imagine this. If you are the immortal cultivators who are coming to invade the Federation, and you find yourselves on a planet without spiritual energy and yet filled with tanks, artilleries, supersonic stealth fighters, and cruise missiles, which essentially make the planet an iron hedgehog. Yes, for you, the tanks without spiritual shields can be torn as easily as a piece of paper. Taking the blow of several artillery attacks or missiles may be harmless. And you can clearly see the so-called supersonic stealth fighters as soon as you concentrate your spiritual energy on your eyes and calculate the trajectories of the enemies precisely. However, which of those does not consume spiritual energy? Before the spiritual energy inside your body runs out, how many tanks can you tear apart? How many blows from the artilleries can you take? And how many supersonic fighters can you shoot down? Don't forget that you are in the nascent soul stage. You would even be among the top cultivators in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. Strong as the Imperium of true human beings may be, they can't have too many nascent soul stage immortal cultivators, can they? It's impossible that every soldier of the expedition army is in the nascent soul stage, isn't it? I believe that the majority of the immortal cultivators are still in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, except that the magical equipment they utilize might be more advanced. The supersonic fighters and the cruise missiles may be no match for the nascent soul stage or the core formation stage. But are they even not enough to kill the immortal cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage? The expedition army of the Imperium is coming to us after a long journey. They do not have supplies or reserves. One casualty will mean one less soldier. If all the soldiers at the bottom level are stalled or killed, the top experts will only be able to run here and there with nobody that they can command. Besides, I never said that the army of ordinary people will be fighting the expedition army of the Imperium on their own. We still have so many cultivators here. His lips curled into a brilliant smile, while a three-layered structure that looked like a pyramid appeared behind him. Pointing at the structure, he explained, "The greatest advantage of the backup war system is that it barely consumes our precious crystals. The fellow cultivators have proposed quite a few highly valuable strategic plans. Some of them are visionary, some are responsive, and some are very creative. But all the plans require cultivators to implement at the cost of astronomical crystals. Both cultivators and crystals are extremely precious strategic resources whose total quantity is limited. If the investment on one plan is more, the investment on the other plan will be less. In comparison, developing the backup war system will consume absolutely no crystals. All it requires are coal, oil, and metal resources. Coal and oil are everywhere here, on Iron Plateau, on Spider Den, and in the Blood Demon sector. They are enough for us to collect at a super high intensity for hundreds of years. The only thing that we need to pay attention to is the pollution to the environment. The metal resources are a bit tricky, especially the rare metals. However, as the demons are going to develop resource planets on a large scale, they will not be as scarce as crystals. Most importantly of all, this is a plan that does not require the participation of cultivators from the beginning to the end. 3 sectors combined, there are tens of billions of ordinary people. Their wisdom and strength together will be almost infinite. With their effort, and perhaps the guidance of cultivators regarding the cutting-edge theories if needed, it will be enough to found a planetary war system based on chemical energy and nuclear energy in 100 years. It might be not good enough to be used during battles in outer space, but it will be more than sufficient to build their homes into coldly shining iron hedgehogs. By then, the new Federation will boast 3 layers of armed forces. At the bottom level, and with the largest number, are the ordinary people who use weapons that do not require spiritual energy. They will be sort of the militias of the Federation. If the country is conquered and there's nothing else that they care about, the number of the militias can even surpass 10 billion. By then, everybody will be a soldier. The immortal cultivators will be drowned in the ocean of the people. At the middle level are the regular armies who have received harsh training and who are equipped with spiritual energy weapons, namely the Federal Army and the Coalition Army of Demons of the present day. Their number might not be much higher than right now, but since the chores can be handled by the militias, they will be able to focus on the front line. Their combat ability will certainly be improved. Above the regular armies, at the peak of the pyramid, there are the most elite forces made of the cultivators. Militias, regular armies, and cultivators will cooperate with each other in a trinity. When the immortal cultivators arrive, we will treat them with a few black hole bombs first. Then, the militias will bombard millions of tons of burning steel on them with the artilleries. After that, the regular armies will hold the battle formation and protect the militias, while the cultivators will look for opportunities to attack the high-level immortal cultivators who have been barraged by the cannons. The supersonic fighters piloted by ordinary people can harass them nearby. The flying swords and the missiles will be launched together, and the crystal cannons will echo with the nuclear weapons. Cultivators will fight side by side with ordinary people to defend our civilization together. This is the battle pattern that I've designed. It was the simplest math. After pondering for a while, Professor Mo Xian raised a very critical question. Li Yao, I've read your proposal carefully. There are not too many technological obstacles. So, if we can develop such a strength system, the Imperium of true human beings certainly can too. Do you think that the Imperium of true human beings has developed the same strength system or even come up with countermeasures? Professor, you've asked the most critical question. Li Yao smiled. Pointing at his temples, he said, I believe that it is very unlikely. It is not about the technology, but about the ideology. The strength system with oil and coal and the fundamental power source based on chemical energy and nuclear energy is in fact nothing extraordinary if we get to the bottom of it. The Imperium must have relevant technological reserves. However, once the system is really established, it will only mean one thing, which is that, for the immortal cultivators, the strength of the ordinary people will be much higher than before, to the point that they may be hurt by the ordinary people. From the ancient times to the present day, under the training system of spiritual energy, ordinary people without spiritual roots cannot inhale or exhale natural spiritual energy directly. The gap between them and cultivators is huge. The powerful magical equipment of the ancient cultivators did not have buffer and stabilization units. The ordinary people could barely pick them up, much less make use of them. Soldiers waving regular sabers, swords, and bows are nothing but ants in the eyes of a cultivator holding a flying sword. That is the reason cultivators were respected as deities in the ancient times. Today, after the profound research on spiritual energy, we have significantly improved many kinds of magical equipment. With the buffer and stabilization units, civil magical equipment is finally usable for the general public. But for military magical equipment that boasts a high output of spiritual energy and high damages, it is still not readily usable for ordinary people. Only strong soldiers with solid souls can manage to manipulate relatively low-level spiritual energy weapons. If a weak person is asked to operate a storm bolter, a chain's word, or a crystal cannon, it is very possible that the recoil of spiritual energy is enough to blow apart their soul. Therefore, even today, under the training system of spiritual energy, the chasm between cultivators and ordinary people is still very huge. Ordinary people can barely cause any significant damage to a cultivator, so they are destined to a weak and submissive position. The immortal cultivators exploit ordinary people mercilessly, while the cultivators protect ordinary people like the infants in cradles. But they mean the same thing. We all think that the ordinary people are not capable of deciding their fate. But it is wrong. I sensed it deeply in front of the Parliament building in the capital city. The ordinary people have intense feelings, unwavering determination, and burning devotion. They can fight too. They can defend their belief and their homeland with their own hands. They can even protect a cultivator. If cultivators can be compared to the saber of humanity, then the ordinary people will be the hands that hold the saber. The possible damage of the saber does not simply count on the sharpness of the saber's edge, but also depends on how thick and strong the hands that are grabbing the weapon are. This is my original purpose of developing the non-spiritual energy weapons. Ordinary people are a treasury with endless potential. If such a war system is truly built, every ordinary person will be able to decide their own fate. Just now I kept talking about black hole bombs. In fact, black holes are not important, and zones of zero spiritual energy are not important either. Even if the black hole bombs can never be invented, so what? Even if the universe is filled with spiritual energy, so what? As long as the army of ordinary people truly takes shape, and they boast innumerable supersonic fighters and tanks, the cultivators will never be able to ignore their existence again like before. Even if they are ants, they will be ants with venomous stings after being armed. Cultivators may step on them just as easily as before, but the cultivators' heels will itch or hurt for a moment. One ant is enough for a cultivator to itch for a moment. What about 1,000,000 ants? 1 billion? 1 trillion? We don't have 1 trillion ordinary people, Professor M.O. Xian remarked subconsciously. We don't, but the Imperium might. Li Yao smiled. There are tens of billions of ordinary people in the 3 sectors. So, the population of the ordinary people in the Imperium will certainly be much larger. This is the greatest difference between the Federation and the Imperium. This is also our greatest advantage. We and the ordinary people belong together. Cultivators fight for the ordinary people, and ordinary people give cultivators their full support. The contradiction between us is little. We are a community with a shared destiny. The ordinary people getting stronger equals to our civilization getting stronger. But things are obviously different in the Imperium. When an emperor regards his subjects as weeds, his subjects will regard him as a sworn enemy in return. The Imperium of true human beings treats the ordinary people as ants. They are filtered the moment they are born, and the weak among them will be forced to mine underground until they die. Even newborn babies cannot survive. The weak are not even considered true human beings. Ordinary people must be hating the immortal cultivators' guts. It's just that they are unable to resist because of the huge gap of capability and the high-pressure suppression. Is the Imperium of true human beings brave enough to arm billions of ordinary people to the teeth? I'm afraid that the ordinary people will aim at the immortal cultivators the moment they are armed. Therefore, I estimate that, even if the Imperium of true human beings grasp the methods to manufacture the non-spiritual energy weapons, they will definitely not spread them out but keep them top secret. Distrusting and even fearing the strength of the people is the common disease of every empire throughout history. How can the Imperium of true human beings be an exception? However, no technology will be blocked forever. As long as we defeat the Imperium's first attack by relying on the ordinary people, we will disseminate the technology to the sectors within the Imperium's territory and awaken the miners and the ordinary people who are struggling to live with their own strength. When they rise up and resist, however magnificent and dominating the Imperium of true human beings appears to be, it might collapse all of a sudden. My proposal is named the Black Hole Plan, but don't think that the black hole refers to the black hole bombs. The black hole is not the black hole bomb, but the ordinary people of the Imperium of true human beings who are awakened from their exploitation and slavery, who master their own fate, and who will swallow all the immortal cultivators. I believe that if we truly win the war one day in the future, it will not be cultivators who defeat the immortal cultivators, but the ordinary people living in the Federation, the Imperium, and all 3,000 sectors. Li Yao bowed quickly and left the podium before the nascent soul stage cultivators recovered from their shock. It could not be helped. Li Yao's last comment was too much for them. A brand new strength system meant a paradigm-shifting social reform. Faced with the overwhelming chemical and nuclear weapons, the masters of spiritual energy, although still boasting an absolute advantage, were no longer as unshakable as before. The ordinary people would be more or less capable of restraining the cultivators. What would such a transformation mean for the world of cultivators, for the civilization of mankind, and for the future? Every nascent soul stage cultivator and demon emperor was deep in thought, as if thorny ants were truly crawling on them. Hardly had Li Yao returned to his seat when he received complicated stares from all directions. Even Professor Mo Xian said to him with a bitter smile, "Li Yao, you truly make breaking news wherever you go without resting at all. You have proposed such a tricky question for us again." Li Yao smiled and replied confidently, "There is not any problem as long as we truly trust the strength of the ordinary people. The history of mankind is a history of cultivators being secularized and integrated with the ordinary people. Not any force is enough to stop the process." Professor Mo Xian hesitated for a long time, but still shook his head and said nothing in the end, not knowing how he should comment on Li Yao's plan. The agenda of the meeting did not leave time for the detailed discussion of every project. Li Yao's ultra-long presentation was already an exception, but the next speaker still did not go up front until 5 minutes later. The whispers in the hall were louder and louder. Zhang Hailu, the host, stood up and said something to his portable crystal processor. Then his eyes suddenly shivered before he left the hall in a hurry. Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. Li Yao's plan was indeed a bit shocking, but such an overreaction seemed unnecessary. A moment later, Zhang Hailu strode back to the center of the hall again. His face was half red and half pale. There was no telling whether he was excited or anxious while he said solemnly, "Fellow cultivators, we have just received an urgent message from the Flying Star sector. I'm afraid that the meeting of the nascent soul stage has to be adjourned now." Before the nascent soul stage cultivators and the demon emperors could respond, he continued. According to the news from the Star Prior's house on Spider Den, in the Flying Star sector, Kunlun, the relic of the Panga civilization, has probably been found. In the primeval memories, there was the Panga clan, which created the universe and all living souls, and their enormous warship, named Kunlun. He also remembered seeing a vintage, splendid throne of the Panga clan, as well as a bright, golden skeleton, more than 10 meters tall with the upper body of a human being, but the lower body in the shape of a dragon, in the Mausoleum of Chaos. Bai Yinji had once been to Kunlun. He had excavated the relics of the Panga civilization and brought back a corpse of the Panga clan, which was the foundation of his amazing research. Li Yao could not wait to go to explore Kunlun to search for the origins of mankind, reveal the secrets of how the Panga clan created the universe, and even receive the enormous strength from the primeval era. For a moment, he completely forgot his own black hole plan. There was nothing but Pangu and Kunlun in his head. His heart was pounding, his mouth was dry, and his eyes were spurting out fire. He clenched his fists so hard that noises were bursting out. However, Li Yao and Mo Xian looked at each other, equally puzzled. How had it been discovered so fast? Half a year ago, after everything was settled, Li Yao had submitted Bai Yinji's star map of Kunlun, which had then been parsed by the most advanced supercrystal processors of the 3 sectors. However, Bai Yinji's star map of Kunlun had been drawn in the ancient style 40,000 years ago. It lacked details and only had the basic forms of the galaxy. However, the universe was too vast a place. Even the blood demon sectors nearby had tremendous galaxies, nebulas, and star clusters. With the star map of Kunlun, it was like that they had learned the color and shape of a grain of sand, but had to find it from an overwhelming desert that spanned 10 square kilometers, which was certainly no simple task. Despite the computational ability of the most advanced crystal processors and biochemical brains, Li Yao had thought that it would take several years, or even more than a decade, to locate the grain of sand in the desert. It had never occurred to him that the task would be accomplished so quickly. However, when he looked at Zhang Hailu's face, he noticed that the speaker was rather uneasy and more anxious than delighted, as if locating Kunlun was not a blessing but a disaster. Li Yao thought of something and asked, "Speaker Zhang, why has Kunlun been discovered so quickly? Was there an unexpected change?" Now that the meeting of the nascent soul stage had been adjourned, all the participants resumed their daily identities. Therefore, Li Yao addressed him as speaker. Zhang Hailu's face was even more solemn. He nodded rather slowly and said, "Yes. At our original speed, it would have been impossible to have discovered Kunlun in such a short period of time. In fact, we didn't discover it. the minor apocalypse of the Imperium of true human beings led us to it. The minor apocalypse. Everybody was shocked by his words. The nascent soul stage cultivators and the demon emperor's faces were twisted for a moment, only to be replaced by excitement. The boot that they had been waiting for so long was finally stepping on the ground. The minor apocalypse was here. It was going to be the first head-on clash between the Imperium and the Federation. Only by smothering the minor apocalypse brutally could all the plans that they had discussed just now be put into practice in good time. For mystic rays shot out of the ceiling of the meeting hall and gradually condensed into foreshadows. They were the astronomers and cosmologists that were working in the Star Prior's house in the Flying Star sector. They had connected to the meeting hall through the space communication system. Shwa, 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 shwa. The 3D light beam behind Jiang Hailu suddenly changed into the boundless universe, with the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector highlighted in a corner. The picture was enlarged and enlarged. The space around the three sectors immediately became clearer than before. It could be seen that at a distance very close to the three sectors, a light spot had been flying straight toward the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, only to glitter all of a suddenly when it almost entered the border of the two sectors and slightly change its direction to nearby the Blood Demon sector. Judging from the trajectory, it would brush past the Blood Demon sector before long. The light spot was, of course, the minor apocalypse. The Star Prior's house is a special observatory whose great purpose is to monitor the abnormal astronomical phenomena that are likely to be caused by intelligent creatures, Jiang Hailu explained. In our case, it has been in service to monitor the anomalies from the Imperium of true human beings. The minor apocalypse from the Imperium of true human beings, after a super long-distance space jump, already landed to somewhere near the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. After releasing tremendous spiritual energy and receiving enough acceleration, it turned off most of the impetus system and flew toward us with its momentum. Therefore, for quite a long time, it was not on the radar of the Star Prior's house. After all, it was no different from a meteoroid and barely emitted any spiritual waves. We could only estimate its arrival to the two sectors from the spiritual waves that it unleashed during its acceleration. Therefore, we were never aware of the specific date of its arrival, but only knew that it would come in 3 to 5 years' time. However, one day ago, it suddenly reappeared on the surveillance light beam in the Star Prior's house. This time, it released tremendous spiritual waves at the cost of bountiful fuel, changing its direction and speed. All the astronomers in the Star Prior's house were greatly baffled. In a super long-distance space voyage, fuel is always the most precious resource. Every change of speed and direction will waste a lot of fuel. The decisions must be made cautiously. We had initially concluded that the minor apocalypse should be some sort of small spacecraft that certainly could not carry much fuel. It had locked onto us before and was flying to us with inertia. Slow as it might have been, it would definitely arrive in 3 years. Why did it suddenly change its direction to brush past the Blood Demon sector? It must be noted that such a change would likely drain whatever was left of its fuel, making it unable to shift to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector again. Even if it boasted the ability of transforming the spiritual energy in the universe into fuel, such a process could still take several years, if not decades, before it could attack us again. Something was clearly wrong. Therefore, the astronomers in the Star Prior's house searched forward according to its latest trajectory and discovered a space zone with distinctive features. After careful comparison, it was deduced that the space zone is the place that Bai Yinji's star map of Kunlun refers to. The picture behind Jiang Hailu was enlarged non-stop. A very chaotic space zone showed up. It was covered by an overwhelming supernebula, which was twisting, swirling, and releasing broken streams of energy, like an enormous crab that was raging unstoppably in the universe. The space zone is completely covered by the Crab Nebula. Inside the nebula, cosmic storms, stone belts, and pulse stars are everywhere. It is an extremely dangerous and chaotic place. Its appearance is vastly different from the description in Ba Yinji's star map of Kunlun. Some kind of catastrophe in the recent 40,000 years must have deformed it. Therefore, although it was very close to the blood demon sector, and we scanned it more than once before, we'd always neglected it. It was not until the minor apocalypse flew toward it directly that we finally noticed its anomaly. After comparing the space zones around it with the edge of the star map of Kunlun, we finally discovered that it was the Kunlun that we'd been looking for all this time. Everybody began sweating upon hearing what Jiang Hailu had said. Speaker Jiang, Professor Imo Xian said solemnly, "Are you suggesting that the Imperium of True Human Beings Minor Apocalypse discovered Kunlun first and therefore exposed itself and changed its course to Kunlun, even at the cost of its remaining fuel?" "Yes." Jiang Hailu nodded. According to the speculation of Li Yao and the fellow cultivators from the Flying Star sector, the Minor Apocalypse is some sort of scout of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Since it is a scout, its destination is definitely not fixed because its purpose is to find and lock onto the most valuable prey. In the riot of the immortal cultivators a few years ago, the Star Child only had time to send the incomplete coordinates to the Imperium of True Human Beings. The Imperium does not know the truth about the Flying Star sector or the fact that a rather large force exists in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, which are merging. Even if it does, it will probably consider us uncivilized bumpkins or even primitive barbarians. The Imperium's greatest enemy is the Covenant Alliance, which believes in Panga's covenant. Therefore, in the eyes of the Imperium, a relic of the Panga civilization is definitely much more valuable than us bumpkins. Bumpkins can be killed whenever they want, but a relic of the Panga civilization is not so easy to come by. It was probably the reason the Minor Apocalypse changed its direction. Professor Imo Xian pondered for a moment and asked, "How does the Imperium know that it is a relic of the Pangu civilization?" "The pulse stars at the center of the Crab Nebula are sending out intense pulses to the outside world every second," Jiang Hailu replied. "They are like signals of a certain frequency. Perhaps the Imperium has seen similar signals before in the war against the Covenant Alliance. That must be how they figured it out. It is also possible that the spacecraft from the Imperium boasts certain probe methods that we don't know yet, which would allow them to perceive the immense spiritual energy hidden inside Kunlun. They do not know that it is a relic of the Panga civilization, but they do know that their materials and fuel can be refilled there. Therefore, before they launch attack toward us, they can take a rest there. The second possibility is the more plausible one, but the results are the same. After they arrive in Kunlun, they will certainly discover its worth and excavate the relic of the Pangu civilization before we can. The territory, the resources, and the reserves were all the Federation's disadvantages. To secure the final victory, they had to secure a technological edge in certain fields. Developing on their own was definitely the correct path, but the relic of the Panga civilization was also one of the new Federation's most important trump cards to achieve the corner overtaking. If the trump card was stolen by the Imperium, the new Federation would not even be able to struggle. On the other hand, the Imperium of True Human Beings was unaware of their details, yet, and probably considered them bumpkins or barbarians. The expedition army had only been sent there to plunder resources. Therefore, the performance of the army might not be too high. However, after the news of a relic of the Panga civilization was sent to the Imperium, chances were that the best legions in the Imperium would be marching toward the Federation without caring about the cost. A thunderous strike from the center of the universe was definitely not something that the Federation could defend against at this moment. We cannot allow the immortal cultivators to steal Kunlun. Iron God Yenba, ruthless enough, slapped the chair hard and rose up. "If we set off right now, can we arrive at Kunlun before the immortal cultivators?" Jiang Hailu spoke with the astronomers for a moment and nodded. "Theoretically, yes. The Minor Apocalypse couldn't have carried too much fuel in the first place, and most of the fuel was already consumed for the super long-distance space jump that crossed thousands of space zones. After the adjustment of direction, it will barely have any fuel left. Besides, the Minor Apocalypse does not know the specific coordinates of Kunlun. It has to search while it flies. The Crab Nebula is full of perils. The electromagnetic environment is very complicated. Its cruising speed cannot be very high. According to the specialists, it will take a week or so for the minor apocalypse to reach Kunlun in the best-case scenario. We have the star map of Kunlun and sufficient fuel. Theoretically, we can beat it to Kunlun. Then, let's gather all the elites and set off immediately. Iron God Yinba gnashed his teeth. We must destroy the minor apocalypse on Kunlun at any cost. We cannot allow it to excavate the relic of the Panga civilization or send its findings back to the Imperium. If news is sent back to the Imperium, and it uses the resources in Kunlun to establish a space gate by creating enough large-scale star beacons, the expedition army of the Imperium will be able to jump over immediately with the perfect guide. We will be doomed. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors nodded heavily. At a moment of life and death, they had no time to care about the friction between human beings and demons anymore. They were all clear that once the minor apocalypse rooted in Kunlun, established an enormous space gate, and summoned the army of the Imperium, it would certainly be the doom of the three sectors that nobody was going to get away from. The magnificent plans that everybody had proposed a moment ago would also be jokes. Fellow cultivator Luo Xingzi, how is Burning Prairie's situation? Zhang Hailu asked gravely. When is the earliest time we can set off to Kunlun? At such a perilous moment, Burning Prairie, the strongest warship of the three sectors, was their last hope. Everybody focused on Luo Xingzi. The leader of the cultivators from the Flying Star sector, however, was rather hesitant. He looked at Si Kuli, the specialist of starships from the Flying Star sector, and faltered. It's very difficult, bordering on unrealistic, to ask Burning Prairie to jump over directly. How so? Zhang Hailu frowned. Kunlun is very close to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. The distance is much shorter than that between the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. Now that Burning Prairie can jump from the Flying Star sector to the Heaven's Origin sector, why can't it jump from the Heaven's Origin sector to Kunlun? The space jump technology that breaks the barrier of the four-dimensional space has a lot of prerequisites. Si Kuli helped Luo Xingzi to explain. It is especially so for a super warship of Burning Prairie's tonnage with so many top experts in the nascent soul stage and the core formation stage on board. More than half a year ago, we jumped from the Flying Star sector to the Heaven's Origin sector on three premises. Firstly, the Flying Star sector boasted a cosmic slingshot, which was an enormous launch platform modified from the space jump rune arrays of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was with the joint efforts of the cosmic slingshot and the space jump system of Burning Prairie that such an incredible journey was made possible. Secondly, the communication between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector was already frequent back then, and you'd established a large array of star beacons in the orbit of the planet. When more than 800 star beacons shone together, they were a brilliant lighthouse that guided the way for Burning Prairie. Thirdly, the environment of the Heaven's Origin sector was very stable, without complicated cosmic storms or stone belts. Besides, during the communication beforehand, you also provided a lot of parameters of the Heaven's Origin sector. Therefore, we knew every detail of the environment we were getting into. Even so, we still spent an unbelievable number of resources on the space jump, and the preparation took more than a month. After Burning Prairie was sent away, the cosmic slingshot had to undergo maintenance for 2 weeks before it supported the next jump. But right now, we have none of the three premises. Firstly, both the Heaven's Artillery and the Eye of Blood Demon are now being upgraded and reconstructed. They are nowhere near as good as the cosmic slingshot of the Flying Star sector. For them to produce enough impetus, they'll have to be strengthened quickly, which will take at least 10 days. Secondly, although we do have the star map of Kunlun, the environment there has completely changed in the past 40,000 years. Without the star beacons to guide the way, how can we jump to Kunlun precisely? Thirdly, the Crab Nebula that surrounds Kunlun is too complicated, and we don't know the first thing about its parameters. How many stone belts are there exactly inside? How strong are the cosmic storms? Will the pulse stars affect the starship? How can we jump when we don't know any of the information? It's like a heavy ship that is moving in an unknown water area that is full of reefs and swirls on a dark night, with a great storm waiting for it ahead. That is not an adventure, but suicide. See, Cully had spent his entire life studying starships. He was an out-and-out old sea wolf, and his reasoning did make sense. Many nascent soul stage cultivators who had some knowledge could not help but nod. Leader C, we admit that the difficulties you described are all real. Zhang Helia's face was so gloomy that a waterfall might pour out at any moment. But the three sectors are in peril now. The difficulties, however big they are, must be addressed one way or another. We cannot sit and watch the immortal cultivators take over Kunlun, can we? See, Cully pondered for a moment, and then calculated crazily with Luo Xingzi. In the end, he raised his head and said, if Burning Prairie must jump to Kunlun, we can make a desperate attempt, but only on one condition. A smaller starship, with a limited number of elites, must jump over first. The mission of the starship is to record the astronomical parameters of Kunlun, explore the surroundings, and establish a star beacon near Kunlun. With the astronomical parameters and the guidance of the star beacon, the odds of a successful space jump will be greatly improved. Otherwise, our determination will not mean anything, and we will be killed 10 times even if we jump 10 times. Let me go. Hardly had C. Cully concluded when Li Yao rose up and said, I will collect parameters and establish a star beacon for Burning Prairie on Sparkle. Li Yao had spent quite a few years in the Flying Star sector. He was also among the first batch to jump back to the Heaven's Origin sector from the Flying Star sector. His space jump experience was much more abundant than regular cultivators. Therefore, he knew that C. Cully was not exaggerating, just an ancient star map, no star beacons, and unfamiliar with the environment of the destination. A space jump on such conditions would certainly be a dead end. Also, Sparkle was a multi-purpose exploration starship of the Star Ocean Imperium in the first place. One of its designing purposes was to lead the way for super starships. Li Yao had another identity, which was the captain of Sparkle. Right now, Sparkle had been fully restored with even more remarkable functions than before. He could not wait to explore the secrets of Kunlun with his old friend. Me too. And me. Fellow cultivator Li, let's fight together. Many nascent soul stage, cultivators, and demon emperors volunteered. Whatever their stance to each other was, at a time like this, valiance and desire for the relic of the Panga civilization were the last things that they were short of. Due to the emergency, the point of order had to be put aside for now. After all, the super experts of the three sectors were all there. The meeting of the nascent soul stage immediately turned into a meeting of strategical analysis. A few space jump specialists and starship specialists from the Flying Star sector analyzed and precisely calculated the maximum load when the Heavens Artillery and the space jump system on Sparkle were working together. Subtracting the load with the weight of the necessary facilities that Sparkle had to carry, they concluded the maximum number of persons that could be teleported once. Generally speaking, 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, 20 core formation stage cultivators, or 10 times more building foundation stage cultivators could be teleported. Let's teleport 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Li Yao said, the electromagnetic environment in Kunlun is too complicated. Danger will be lurking everywhere. We are also likely to be engaged in head-on clashes with the immortal cultivators of the Imperium. If the crew are too weak, they may be burdens, and the immortal cultivators might dig out tremendous intelligence about the Federation from their heads should they be caught. Also, the more people who are teleported, the more resources will be consumed. The load of Sparkle will be unnecessarily occupied too. Storing the magical equipment, facilities, and crystals inside Cosmos Rings could indeed save space and weight, but Cosmos Rings, as special storage magical equipment, were particularly heavy during a space jump. They would also release weird waves that would affect the space jump. Eventually, the starship might deviate from the course and got lost in the 4-dimensional space. Therefore, the Season C Wolves did not like to keep too many Cosmos Rings on a starship. The control of assets and fuel was still very important. His eyes glittering, Jiang Hailu loudly declared, This is doubtlessly the most critical moment for the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. If we pass the test, we will gain the immense forces within the relic of the Panga civilization. We will also be able to retrieve tremendous techniques from the Imperium of True Human Beings Minor Apocalypse, which can potentially improve our capability by 5 years, 100 years, or even several centuries. Moreover, we will have a golden period of development that can be as long as 200 years. If we don't pass the test, the army of the Imperium of True Human Beings will arrive here within 3 to 5 years. It will be a catastrophe for all 3 sectors. We will be meat on a chopping block, with our fate and future submitted to someone else. Whether we were friends or foes in the past, and no matter what differences and concerns we have regarding our future development, at the very least, we share the same goal right now, which is to survive. Fellow cultivators, let's fight for survival. Kunlun is ours and must not be stolen away by the immortal cultivators. 3 days later, in the depths of the grand desolate plateau, countless refiners and workers were as busy as bees on the concave surface of the Heaven's artillery that was dozens of kilometers in diameter. Sparkle was ready in the deepest part of Heaven's artillery. In the preparation room down below the Heaven's artillery, Li Yao put on the most advanced mustard seed combat suit with Ding Lingdong's help. The combat suit had adopted the biochemical technology of the Blood Demon sector. Super tensile synthesized spider threads had been implanted to the critical parts, granting the suit a higher defensibility than the special porcelain plates, although it was thin and barely carried any weight. After the suit was broken, the synthesized spider threads would even release a special, sticky material that would block the damage automatically. Shwa, 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 shwa. Li Yao punched hundreds of times, easily, without even breathing any faster. With the force of his fists, the air became twisted and orange, but the extension and tenacity of the mustard seed combat suit were not lowered at all. Sensing spiritual energy flowing in and out of the super tiny fiber holes on the combat suit, Li Yao calculated in silence for a moment and then smiled. He was very satisfied with the new material. As he had been told, the mustard seed combat suit boasted a unique technique to block and stabilize spiritual energy by adjusting the fiber holes automatically. The cultivators would be able to find the most optimal way to manipulate their spiritual energy and reduce the necessary cost, thereby extending the duration of their combat ability in a battle. Li Yao estimated that the combat suit would extend his fighting duration by at least 10%. Also, the air circulation system and temperature adjustment system in the mustard seed level were most suitable for outer space, where the temperature difference was huge. It truly deserved to be a super combat suit that was even more expensive than a crystal suit. For the Kunlun mission, the entire world of cultivators spared no efforts. It was needless to say that the 3 cultivators who were the first batch to go to Kunlun brought out their best equipment. Even other nascent soul stage cultivators were all generous enough to provide their own collections. The mustard seed combat suit was the most common one of them. Li Yao examined the magical equipment that he was carrying again and could not help but feel that he had been armed to the hair on his legs. He was the captain of Sparkle and boasted dual talents in fighting and refining, which allowed him to perform maintenance on starships and star beacons in emergencies. Naturally, it was only reasonable that he was in the first echelon. Other than him, the second member of the team was the Fire Ant King. The Fire Ant King was a demon emperor himself with remarkable combat ability. But more importantly, he was one of the best specialists in regard of the refinement of demonic plants in the Blood Demon sector. In his decades of life as the leader of the Blade of Chaos, he had profoundly researched cytology and genetics. Also, over the past decades, he had developed countless relics of chaos, which proved him to be a qualified, if not distinguished, archaeologist, or rather, a grave robber. Also, Ba Yinji was deeply associated with the Panga civilization. There was even a corpse of the Panga clan inside Ba Yinji's mausoleum of chaos. The corpse was now in the Fire Ant King's hands, and he had been researching on it for a while. The Fire Ant King's understanding of Ba Yinji and the Panga civilization was better than most nascent soul stage cultivators, perhaps even Li Yao's. It was only reasonable that he was the second explorer of the team. The third member of the team was Professor Mo Xian. Compared to Li Yao and the Fire Ant King, Professor Mo Xian's combat ability was little to none, but his special body of liquid metal endowed him with excellent self-protection abilities. He could always run away if the enemy was too strong for him. In fact, the biggest reason that he had been selected was not related to the relic of the Pangas civilization itself, but the Imperium of true human beings. In the battle to suppress the riot of the immortal cultivators, Professor Mo Xian and the other four-star spirits had broken into Xiao Xuance's flagship and devoured tremendous computational ability from the Star Child. They had a preliminary understanding about the crystal processor system of the Imperium of true human beings. In the years that followed, they had also developed several techniques that resembled the viruses on the crystal processors. Once the team was engaged with the immortal cultivators from the Imperium of true human beings, Professor Mo Xian's viruses might prove to have amazing effects. Besides, Professor Mo Xian was a special spectral cultivator with a unique form. He was weightless. Not just him, even the other four-star spirits, who were Li Yao's four senior brothers. Known as the Four Kings of the Refining Department of the Grand Desolate War Institution in the old days, could be brought to the trip. The four of them had already been melded with Sparkleback when they were in the Flying Star sector. After so many years of training, their skills in maneuvering the starship had become even more adept. They did not need any more crew members to exploit the most potential of Sparkle. In such a case, while the four-star spirits collected the astronomical parameters near Kunlun on Sparkle and cleared the sailing routes and the landing point, Li Yao and the other two nascent soul stage cultivators would be able to explore Kunlun simultaneously. A lot of time could be saved. The three main members of the exploration team all boasted abilities in multiple areas. They had cooperated with each other many times before, too, and their teamwork was flawless. Very soon, all the nascent soul stage cultivators agreed with the arrangement. "I'm sorry. I'm leaving again after only several months of peace at home." While Li Yao was trying to hold back his eagerness, he suddenly thought of his wife. He scratched his head and said to Ding Ling Dang, somewhat awkwardly, "You won't blame me, right?" Ding Ling Dang chuckled and bashed his chest hard. "Enough already. Stop being pretentious. I know you better than anybody else. You have been itching for an adventure, haven't you? We are not home people at all. Why would I blame you?" Li Yao was greatly moved. He held Ding Ling Dong's hands and said solemnly, "I'll be back. Of course. If you don't come back, I will drag you back from Kunlun myself." Li Yao and the rest of them were just the vanguard to deploy star beacons, clear the sailing routes, and scout for the main force to come. The real main face would go to Kunlun on Burning Prairie. Ding Ling Dang, as an enthusiastic warrior, certainly would not miss out on such an opportunity. She was rubbing her fists, too, and could not wait to jump to Kunlun. Therefore, she understood Li Yao's feelings quite well. Both of them were the most passionate cultivators. Instead of an emotional farewell, they talked and laughed and left the preparation room for the magical equipment maintenance room next door. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, which had been fully upgraded, or rather, rebuilt from scratch with the best technologies of the three sectors, was the most important magical equipment for the mission. It was now undergoing its final tests. The most distinguished Armadominus of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector were gathered around the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and adjusting every tiny parameter, trying to make it perfect and flawless. Li Yao triggered the surveillance light beam and read all the parameters. He was quite amazed by the significant improvement of the specifications. The world of refining truly had no end. Before, he had thought that the potential of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had been fully exploited. It had never occurred to him that the crystal suit could still be improved so much. The brand-new Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had maintained the translucent black as the main color, but dark golden streaks were embedded to the black armor, like the majestic stripes on a tiger. Therefore, the crystal suit had been named as Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit Dark Flame Gold. On the surface, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit Dark Flame Gold was not very different from the past. Its greatest feature was that a cosmos ring had been embedded to the shoulders, chest, back, and legs. A lot of components were stored inside the cosmos rings. With a telepathic thought, Li Yao could retrieve tremendous components from the cosmos rings at any time and restrain them through the force field, thereby changing the form of the crystal suit. From the high mobility mode, in which the crystal suit was streamlined and fastest, to the melee mode, in which the crystal suit was covered in daggers and thorns from head to toe, to the heavy firepower mode, which included more than 100 six-barreled Vulcan machine cannons. The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Dark Flame Gold, could change between 5 different modes freely. It was very adaptive to any battlefield and was an out-and-out all-purpose crystal suit. Li Yao was very satisfied with the crystal suit. The only shortcoming was that, since the flying sword that covered Little Black was broken, there was no place to keep Little Black on the new Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. He felt a little uncomfortable about that. Thinking about that, Li Yao summoned Little Black from his cosmos ring again. The little guy that looked like a fat meatball had been eating and sleeping throughout the past months. It had devoured a lot of crystals every day, and after it was full, it would either go back to the cosmos ring to sleep or float it in midair in a daze. In the past, Blackwing could at least rush fast. After the seal was removed, it could not do anything anymore. Even when it was flying, it was so lazy that it seemed to be wriggling. Having no other choice, Li Yao could only let it do whatever it wanted. After all, he was rich enough to feed the little guy right now. Little Black, do you still remember the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit? In the past, you liked to melt into the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit and fight with me best. Take a look. Can you still melt into it? Li Yao asked expectantly. Outside his expectations, the black meatball extended a few tentacles and touched the crystal suit before they shook and retreated lazily. Judging from its uninterested response, the super crystal suit that had adopted the best technology of the Federation was not something to be appreciated for Little Black. Li Yao jabbed on its body here and there in great interest. Blackwing grunted like a dissatisfied fat puppy before it slithered back into the cosmos ring to sleep. Li Yao scratched his head and looked at the second crystal suit. The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Dark Flame Gold, was perfect except for one great shortcoming. Since cosmos rings had been embedded to the crystal suit, and cosmos rings could not be stored within other cosmos rings to avoid the conflict of the four-dimensional space, all the cosmos rings embedded to the crystal suit had to be removed first and carried by Li Yao personally before the crystal suit was stored. On a battlefield, after retrieving the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Dark Flame Gold, from the cosmos ring, Li Yao would have to implant the rest of the cosmos rings on the crystal suit in order to maximize its performance. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, Li Yao boasted immense soul power now, and he was deft at remote manipulation. However, after practicing thousands of times, he found that the whole process would still take him 2 to 3 seconds, which was basically the same as the time cost of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Blood Demon form, his last main crystal suit. For a nascent soul stage cultivator, in an ever-changing battlefield, a time of 2 to 3 seconds to put on a crystal suit was too long. The enemy would definitely be able to launch a critical strike in advance. Therefore, Li Yao prepared a backup crystal suit, which was a general Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit refined out of the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Of course, the specifications of the general version were not as incredible as the Dark Flame Gold, but the advantage was that it could be put on extremely fast. It could be retrieved from the cosmos ring in a quarter of a second and be ready to fight in another quarter of a second. If the battle was expected and he had enough time to put on his crystal suit, he would use the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, Dark Flame Gold, but if it was an unexpected encounter or assault, he would put on the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, General version, and look for an opportunity to perform an air change later. Li Yao's eyes soon passed the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, General version, and stopped at a third crystal suit in the corner. The first 2 crystal suits had been handled by the specialists of crystal suits led by Professor Mo Xian, but the third crystal suit had been modified by him personally. Almost every detail was carefully considered and carved. Out of everyone's expectations, the crystal suit that Li Yao had chosen to modify himself was not a powerful combat suit, but a low-level engineering crystal suit from the Flying Star sector known as Rockman. The Rockman was a general-purpose engineering crystal suit that played an important role in the modification of asteroids or the maintenance of starships. It was simple in structure, reliable in performance, and cheap. Also, it could be combined with a lot of combat units and turned into a half-armed crystal suit. It was one of the most popular crystal suits for the normal citizens of the Flying Star sector in both work and daily life. When Liao first entered the Flying Star sector, he had once fought the Storm Prison Pirate Gang with a Rockman. When the Flying Star sector reinforced the Heaven's Origin sector, they had brought a number of Rockman suits over. Later, maintenance factories and assembly lines had been established in the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Rockman engineering crystal suits had been manufactured on a large scale. The particular Rockman that Li Yao had modified, however, was not the latest model produced in the Federation, but an original antique from the Flying Star sector, an old-fashioned model from more than 50 years ago. It was full of bumps, dents, and patches, and it appeared to be falling apart. But Li Yao felt that it was not good enough. He attached a layer of vivid rust to the surface of the crystal suit and even sprayed the soil and dust of the Flying Star sector on the gaps of the crystal suit. Even the mainframe crystal processor of the Rockman was an old product that had been used for more than 30 years. Tremendous work logs inside the crystal processor proved that the Rockman had been sold almost 10 times, and that its every master was either a starship technician or the bottom-level soldier in a carrier or a guard in a certain world fragment. All in all, the unimportant Mr. Nobodies. Li Yao, Guo Chunfeng, his old friend and the new director of the Secret Sword Bureau, was standing next to the Rockman. The crystal suit is done. The logs have all been fabricated according to your ideas. We have worked with friends from the Flying Star sector and collected authentic logs. Every detail has been considered. There can't be any loophole in them. Guo Chunfeng patted the shoulder of the Rockman carefully, only to find that his hands were covered in rust, and he frowned. However, just don't fight in the Rockman. This is pure garbage. A high-speed movement of the nascent soul stage cultivator is more than enough to rip it apart in midair. While speaking, Guo Chunfeng handed over a cosmos ring. The rest of the things that you wanted, including the feces of different dates, are all inside. They're quite difficult to find. I do wonder what you are up to this time. What else can he be up to? Ding Lingdang said. Some other shameless tricks that will trap the immortal cultivators miserably. For sure. Li Yao smiled and took the cosmos ring. He thanked Guo Chunfeng and explained, nothing really important. I just feel that our greatest advantage right now is intelligence. The enemy is in the daylight while we are in the darkness. We know more than the immortal cultivators do. For the immortal cultivators, the only thing that they know is the incomplete coordinates of the Flying Star sector that the Star Child sent. They can only infer that a civilization of human beings is inside the Flying Star sector at best. But this is not the Flying Star sector, but the nearby of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. They only sense that the two sectors are melting and have therefore come for reconnaissance. The immortal cultivators do not know that civilizations of human beings that allow the birth of nascent soul stage cultivators exist, too, in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. They do not know that the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector have joined hands against them, either. I feel that it's a point worth taking advantage of. As for exactly how I can take advantage of it, I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll keep everything prepared first in case of a rainy day. While talking, Professor Mo Xian and the Fire Ant King showed up from the preparation rooms nearby. Li Yao was quite amused by Professor Mo Xian's new appearance. Professor Mo Xian's real body was the liquid metal. He often walked in a human-shaped artificial body. But this time, he had chosen an artificial body that was round with countless extensible metal tentacles, making himself look like both an octopus and a jellyfish. He floated in midair with spiritual energy and could not have looked weirder. Professor, you do look like a villain in the movies now. Li Yao could not help but chuckle. Professor Mo Xian waved his metal tentacles and said in a rather dull voice, "This is a masterpiece of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. It may look ugly, but the 16 tentacles each have their different functions. They are most suitable for an exploration mission in a foreign world." The Fire Ant King was in light gray armor, but it was not a crystal suit. Li Yao observed carefully. Greenness was vaguely emanating from the light gray, which made the Fire Ant King look like a treeman that was covered in dry rind. Suddenly, the armor on the Fire Ant King dissected. Tiny vines and branches grew out of the armor and flapped like the twigs of a willow. He was like a cluster of super large thorns. The Fire Ant King smiled at the center of the thorns and said, "Li Yao, you've traveled far and wide, but I'm afraid you've never seen such strange armor before. Have you? Technically speaking, this is also biochemical armor, except that it is not refined out of demon beasts, but built with demonic plants. I collected a type of microorganism that lives near an underground volcano in the blood demon sector that is heat-proof and can survive without oxygen. I melted them into the more than 100 demonic plants I'd bred and finally produced such a living plant armor. The greatest feature of such an armor is its adaptability. When it is in the cold, dark vacuum in space, a hard shell, whose defensibility is even higher than the super alloys employed in crystal suits, will automatically be generated on the surface. The shell can sustain and maintain itself by the stellar radiation. Once the armor is in a suitable environment and has absorbed enough nutrition, it will be able to proliferate infinitely. A vine on the armor can grow to dozens of kilometers away. I have been dreaming about building such plant armor since I received part of Senior Ba Yinji's legacy decades ago, but the resources at my disposal were not enough, and I was scared that I might be exposed. So I never succeeded. But right now, Skyfire is one of the strongest forces in the blood demon sector. My dream for all those years has come true now. The Fire Ant King waved his hands excitedly, like a giant tree full of thorns that could dance. Of course, the tree was a man-eating one. Li Yao secretly complimented him and realized that none of the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors could be underestimated. Everybody had their own ultimate tricks. It was also the most marvelous part about the world of cultivators. There were still endless techniques and treasures in the vast world waiting to be explored by him. Right? I've also brought this. The Fire Ant King removed the plant armor and took off a weird pendant from his neck. It was a glass syringe filled with bright green liquid, in which a gold finger was soaking. This is a finger of the Panga clan. In everyone's astonishment, the Fire Ant King declared proudly, "I chopped it off from the corpse of the Panga clan that had been melted to the throne in the Mausoleum of Chaos. Although it is fossil now, all the cells dead, it is still easy to tell that the Panga clan was made of flesh and blood too. They were creatures just like us, not legendary, omnipotent deities that completely surpassed us. There are no deities in the world. Even if there are, and they want to crawl above my head, I will punch them down. Evolution means that the next generation is always better than the last. Therefore, no matter how much I respect Gue Suesho, I cannot concur to his absolute pessimism. Even if the Panga civilization is truly our parent civilization, so what? No child is willing to stay in the shadow of their father forever. The child will resist and eventually win. Learn them, absorb them, and exceed them. If the Panga civilization indeed created us, this is the best reward that we can give them. Let's go, fellow cultivators. The world is destined to be ours." Chapter 12:18, Arriving in the Crab Nebula. Yes, the Panga civilization might have been the parent civilization of mankind, but so what? Surmounting was the best reward for creation. Let's go. Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, and Professor Mo Xian bade farewell to their family and friends before striding to the launch field. The operation was highly confidential. Other than the 200 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors, only the families of the three of them and the staff at key positions knew what they were going to do. No reporters were at the site. Zhang Hailu, the Speaker of the Federation, and dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors were all there to see them off. Those nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors would stay in the base of Heaven's artillery and have drills with Burning Prairie so that they could jump in the second echelon after the three explorers established star beacons and sent back the critical astronomical parameters. Li Yao. Zhang Hailu patted Li Yao's shoulder and said half-jokingly, "I am not a superstitious man, But the wonders you've created in the past 10 years make me willing to believe that there is something in you that allows those wonders and more. How does it feel? As the first person in the three sectors to explore the relic of the Panga civilization, is there anything else you want to say? Looking at so many nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors, Liao emotions were mixed. He thought for a moment and said carefully, I feel that I'm lucky to have been born in this era. If it were in the ancient times, I'm afraid that everybody who knew such a super treasure like the Panga civilization's relic would have desired to monopolize it and take all the benefits. They would definitely be killing each other until there were no survivors. 200 nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors developing the relic of the Pangu civilization together is itself a true wonder. Whatever everybody's reason is, and whether everybody is truly selfless or simply making the choice because of the pressure of survival, I believe this is a good start. Now that everybody has entrusted the mission to explore Kunlun as the first echelon to us, we will certainly not disappoint you. Li Yao stared at Ding Lingdang in the end. Ding Lingdang waved her fists and opened her mouth wide to cheer him up. She was smiling ever so brightly and was obviously confident in him. Liao felt more ambitious than ever. He smiled and boarded on Sparkle, not once looking back. At 1:25 p.m., all three explorers boarded Sparkle and sank themselves into the bubble-like buffer gel. At 1:27 p.m., Sparkle was dragged to the center of the Heavens Artillery. It was now like a grain of rice that was protruding from the center of a super-large pan. Li Yao's four senior brothers, the four kings who had transformed into star spirits like Professor Mo Xian, had been making preparations on Sparkle. The four of them melted into Sparkle and input the star map of Kunlun into Sparkle's space jump system. All the parameters were set, and it was good to go. At 1:30 p.m., Jiang Hailu ordered that the Heavens Artillery, which had undergone emergency upgrades, be fully activated. The Heavens Artillery, which was dozens of kilometers in diameter, looked like a giant pan deeply embedded to the ground. The pan was made of more than 1 million arc metal pieces whose angle could be adjusted freely. Every metal piece had been carved with more than 1,000 runes, allowing them to absorb the energy from the magma in the underground, the cosmic radiation, or even the crystals that were combusted. When the three channels were working at the same time, the spiritual energy soared up. Colorful water seemed to be boiling in the super large pan. A series of bubbles popped up and concentrated in midair until an enormous pillar of light that pierced into the sky and the ground was formed. The Heavens Artillery seemed to have been transformed from a pan into a super spotlight. The dazzling, colorful pillar of light rushed into the sky, tore the clouds apart, and shot into the outer space. The extraordinary view was visible even hundreds of kilometers away. The hardworking engineers and soldiers on the Grand Desolate Plateau were all dumbfounded. They were at a loss when they gazed at the pillar of light on the horizon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Inside the launch center, all the nascent soul stage cultivators and demon emperors echoed the countdown at the same time. Inside the pillar of light, Sparkle spiraled up along the invisible rails of spiritual energy at an ever-increasing speed, drawing closer and closer to the sky. Inside Sparkle, despite the protection of the buffer gel, Liao tasted the feeling of breaking the void yet again. He felt that his every muscle fiber and every nerve was extended to 100 kilometers long, and that he was a lengthy noodle that was to break apart. 6, 5, 4, 3. Ding Lingdang was staring at Sparkle in the pillar of light from the launch center, too. She bit her lips so hard that she did not even know that her blood was flowing to her chin. Her fists that would not tremble even when she punched demon beasts the size of a hill were now shivering slightly. She unclenched them and wiped the sweat in her palms off. From her perspective, it could be clearly seen that Sparkle gradually turned transparent. It seemed to be made of ice, but was vaporizing into nothingness in the scorching sunlight. A lot of materials were disintegrated from Sparkle and rushed to all directions in mystic lights. Very soon, Sparkle would be completely melted into the pillar of light. 2, 1. Launch, the chief refiner responsible for the Heavens Artillery bellowed. A huge hum burst out from the depths of the heavens artillery, and the pillar of light turned even brighter than before. Although the glass window was tinted, its color close to the color of ink, everybody in the launch center could see nothing but white for half a second. When their eyes were normal again, the pillar of light was dispersing into a smog. Centered at the heavens artillery, the dozens of kilometers around were soaked in an ivory mist where one could barely see their own fingers. Ding Ling Dang was the first to lunge to the window. She pressed her face so hard on the window that it was nearly squeezing through it. But after she bulged her eyes and observed for a while, she did not find any component of sparkle in the smog. Sparkle had vanished from the world. On Sparkle, Li Yao felt that he was an overblossoming flower. His every cell had exploded completely and was unfolded in the grand universe. In the void, time and space lost their original definitions. In a trance, he seemed to see countless Li Yaos that were placed next to each other in the shape of noodles and pies. They interweaved and filled the entire universe. He even saw that his mental devil was swung out of his brain and twisted to the limits in the universe like a half-dead germ, and yet it was still grimacing with what seemed to be both a cry for help and mockery. The weird process lasted 0.1 seconds, or perhaps several days, before Li Yao shuddered hard. His every cell, nerve, vein, and muscle fiber compressed into real entities again. Wah! Li Yao struggled to free himself from the buffer gel and kneeled on the floor, gagging, only to dry heave. Luckily, he had quite a few experiences of long-distance space jumps. The distance of this particular jump was not very long, and the buffer performance of Sparkle had significantly improved, too. He was back to himself in no time. Then, Li Yao heard ear-splitting alarms immediately. Sparkle was under the scourge of a meteoroid cascade. The blood-freezing noises of impact were echoing non-stop. Did we make it? Professor Mo Xian, the Fire Ant King, and the other 4-star spirits all recovered from the space jump, too. The 4-star spirits hurried to turn on the spiritual shield and the force field twisting system. During a space jump, the defense system of a starship would lose effect briefly, which was the most vulnerable moment for the starship. If they were unlucky, a tiny meteoroid might break through the shell and hit a critical unit. After the spiritual shield and the force field twisting system were turned on, the smaller meteoroids would be blown away, and the meteoroids that were too big would be shattered by the shield. As the spiritual shield and the force field twisting system were back online, the noises of impact grew weaker and weaker. Sparkle gradually stabilized until they could not feel the meteoroid cascade at all. It doesn't seem to be a large meteoroid cascade. Just stardust, probably. Self-examination has been completed. Sparkle is now 97% intact. The key units are undamaged. The fuel has not leaked, nor was it affected by the space jump. The parameters nearby have been collected. 2 celestial bodies are emitting immense spiritual waves in front of him. One of them is Kunlun, and the other is a pulsar deep inside the Crab Nebula. Measuring our relative distance to them and referring to the star map of Kunlun, it is safe to say that we have successfully jumped to the center of the Crab Nebula. Kunlun is no more than 500,000 kilometers from us. The 4-star spirits reported good news. Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, and Professor Mo Xian looked at each other in excitement. It was a very successful space jump. A distance of 500,000 kilometers was just the distance between a planet and its satellite. In astronomy, it was the same as the width of a hair. Without the guidance of a star beacon, and just based on an ancient star map from 40,000 years, they had hit the bull's eye. It was quite a lucky day for them. What's the situation outside? Turn on the crystal cameras, and let's take a look. Professor Mo Xian asked. Immediately, the more than 100 crystal cameras around Sparkle captured the space around them, transformed the view into a hologram, and projected to their nearby. From their point of view, the entire starship seemed to have vanished, and they were floating in the boundless space on nothing, appreciating the magnificent, spectacular universe. Chapter 12:19 Kunlun, the Primeval Battlefield. In the silent and yet surging tides, every spindrift was in thousands of different colors. Just looking at the red colors alone, There were carmine, ruby, coral, maroon, magenta, fuchsia, cerise, vermilion, and thousands of more in different shades. There were also millions of colors that were unrecognizable to human eyes. What was even more amazing was that every couple of seconds, an intense wave would come over from the deepest part of the Crab Nebula. Like a tide that was even more massive, it stirred the millions of colors in the entire universe and forced them to crash into an extraordinary outburst of brightness. Such colors seemed to be alive. In fluffy and yet enormous arms, they extended to Li Yao and slapped his head as if deities had opened their hands. Gaps were splitting apart from some other clusters of brightness, while they turned into wry faces and grimaced at him in creepy smiles. Breathing heavily, Li Yao felt that the billions of optical cells on his retina were far from enough. He even had the illusion that the Crab Nebula that was larger than a galaxy was an overwhelming beast, and that the waves of light were the breath and heartbeat of the beast. Staring at the place where the waves came from, Li Yao asked Professor Imotian in a low voice, "What's that?" Faced with such a spectacular universe, Li Yao felt that he was nothing more than dust or a germ in the body of the beast. He could not help but lower his voice. "It's a pulsar," Professor Imotian replied in a low voice as well. The pulsar has been unleashing immense spiritual waves and stirring the nebula, turning the entire Crab Nebula into an enormous turbulence of spiritual energy. A pulsar was a type of neutron star that would release pulses periodically. They were usually around 10 kilometers in diameter and boasted an extremely high rotation speed that could be tens of thousands of times higher than that of regular stars or planets. Every celestial body had their own field of spiritual energy. Pulsars, because of their high revolution speed, had particularly intense spiritual waves and often unleashed them incessantly to the outside world. Generally speaking, such waves were undetectable to the eyes. But as it happened, this particular pulsar was surrounded by a nebula made of star dust and radiation aftermath. That was the reason it could leave brilliant traces on the visible spectrum. Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, and Professor Imotian appreciated the view for a moment. Then, they calmed themselves down and got back to business. The pulsar was not their target. For the technology of mankind, even in the heydays of the Star Ocean Imperium, it was impossible to efficiently train with a neutron star. It was best to stay away from such dangerous celestial bodies. At this moment, the hundreds of probe balls that the four star spirits had sent into space had collected a lot of astronomical parameters, which were not very satisfactory. Too much star dust occupies the era. Also, the waves released by the pulsar are blowing the stole belts everywhere randomly. Sparkle, a ship less than 100 meters long, could manage to jump over, but a super warship dozens of kilometers long, such as Burning Prairie, cannot jump to a place with such complicated conditions. Besides, it is impossible for us to deploy star beacons here, which will be destroyed by the meteoroid cascades before they are unfolded. Even if they are not, they will barely be able to guide the way precisely because of the interference of the pulsar, and will likely lead Burning Prairie toward the pulsar. Space jumps could be highly perilous. A starship was always defenseless when it just finished a space jump. Sparkle was a super mini exploration ship that was agile and easy to maneuver. That was why it could risk jumping to the middle of the turbulence. Burning Prairie, on the other hand, was too huge. At the most vulnerable moment after it finished the space jump, the odds of it getting hit by the meteoroid cascades were thousands of times higher than Sparkle. Also, it was bound to be affected by the pulsar. Another very dangerous possibility was that some large meteoroids would melt into the engine unit or the warehouse of crystals during the space jump. Objects that did not belong to the same place would be overlapped by force, and a great explosion would definitely be raised. One other possible that was even more dangerous was that Burning Prairie would land too near the pulsar. Once it was captured or even swallowed by the pulsar, the Dream warship, along with the hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators on board, would be compressed to the size of rice, and even their remaining souls would not be able to escape. They would not even know how they were killed. After discussing the issue with the four-star spirits for a while, They all agreed that it was impossible to establish star beacons at this place. Thus, they had two options. Firstly, they could fly to the opposite direction out of the Crab Nebula and then build up star beacons beyond the reach of the pulsar. The advantage of such an option was that it was secure, but the shortcoming was that it would waste a lot of time. Even if Burning Prairie was teleported over, it would still be outside of the Crab Nebula. They would still have to slowly clear the sailing route and fly it bit by bit. Secondly, they could fly further into the Crab Nebula and stop somewhere near Kunlun. The Crab Nebula is like a cosmic storm. The outer area has a complicated spiritual and electromagnetic environment, but the center is a relatively stable zone. Just like Diana's storm, analyzing the astronomical parameters just collected, Professor Imo Xian said, the Panga civilization's relic Kunlun is exactly at the center. Deploying the star beacons at the I will allow Burning Prairie to pass the Crab Nebula and directly appear in Kunlun. What do you think, everybody? Although the plan was a bit risky, the odds of success were still quite high with the delicate control of the four-star spirits. Right now, they were trying to beat the immortal cultivators of the Imperium to their destination. There was no time to worry too much. After activating the spiritual shield and the force field twisting system to the maximum, Sparkle wriggled forward in the Crab Nebula like a glittering firefly. They ran into small meteoroid cascades and spiritual energy turbulence on their way, but the probe magical equipment on Sparkle detected the events in advance and dodged them perfectly. The journey proved to be soul-stirring, but safe. However, the closer they got to Kunlun, the denser the meteoroids in front of them became. They had nowhere to dodge and could only crash into the meteoroids. This is abnormal. The meteoroids look very weird. They do not seem natural. Manipulating two artificial arms, Professor Imo Xian dragged a meteoroid into Sparkle. After 5 sterilization procedures, he examined the elements of the object in person. As it turned out, it was made of a super alloy that would hardly appear in a natural environment. This is not a meteoroid, but a certain synthetic material. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, but they had no choice except to move forward. In the voyage in the next hour, everybody was breathing ill at ease, as if they were on a ragged boat that was sailing in infamous, dangerous reefs. Look, very soon, they discovered edges that were obviously unnatural on more meteoroids. Some of the meteoroids were even carved with complicated spiritual stripes. The spiritual stripes were 100 times more chaotic than the most sophisticated spiritual stripes of the present day. Even Li Yao, a specialist who was familiar with the ancient spiritual stripes and the contemporary ones, had never seen such eerie, messy spiritual stripes that contained boundless information before. Li Yao, what does the meteoroid ocean remind you of? Professor Imo Xian asked him in a low voice. In a trance, Li Yao mumbled, I'm thinking of the debris of the space battlefield that we saw when we just arrived in the Flying Star sector. I feel that this is also a relic of a space battlefield not 10,000 years ago, not 40,000 years ago, but from a primeval era that is much more ancient. Right then, a star spirit exclaimed. The searchlight of Sparkle detected a human-shaped object. Fly over. Let's take a look. All 7 of them got excited. Maneuvering Sparkle, Professor Imo Xian drilled a channel in the ocean of meteoroids with the drill of mystic rays. Very soon, they discovered a body that was floating in the cold universe. It was a gargantuan body in a heavy armor that looked very similar to a crystal suit, but with additional solemnity and dominance, indicating that its master might eclipse the stars. Counting the armor, the ancient body was more than 20 meters long. The general appearance of the body was very similar to that of a human being, but it boasted 6 arms and a hairy tail. The facial cover of the body had been knocked off a long time ago, revealing a hideous face with long tusks. Traces of scales could be found on many parts of its face, too. For some reason, the body was still preserved perfectly and vividly after such a long time. The fury, regret, and desperation on the face were etched onto Li Yao's heart. There was a hole more than 3 meters in diameter on the abdomen of him, and all the internal organs inside had disappeared. If his biological structure was similar to that of a human being, the wound should have been fatal. But even after death, His arms were still waving different weapons. Li Yao could vaguely distinguish several sabers and swords in ancient structures. Some other magical equipment was cylindrical. It was hard to tell whether or not they were remote weapons such as guns. This is a member of the Pangu clan. The Fire Ant King's eyes were beaming with joy. They had once seen a corpse of the Pangu clan in Ba Yinji's Mausoleum of Chaos. Although the previous guy was half human being and half snake, and looked quite different from the six-armed dude in front of them right now, the armor that had almost melted into their bodies shared a lot of similarities. It was not hard to tell that their style was consistent. It seems that a fierce battle once took place in Kunlun. The Pangu clan had a confrontation with other primeval species. The ocean of meteoroids is made of the debris and scraps from the broken starships at that time. Controlling Sparkle, Professor Mo Xian drew close carefully. After scanning up and down more than 10 times and making sure that there was no anomaly, he extended the mechanical arm, trying to pluck a weapon in the hand of the dead body. Li Yao, however, felt a sharp pain in his head as if somebody stung him. He shouted subconsciously, "Watch out! Watch out!" Chapter 12, 20 Panga's Roar. Also, before Li Yao shouted, the professor felt something wrong himself and aborted operating the artificial arm in time when it was still 1 millimeter away from the dead body of the Pangu clan. However, the dead body seemed to be revived. Brightness was spurting out of every gap on the armor. The previously lackluster colors became vibrant again, as if an invisible barrier had been broken. For a moment, everybody saw the same illusion. The warrior of the Pangu clan seemed to have been awakened from millions of years of dormancy and was lunging at Sparkle unstoppably, waving his 6 arms and thick tail. Before anybody had time to react, he had already crashed into the spiritual shield of Sparkle. The console was uttering such deafening alarms that they were even louder than when the starship was hit by the meteoroid cascade after the space jump. Boom! In 0.1 seconds, the spiritual shield surpassed its limits, and the unit exploded. In the explosion, the shield around Sparkle was much brighter than before, turning from the previous ivory to deep red. Thankfully, they had aimed the head of the starship at the corpse in the beginning, and the drill of mystic rays on the head, having just drilled through the meteoroid ocean, was also standing by. Professor Mo Xian responded quickly and activated the drill with a bellow. Dazzling sparks burst out as the drill pushed forward. The warrior of the Pangu clan was immediately disintegrated into cosmic dust. The high-energy particle flow pierced Sparkle and everybody on board. Sparkle was shaking violently like a bird whose wings were broken in a storm. Li Yao felt that a raging river of magma, passing millions of years and millions of light years, poured into his brain, bringing him infinite fear, fury, hatred, and desperation. The primeval memories hidden deep inside his brain cells awakened again. He seemed to envision countless bizarrely shaped giants in the same armor as this warrior's, flying and fighting in space. The dark universe was soon brimming with colorful blood. Even the cold space was simmering because of their fighting will. It was a vacuum, but the thunder made of billions of roars were clearly audible. Pooh! Li Yao vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt that his head was 10 times its normal size, and he could barely condense a telepathic thought. His brain might explode if he did. Touching his face, he discovered that dark red blood was leaking out of his pore. Moo! The dead body of the Pangu clan was gone. However, from the deepest part of the dust, a magnificent, immense, and solid roar came over and swept across the whole of Sparkle. Tremendous rune arrays inside Sparkle exploded. The units all lost their effect. Lights were flickering on and off, and fire seemed to have consumed the ship. The storm lasted about 1 minute. But it was not until 10 minutes later that the 3 explorers and 4-star spirits gradually calmed down from the chaotic state of their souls. The automatic maintenance system on Sparkle had begun working a long time ago and doused the fire. The damaged shell was fixed too. However, the broken units that were too complicated required manual work to be repaired. The starship was only 77% intact. The spiritual shield had suffered the most damage. It It would not be able to work again without a few hours' maintenance. All 7 of them were dizzy and unable to talk, still dwelling in the vast primeval battlefield. It's part of the undying will of the dead body that didn't disperse after millions of years. Attracted by the spiritual waves of sparkle, it suddenly burst out. Professor Mo Xian analyzed, not entirely recovered from the shock. To quote the ancient cultivators, the warrior of the Pangu clan must have died with his eyes open full of hatred. We have just suffered from the blast of his hatred. Thankfully, the spiritual shield of sparkle was powerful enough to withstand most of the blast. Otherwise, our souls might have been blown apart, and we would be mentally deranged. Is everybody all right? Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, and the 4-star spirits examined themselves with their own techniques. A moment later, they all nodded in relief. It was a dead body from millions of years ago, after all. After floating near a pulsar for such a long time and bathing in pulses and radiation all the time, the body had already become 99% disintegrated. It was also why the body was so feeble that it was obliterated after the first crash. The 7 of them were just awed. The 4-star spirits, who were relatively weaker, were not quite back to themselves yet, but they were all physically fine. Did you hear a moo resembling the sound of a bull a moment ago? Li Yao picked his ears, only to dig out a cluster of blood. He wanted to make sure that he had not been hallucinating. It was from the deepest part of the dead body and sounded like a message or a sentence. Yes, I did. Me too. The rest of them all nodded. Everybody received the message. Professor Mo Xian turned on the surveillance system of Sparkle and replayed what had happened a while back. From the broadcast rune arrays, not just everybody's exclamations and the explosion of units, but also a flood-like noise were echoing. Moo! The expressions of the 7 of them all changed. It was exactly the sound. This is the last word of the warrior of the Pangu clan. Professor Mo Xian mumbled, somewhat in excitement. Let's try to decipher it. Li Yao had heard the Pangu clan talking in the primeval memories, but it was not a unique privilege. Many other nascent soul-stage cultivators and demon emperors had entered the primeval memory state and heard a lot of sounds before as well. But they could not understand the meaning of the sounds both then and now, because what the Pangu clan employed was a more advanced and sophisticated language system. The common tongue of mankind was a standard 2-dimensional language, with every word denoting a certain meaning. When words were ordered in a specific sequence, an episode of complete information would be expressed. The sequence was unique in every utterance. The language that the Pangu clan adopted, however, was sort of a 3-dimensional language, in which many words were combined and overlaid according to mysterious rules. They might sound like one syllable, but when they were expanded, they contained more than 100 syllables that had thousands of combinations and could express infinite meanings. Although such a language system was esoteric, it was not entirely unlearnable for human beings. In the world of cultivators, many spells were the mutations or descendants of such a cubic language. For example, the spell by the decree of the deities could be used to activate many techniques. However, the spell was not as simple as 6 words, but in fact a compression of more than 100 commands to summon spiritual energy and cast the technique. By the decree of the deities was just how it sounded on the surface. Also, many cultivators liked to shout out the names of their moves when they were performing their techniques. For example, 5 thunder piercing the heart, chasing the clouds and fighting the lightning, purple fire green glow, and such. They might sound awesome for the teenagers who did not know the truth, but it was actually quite awkward for the irrelevant bystanders who were watching them. The cultivators were not being pretentious. Such shouts were also part of the high-level language and contained hundreds of commands to construct force fields and combine the moves of attack. Right now, there were more than 30 mainstream spell systems in the world of cultivators. As for the non-mainstream and the obsolete ones, there were more than 200 of them. Professor Mo Xian did not know the basic grammar of the Pangu clan's language system yet. He could also try to crack it by brute force in the most primitive way, which meant that he would unzip the moo sound according to the rules of the 200 spell systems and see if he could get anything meaningful. Since the Pangu clan is our creator, and we share similar biological structure and both transmit information by vibrating the air with a certain organ, it is very possible that the grammar on which our language systems are founded is the same. Many of the 200 spell systems were inherited from the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. Chances are that some of them are language fossils and still keep the features of the Panga clan's language. A linguist of the Sky Fantasia Academy had come up with the idea, and soon it had been accepted by all the nascent soul stage cultivators. After 3 days, a new technique, which was dedicated to the decryption of the information left by the Panga clan, had been added to the mainframe crystal processor of Sparkle. This was the first time that the technique had been used. Whether or not it worked remained to be seen. Professor Mo Xian activated the technique and decompressed the Mu with the 200 spell systems collected from the 3 sectors. More than 140 systems were inapplicable, but 67 soundtracks were successfully extracted. Everybody held their breath and listened to them one by one. Most of the soundtracks were meaningless noises. Some parts seemed to be patterned, but their meanings were unknown. Try to noise processing. Professor Mo Xian filtered more than 10 times and finally got 3 audio tracks. Each audio track was only several seconds long and contained around 20 syllables. They sounded rhythmic, suggesting that they were part of a language. Judging from the gap of the syllables, the 3 audio tracks meant the same thing. They were just the different expressions of the same information under 3 different spell systems. However, the 3 expressions were vastly different from the common tongue of mankind. Niwa, vous nous avez trahis. Je jure de te tuer. Je jure de te tuer. Professor Mo Xian, the Fire Ant King, and the 4-star spirits stared at each other in bewilderment, not having the slightest clue what the syllables meant. Li Yao was the only exception. He shuddered as if he had been smashed by a hammer right in the face into a bottomless swamp. His lips were pale, and he was sweating hard, unable to say anything for a long time. Professor Mo Xian noticed his anomaly and hurried to ask, Li Yao, have you got it? Li Yao swallowed hard and nodded rigidly. He stammered, The syllables are a vernacular from the era of ancient cultivators. It was only popular in a few remote sectors. Since the few sectors boasted abundant minerals, there were endless concepts in the vernacular that described metals and flames. Therefore, it was once regarded by the ancient refiners as the working language for a while. However, it gradually went extinct some 47,000 years ago. I once learned the vernacular by chance and came to know a thing or two about it. I can basically understand the sentence. Oh, Professor Mo Xian and the Fire Ant King were both overjoyed. Having no time to ask what exactly Li Yao's chance was, they hurried to inquire. What's the meaning of the syllables? What was the angry warrior of the Panga clan saying in the end? Li Yao took a deep breath. The veins on his neck crept all the way to his cheeks, eyes, and forehead. His face was confused, bewildered, and a bit scary. Deep brilliance beamed out of his eyes as he said, one word after another. Nua, thou hast betrayed us. I swear to kill you. I swear to kill you. Chapter 12:21 Primeval War. There was no sound inside Sparkle, except for the magical equipment being maintained. Staring at Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian hesitated. Are you sure? Before Li Yao replied, he waved his hands heavily. Never mind. Based on everything we've seen, the basic meaning of the sentence must be quite accurate. There is too much information in the sentence. After all, the maintenance of the spiritual shield and the examination of power rune arrays will both take some time. I suggest we calm ourselves down for 10 minutes and sort through the mess. We'll come back and discuss the issue in 10 minutes. How does that sound? Li Yao and the Fire Ant King both agreed to the suggestion. Having seen such a weird scene and heard a furious roar from millions of years ago, they indeed need some time to regain their composure. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them gathered again. It was hard to tell anything from Professor Mo Xian's appearance, but both Li Yao's and the Fire Ant King's faces were wet, which had been obviously soaked in icy water. It appears that we have indeed found a battlefield of the primeval era. Professor Mo Xian was the first to open his mouth. However, it was not a battlefield of the Panga clan and the alien species of the universe, but one of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan. That was a civil war of the Pangu civilization. Liao turned to the Fire Ant King. The demon race considers themselves to be the descendants of Pangu and Nuwa. Your studies about the primeval era are more profound than ours. What do you think of the civil war within the Pangu civilization? Both the civilization of mankind and the civilization of demons considered themselves to be the heirs of Pangu and Nuwa. There was no doubt about that. Legends had it that Pangu founded the universe, and Nuwa's feats included patching the paradise and creating human beings. However, on the civilization of mankind's side, because of the 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age, the inheritance of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago was mostly disrupted and degraded into absurd folklores. The legends were not of much value for reference. The demon race, on the other hand, to justify their legitimacy of ruling over the universe, described the Pangu clan as the 12 ancient demon clans. In the 30,000 years, their historians and archaeologists excavated, explored, and researched ancient texts, finally constructing a complete theory regarding the civilization's development. Although ungrounded tales and exaggerations were still not entirely avoidable, they were much more reliable than the pure legends on human beings' side. The Fire Ant King pondered for a moment and said, "The legends of ancient demons, our popular history reader, states that before the universe was born, when the stars and galaxies were still non-existent, everything was highly compressed in a tiny point that is known as the primordial beginning. Metaphorically, it was also known as the celestial venerable of the primordial beginning one. The primordial beginning turned into 3,000 rules in a big bang that is beyond our imagination. Together, the rules constructed an ever-expanding universe. In the original universe, order and turmoil competed with each other, and two opposite creatures were thus born, namely Pangu, who abided by the rules and built up the order, and Chaos, who despised the rules and destroyed the order. The Fire Ant King had founded the Blade of Chaos. The Chaos here was in honor of Chaos Ba Yinji. However, Chaos had not been invented by Ba Yinji in the beginning, but referred to a primeval species that was the Pangu clan's sworn enemy millions of years ago. In the concepts of both human beings and demons, the Pangu clan was always considered to be righteous and the Chaos clan evil. It was also the reason that the ultimate one demons, Ba Yinji's enemies in the old days, gave him the nickname Chaos. On the other hand, Ba Yinji's constantly changing, unstable form after his cells collapsed was indeed similar to Chaos in the legends. The Pangu clan and the Chaos clan fought for nobody knew how many years. After all 3,000 sectors were destroyed, they were both drained. At that time, the Nuwa clan, which was the last to join the Pangu civilization, was given the task of recovering the 3,000 sectors, which was also known as fixing the paradise. In order to fix the paradise, they created the tiny creatures that were human beings and sprayed them to every corner of the 3,000 sectors with the force of the galaxy arms. However, human beings were polluted by the Chaos clan the moment they were born. Instead of taking orders from the Pangu clan, they considered themselves the masters of the 3,000 sectors, and even eventually rose up to resist the Pangu clan. The Fire Ant King took a deep breath and said, "This is what is recorded on the legends of the ancient demons. Maybe you thought that it was a rhetoric of demons to vilify human beings. But from what we've seen here, such a theory definitely has its origins, even if it is vilification." Deep in thought, Professor Mo Xian said, "Leaving the absurd tales alone, I believe that this is a more reasonable explanation. First of all, the Pangu civilization was an ancient civilization living in millions of years ago, but it was not made of a single species, but an alliance of multiple clans and civilizations. In the legends, there are the Pangu clan, the Kwafu clan, the Gongon clan, the Zhuron clan, and so on, each of which boasted unique features. For example, the Zhuron clan liked to live in scorching worlds where the temperature was hundreds of degrees high and established their civilization by absorbing magma and geothermal energy. The Gongon clan, in comparison, was clearly an aquatic clan whose favorite living environment was undersea. It is very hard to imagine that they were two forms of the same species. They were probably two species that originated from different planets. The Zhuron clan's mother planet must have been a planet very close to a star. The planet was hot all year round, with abundant magma and geothermal resources. Volcanic eruptions were anything but unusual. Therefore, a species that was adept at the utilization of fire and heat was born, which was the Zhurong clan. The Gonggong clan, at their earliest state, must have lived on a planet whose surface was fully covered in water. That was why they developed technologies to exploit the ocean, make use of seawater, and retrieve energy from it. Although their living environments were vastly different, they were all carbon-based life forms made of flesh and blood. They had a head, a torso, and several limbs. From the perspective of the grandness of the universe, their civilizations were alike to each other. Then, after the two species got in contact with each other, it is possible that they formed an alliance. It was probably also the case for the rest of the species in the Panga civilization. In the end, 10 or so species joined the alliance of the Pangu civilization. Collectively, they called themselves the Pangu clan. Li Yao and the Fire Ant King nodded quickly. Professor Mo Xian's deduction was quite reasonable. There was nothing too extraordinary. It was probably the truth. Li Yao admired chaos by Yinji very much, and somehow found the Chaos clan in the primeval era less detesting. Thus, he could not help but ask, then, what exactly is the Chaos clan, the Pangu clan's enemy? Professor Mo Xian shook his head. It is hard to tell due to the lack of files, but apparently there is a theory that believes that the extraterrestrial devils nowadays are the descendants of the Chaos clan in the primeval era. If it is true, we can possibly infer the form of the Chaos clan from the extraterrestrial devils. Li Yao thought for a moment and asked with great interest, "Are you suggesting that it is a civilization of pure energy?" The extraterrestrial devils had no real entities and lived on a type of energy known as tenebrum. They were versatile and unpredictable. In the history of mankind, they had always been one of the most dreadful enemies, sometimes even more dreadful than demons. Other than the extraterrestrial devils, there were also other pure energy lives in the universe. For example, the bloodstripe virus that Li Yao once swallowed was a pure energy-based life form. More straightforwardly, Professor Mo Xian and the four-star spirits were sort of energy-based life forms, too. They could live without a shell, except that they would perish very soon because of the interference and radiation. Very likely, Professor Mo Xian nodded and said, if that is the case, the so-called Panga clan was actually a great alliance of the carbon-based life forms, while the Chaos clan was a coalition of the energy-based life forms. The two types of civilizations existed in vastly different ways, and the living environments that they required must have been different from each other, too. It would have been quite normal for a heated war to burst out between them. Leaving the ungrounded tale that the celestial venerable of the primordial beginning founded the 3,000 rules aside, it is almost certain that the Pangu civilization and the Chaos civilization had a great war millions of years ago. It was likely a competition of carbon-based life forms versus energy-based life forms. Both parties were hoping to modify the universe into an environment that were suitable for their survival and reproduction. However, the war did not seem to end well. Both parties suffered great casualties and were about to go extinct. The Panga civilization was at a slim advantage. It spared the Nuwa clan, one of the species in the alliance, to carry out the Paradise Patching Plan. They were asked to repair the 3,000 sectors that had been destroyed and modify them into what were suitable for the survival of carbon-based life forms. The Nuwa clan must have participated in the Primeval War, too, and wouldn't have too many forces left. Since it was impossible for them to complete such an enormous project alone, they created human beings, highly fertile creatures, to implement the task. Then, the professor paused for a moment. Solemnly, he mumbled, according to the legends of the ancient demons, human beings were just tools that the Panga civilization created to fix the 3,000 sectors. Before, we always considered such a theory to be a shameless lie, but now, with the last words of the warrior of the Panga clan, is it true that the Nuwa clan, part of the Panga civilization, and human beings, the brand new species created by the Nuwa clan, betrayed the Panga civilization together? At the very least, the warrior of the Panga clan seems to believe so from his perspective. The corpse of the warrior of the Panga clan was exposed in the universe for too long and suffered the radiation from the pulsar for hundreds of thousands of years. That is why it was so feeble and collapsed at the first touch. But better preserved bodies of the Panga clan might be found on Kunlun, as well as the marvelous weapons of the Panga clan. If we have access to such weapons, they will significantly improve our capability of resisting the Imperium. But if the immortal cultivators get them, we will be doomed. Professor Mo Xian and the Fire Ant King nodded simultaneously. Exactly. Professor Mo Xian's metal voice sounded more resolute than ever. Whatever the soul-stirring war in the primeval war was, we know the result. We've dominated the 3,000 sectors for more than 100,000 years, during which time the Panga clan was nowhere to be seen. It suggests that we are the last victor and beneficiary of the war. Also, Senior Bai Yinji explored Kunlun 40,000 years ago. Not only did he return in one piece, he also managed to bring a dead body of the Panga clan back to the Blood Demon sector for research. Fellow Cultivator Fire Ant was quite right before we left. Neither Pangu nor Nuwa are ungrounded deities or devils, but creatures made of flesh and blood like human beings. We are all carbon-based life forms. What's there to be scared of? Let's continue marching toward Kunlun. Behind them were the expectations of the Star Glory Federation and their compatriots of all the 3 sectors. No matter how difficult and dangerous the path ahead was, it was not going to stop them from exploring the new world. Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian, and the 4-star spirits worked together. Finally, in 3 hours, the spiritual shield and the power rune arrays were all repaired. In the meantime, Sparkle had also dragged a lot of star dust from space and run a thorough analysis on it. A lot of super alloy elements with the same constituents were found in the dust. Therefore, it was not hard to assume that most of the scraps used to belong to a certain monolithic object. 3 hours later, Sparkle continued moving forward. This time, they slowed down a little bit and scanned the space nearby carefully for human-shaped debris. But they never met a second vivid, well-preserved body. All that ran into were bizarrely shaped broken limbs that were blood-freezing and devastating. What left the deepest impression on Li Yao was a cylinder more than half a meter in diameter and almost 3 meters long. Judging from the scanning, it did not seem to be metal, but looked more like part of a body of flesh and blood. At first, Li Yao thought that it was a torso whose limbs were cut off, or that it might be just a limb that was relatively thicker. It was not until they studied carefully for a long time and discovered spirals on it that looked like growth rings that they came to the realization that the object was a finger. A finger more than 3 meters long and half a meter wide, which was even larger than Li Yao. Everybody stayed in front of the finger for a long time. After enough data was collected, they pushed forward without any hesitation. The star dust in front is reducing. The pulse storm is stabilizing too. That's odd. We're getting closer to the pulsar instead of moving farther away. Based on the astronomical parameters, this place should be where the pulsar storm is most intense. But why is it so quiet? This is not a real storm. Then, where is the eye from it all? Immense spiritual waves and metal reactions are coming from the front. The mystic rays that we shot out feed a very enormous celestial body back. All 51 features marked on the star map of Kunlun fit. We are arriving at our destination. The 4-star spirits reported the latest updates of the voyage. The drill of mystic rays was revolving at the highest speed. The debris and the star dust on the primeval battlefield were all drilled into powder. Sparkle finally jumped out of the annoying ocean of meteoroids like a dragon. The celestial body in front of Sparkle, however, rendered all 7 of them dumbfounded and unable to calm down for a long time. It was a bright gold planet larger than the moon. The planet seemed to have just been hit by an asteroid not long ago, indicated by the super large scar that covered almost half of the planet's surface. A lot of materials had been ripped apart and thrown into the space, turning into the ocean of meteoroids that they had just seen. Even right now, a lot of materials were still spurting out of the interior of the planet and into space, making the planet look like both a geyser and a beast with a weird tail that extended to the ocean of cascades. If it were a random planet, after such a blow, the broken planet would certainly have collapsed inwardly because of the revolutions and slowly turned into a small sphere. However, the bright gold planet maintained the incomplete, half-sphere shape, like a gold apple that had been bitten and was still decaying. Looking at the inside through the wound, one would be able to see the internal metal structure that was more complicated than a maze and a core covered in dazzling brilliance that did not appear natural at all. The planet turned out to be hollow. Inside the planet were buildings that constituted underground cities. Despite the thick rocks on the surface that formed an extremely solid crust, it was still an out-and-out artificial celestial body. Is this Kunlun, the Panga clan's super warship? Professor Mo Xian mumbled to himself, his voice shivering in excitement. Like Li Yao, he was also a super magical equipment fan. Although the refinement of starships was not their specialty, such an authentic planetary warship was still making their souls bouncing in joy. Particularly, because of the fatal strike the planetary warship suffered, its shell was completely torn apart, and the sophisticated internal structure was revealed clearly. They greatly enjoyed the incredible view and almost couldn't move their eyes away. Click, click. Sparkle's crystal cameras immediately started shooting crazily. After we establish the space communication system and send the pictures back to the Heaven's Origin sector, Leader C is definitely going to be overjoyed, Li Yao said amusingly. C. Kuli, the proposer of the Ice God Project and the leader of the Starfighters Alliance, was one of the best starship specialists in the three sectors. It had been his dream to build a planetary warship. If he had the files about Kunlun, a super warship of the Panga clan, even though they were nothing but the appearance of the warship, it would still be a great inspiration on his project. The spiritual waves of this area are very stable. The interference from the pulsar is weak, too. It is very suitable to deploy the star beacons and the space communication facilities here. Professor Mo Xian calculated for a moment and continued. However, we did not expect that Kunlun would be so ragged that it was spurting out tremendous materials every second. Such materials become space garbage and might be a threat to the star beacons and the communication facilities when pushed by the pulse storm. To guide such a super warship as Burning Prairie, with dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators to jump over, the star beacons and the communication facilities must be unfolded to the maximum. Then, it will be a very tricky issue to avoid the scourge of the space garbage. If we deploy defense rune arrays first, which will generate an immense twisting force field, before we unfold the star beacons and the communication magical equipment, it will take at least 72 hours for us to finish the work. Li Yao nodded. All right, let's stick to our original plan. My 4 senior brothers will maneuver Sparkle to finish the deployment of the star beacons and the communication magical equipment, send back the astronomical parameters to the Heaven's Origin sector, and clear an area where Burning Prairie can land. The 3 of us will go to Kunlun and explore it first. If the immortal cultivators arrive in advance, we can be better prepared. It was the plan that they had made before they left. They were not behind on their schedule yet. The 3 of them examined their cosmos rings and magical equipment one last time. Li Yao summoned the mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold, and embedded the few cosmos rings on it. The Fire Ant King put on his plant biochemical armor. Professor Mo Xian crawled in the artificial body that looked like a metal octopus. Shwa, shwa, shwa. 3 capsule-like single assault cabins were spat out by Sparkle and darted toward Kunlun. Z, 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 Z. Crouching inside the cabin, Li Yao heard the sound of metal being twisted and saw the fire out of the window. He was secretly surprised. It was a sign that the cabin was having intense friction with the atmosphere. But how was that possible? Kunlun was obviously half broken. Even if it had an atmosphere in the beginning, the atmosphere should have split apart and escaped after it took such a heavy blow. How did the Panga clan manage to cover a planetary warship with a man-made atmosphere that was still concentrated without dispersing despite such serious damage? Where was the energy that supported the atmosphere from? They were right inside the Crab Nebula, where there was no sun at all. Li Yao was once more greatly impressed by the technology of the Panga civilization. However, it did not mean that he was scared. He was simply even more eager to explore and study. Very soon, all three assault cabins broke into Kunlun's atmosphere and landed on the surface of the planetary warship. Chapter 12:23 Miner in Space. Running into the damage was like running into the crater of a volcano when it was erupting, suicidal. Also, Kunlun's scale was much larger than that of normal satellites. Its internal structure was certainly extremely sophisticated. Without the navigation of a map, they might not be able to get out of in a year and a half if they were trapped inside. Therefore, they decided that they should land on Kunlun's surface first. Since there was an atmosphere and a solid crust, something had to have been left on the ground. They chose the side that was exactly opposite the broken, enormous hole, and they localized the point where the metal reaction and the spiritual waves were most intense. Adjusting the spurts of the assault cabins, they crashed into the land like three shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of kilometers away from each other, the three cabins landed one after another, leaving deep craters on the ground and triggering three bright blue pillars of smoke. Li Yao raised his wariness to the maximum. He unleashed his telepathic thoughts and perceived the surroundings at first. Having detected no anomaly, he opened the hatch of the assault cabin and crawled out of it. This was a planet with surging tides. As far as one's eyes could reach, the ground was full of folds that looked like waves. There was barely any flat land. It rose to thousands of kilometers high at points and fell to bottomless gaps without a sign elsewhere. Hot, colorful steam was also flowing out of the gaps, blossoming in the sky like bizarrely shaped flowers. Bright purple clouds occupied the sky. They were rolling 100 times faster than those in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, leaving a very strong sense of depression. Enormous spots of light appeared within the bright purple clouds every now and then, each replacing one another. They provided the basic light for Kunlun. However, the world was still rather dim. It felt like the weather before a storm in the Heaven's Origin sector. This is so heavy. Crawling out of the assault cabin, Li Yao staggered and almost tripped himself over. He found it difficult to breathe, and his hands and feet seemed to be bound to weights. He had to resist them with his spiritual energy in order to move normally. Kunlun's gravity was more than 10 times that of the Heaven's Origin sector. This is truly incredible. Kunlun's size is similar to the size of a regular satellite. Its gravity should be 1/3 to 1/5 the gravity of the Heaven's Origin sector. Why is it so heavy? Li Yao thought quickly and soon realized the reason. Kunlun was a man-made planet. There must be a lot of alloys with super high densities and masses inside. It might seem small, but its total weight might even be higher than that of the Heaven's Origin planet. Also, together with the artificial rune arrays and force fields, it was not strange that the gravity here was 10 times higher than that of the Heaven's Origin sector. 10 times the standard gravity was not a problem for Li Yao right now. He jumped up and down and punched hundreds of times. Soon, he was adapted to the environment. He released Neltharion to explore from the sky and analyze the air pressure and constituents within. Surprisingly, although there were quite a few unrecognizable constituents in the air, the double analysis of the crystal processor and the biochemical brain showed that they were not life-threatening. No ancient germs or parasites were detected, either. The air quality was a bit worse than that of the Blood Demon sector, but that was all. It might have been impossible for ordinary people to breathe such air directly, but for cultivators in the nascent soul stage, it was absolutely not a problem. Besides, Li Yao sensed that the spiritual waves there were much more active than the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. The electromagnetic field around the planet was at least 5 times stronger than that of the 3 sectors. Hardly had he landed when every cell inside his body was seething, and he felt that his internal organs seemed to be blossoming in spring. His eyes glittering, Li Yao mumbled to himself, "This is truly a natural paradise." Those words amused him. This was the legendary Kunlun, a place where the deities lived. It was certainly a paradise. Human beings and the Panga clan were of similar biological structure. The two parties belonged to the same lineage. Now that this was a planetary warship of the Panga clan with an atmosphere, It was only reasonable that the air was readily breathable for human beings. Li Yao pressed a rune array on the left side of the helmet. Then, a red spot appeared at the center of the pure black facial cover, which was as smooth as mirror. 18 long, narrow red lines extended from the spot, dissecting the facial cover and gliding to the back of the helmet. Li Yao took a deep breath of the air of Kunlun. He felt a mysterious coolness flow from his lungs to his entire body. His every nerve ending could not have been more comfortable, and he moaned in great satisfaction. The Panga clan's technology is truly incredible. Training in such a natural paradise is 5 times more efficient than training in the Heaven's Origin sector. Li Yao was amazed. He could not help but fantasize how many experts would be raised in the next 100 years if Kunlun was built into a training facility that belonged to the Federation. Centered at him, Neltharion searched the dozens of square kilometers nearby. Very soon, Professor Mo Xian and the Fire Ant King were both found. The two of them were also fascinated by the extraordinary views on Kunlun and immediately started the most fundamental research instead of looking for their companions. Other than them, Neltharion also discovered colorful moss on several high mountains, which appeared to be a certain low-level creature. Since there was an atmosphere and even clouds, the ecological system still seemed to be functioning normally. Of course, some lives must have been kept after millions of years. Other than the mosses, there might be lives of a higher level which were even a threat. They had to pay attention to that. Beep, beep, beep. Li Yao soon reached out to Professor Mo Xian and the Fire Ant King. The communication with Sparkle was established, too. However, since the atmosphere here was very unique and contained serious interferences, it was impossible to speak clearly just through the internal antennas of the crystal suits. The transmission of telepathic thoughts was intermittent, too. It seemed that they had to deploy a fixed signal base somewhere after all. Very soon, the three of them finished the basic exploration and gathered together. "What an incredible planet!" exclaimed Professor Mo Xian excitedly as he waved his mental tentacles. The planet is half-torn, yet the basic structure, the atmosphere, and even the ecological system have been maintained. It is only 1/7 the size of the Heaven's Origin planet, yet it boasts a gravity 10 times higher and such a strong electromagnetic field. It is so far away from any star, yet it is so bright. The temperature here is between the freezing point and the boiling point, too. This is amazing. And there are creatures here, too, the Fire Ant King added. As a specialist in botany, cytology, and genetics, he was particularly interested in lives. I have only explored for less than 20 minutes, and I've discovered more than 30 types of fungi and spores. Judging from the trend of their distribution, more advanced life forms, or even animals, may be somewhere deep down the bottomless folds. The air constituents here are incredible too. Li Yao offered his examination result. There is a lot of inert gas in the air that is highly antioxidant and anti-corrosion. Other than slowing the aging of cells inside living creatures, it can also significantly slow down the deterioration of metals. This place is essentially an enormous CRISPR. I estimate that if some bodies of the Panga clan are here, they will definitely be not as feeble as the one in space. At the very least, they will not crumble the moment we touch them. All three of them were excited by the discovery. It did not matter how well the bodies of the Panga clan were preserved. As long as they could get a few weapons of the Panga clan, this journey would prove to be priceless. But how is it possible? Looking at the continuous folds far away and the glittering light spots in the sky that was brimming with purple clouds, Li Yao was greatly baffled. Even if the Panga clan was truly capable of building a synthetic atmosphere on the surface of the planetary warship, how did they make sure that the atmosphere would not disperse after such a long time? And why are the atmosphere and the ecological system undamaged when the planet suffered such a heavy blow that half of the body was ripped apart? What is the source of energy to sustain such a system? Professor Mo Xian pondered for a moment and said, "I have an immature hypothesis. Maybe the pulsar not far away provides incessant energy for Kunlun." The pulsar? Li Yao and the Fire Ant King were both interested. Yes, the rapidly revolving neutron star is emitting super intense radiation every second of every day. It is the best source of energy. Kunlun happens to be at a tipping point of the pulsar, neither too far away nor too close. If it was closer, it would be attracted and swallowed by the pulsar. If it was farther away, it would not be able to absorb the energy from the pulsar at the highest efficiency. This is definitely not a coincidence. Therefore, I suspect that Kunlun is some sort of workstation that the Panga clan built to develop the pulsar. Some super magical equipment must be somewhere deep inside Kunlun. Such a piece of super magical equipment can absorb the radiation from the pulsar, which is an inexhaustible energy source. After multiple transformations, such energy partly maintains the normal functions of Kunlun and partly forms a synthetic atmosphere, an ecological system, and even the light spots in the sky that are replacements of the sun. With such dense spiritual energy here, Kunlun is definitely a supernatural paradise. It is needless to say that the source of the energy is also the pulsar. It means that this is a workstation that retrieves spiritual energy from the pulsar, or rather, a miner in space. Through Kunlun, the Panga clan was able to train themselves by absorbing the energy of the pulsar. Training with the pulsar. Dumbfounded, Li Yao and the Fire Ant King were both awed by Professor Imo Xian's magnificent idea. However, as a planetary warship, Kunlun obviously boasts an excellent damage management system. Even though it has been reduced to such an extent, it is still functioning at the minimum efficiency in some sort of hibernation state instead of complete death. Even the atmosphere and the ecological system on the surface of the planet have been maintained. So, chances are that there are better preserved parts inside Kunlun that we can excavate. 700 kilometers to our west is the center of metal reaction and spiritual waves on the surface of Kunlun. Something must be there. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew toward the west wearing their crystal suit, artificial body, and plant armor. After flying westward for 400 kilometers, they landed on a fold that was fully covered with mosses. They deployed a very inconspicuous attack formation in this place. Li Yao planted a lot of crystal bombs as well as many attack rune arrays that could be detonated abruptly by his telepathic thoughts on the folds of the land. The Fire Ant King, on the other hand, looked for soil in the canyon and sprayed numerous seeds. The seeds of the demonic plants whose genes had been optimized after generations rooted and sprouted instantly. Their roots extended deep into the ground, and they would grow into vines full of venomous thorns in a few hours. Even Professor Mo Xian had deployed a few crystal cannons inside the crevices. They had to consider the worst-case scenario in which they were forced to confront the immortal cultivators in Kunlun. If so, this place was the battlefield for their last attempt. After finishing everything, Li Yao found a cave on a hill through Neltharion. He retrieved the items prepared by Guo Chunfeng from his Cosmos Ring. Then, he placed the items inside the cave one after another. The cave was soon decorated into a messy, temporary residence. He even found a place downwind outside of the cave, dug a canal, and poured some of the thoroughly sealed feces into it. The Fire Ant King and Professor Mo Xian frowned and watched him deploying the trap suspiciously. But Li Yao simply grinned at him. After finishing everything, he returned the empty containers and the wooden boxes into his Cosmos Ring. He slapped his hands in great satisfaction after making sure that there were no loopholes. Right now, it appeared that the cave had been resided in for a year and a half, or even longer. After everything was done, the three of them continued moving forward. The metal reactions up front were getting more and more intense. Buzzes each higher than the last were echoing from Li Yao's crystal processor, as if a high-quality, open-air mine had been discovered. Over the cliff in front of us, we will arrive at where the metal reactions and the spiritual waves are most intense. Take care, everybody! Flying in midair was too eye-catching. Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian, and the Fire Ant King all landed and jumped forward while jetting. The terrain there was even harsher than before, as if dozens of unprecedented earthquakes had taken place in a row. The cliffs were completely vertical, and the discrepancy in elevation was easily thousands of meters. The peaks of the mountains were hidden by the purple clouds, leaving everybody with the feeling that they pierced into space. Placed in the middle of the broken folds, Liao felt that he was an ant finding his way out in a labyrinth constructed by the deities. The precipices that protruded high from the ground were essentially walls as smooth as mirrors. History of millions of years had left ineffaceable traces on them. For many of the walls, the colors from top to bottom were obviously different because they belonged to different eras. Like three mountain climbers, the three of them struggled to crawl over the folds, getting closer and closer to their destination. There was only the last fold in front of them. It was almost 10,000 kilometers long, and one could not see the end of it. The altitude difference was more than 7,000 meters. It was quite overwhelming. Liao was adjusting the mode of his crystal suit and planning to increase the output of the power rune arrays when Professor Mo Xian suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." Narrowing his eyes, Liao looked at where Professor Mo Xian was pointing, only to discover that a guy seemed to be squatting and staring at them in silence several kilometers away from them. "What?" Liao shuddered so hard that the bones all over his body were constricting. He unsheathed the Blood Moon Dragon hunting saber quickly and set the resolution of his crystal cameras to the highest before he observed carefully. It was indeed a human-shaped object, but it was deeply embedded into the stone wall and seemed to have been dead for a long time. Liao stretched out his telepathic thoughts and perceived no sign of a living creature. More or less relieved, he looked at the Fire Ant King. The two of them grabbed their weapons and carefully drew close while protecting Professor Mo Xian. The stranger seemed close to them, but it took them almost 20 minutes to reach there. They were actually dozens of kilometers away from the stranger upon their encounter. The reason the stranger had appeared close to them was that the human-shaped object was unbelievably huge. It was a giant more than 100 meters tall. Most of his body parts were deeply buried into the rocks, making him look like a man who was drowned in mud. The body parts that were exposed to the air were either broken or dehydrated into dry mummies. However, it was not difficult to fathom the awesomeness of the giant when he was alive based on the bones that were thicker than crystal trains and the skull that was full of holes and horns and looked like a super heavy crystal tank. His bones were covered in a majestic armor, which was in a similar style to the armor of the ancient cultivators. However, after studying the fractures of the armor carefully for a while, Liao found that there was more to it. At least 30 different types of metal had been added to the armor in different layers. Also, tubes that looked like capillary vessels were between every two layers. They could easily increase the speed of spiritual energy circulation by hundreds of times. There were also structures that looked like nerve endings. Liao could not discern their purpose at all. The armor that seems to be in a vintage style actually adopts many technologies that far exceed those employed in modern crystal suits. The tubes of spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts have been built into a system that resembles veins and nerve network, covering the entirety of the armor. The enormous armor looks like a huge beast, but its senses are extremely keen. The subtlest change to any part of the armor will immediately be fed back to the giant's brain. What an incredible product! Liao was greatly amazed. The hands of this giant are particularly large. His fingers are all more than 2 meters long. It is similar to the super finger that we scanned in space a moment ago. They must have been the same species. Professor Mo Xian was deeply impressed, too. There are indeed many species of giants in the legends. For example, in the tale of Quafu chasing after the sun, the giant Quafu was able to drink up a lake without stopping, and when he drank from the rivers would be drained. If the 100-meter-tall giant was a member of the Quafu clan, such a tale might not be too much of an exaggeration. After that, the three of them were caught in a weird silence while they stared at the giant who was believed to be a member of the Quafu clan. Although they were well aware that the stranger was made of flesh and blood, too, and essentially the same as themselves, and that too enormous a body size was more of a burden than an advantage on a planet of a high gravity, they still could not hold back their urge to worship him when they were standing in front of the toe of the giant, who was 100 meters tall. It was a natural instinct carved to their gene strands in the deepest part of their cells, which they had to resist with their strongest willpower. Beep, beep, beep. The mystic rays that pierced into the stone walls gave back more information. Still more human-shaped and animal-shaped objects were embedded in the ground. A long time ago, a fierce battle had taken place there. After the battle, with the passage of time, all the relics had been buried in the ground and sunk deeper and deeper. It was not until recently when Kunlun suffered a heavy collision, which ripped apart the land and twisted the crust, that part of the battlefield was heaved to the surface again with the tectonic movements. It was why such an enormous war fresco made of innumerous remains had been created. To their surprise, the three of them discovered that the dead body of another giant was right inside the rock stratum, behind the giant that they had found first. The two parties seemed to be on opposite sides because the giant to the back was holding a weapon that looked like a drill and pierced it into the abdomen of the first giant, causing his internal organs to break apart. After such a long time, the internal organs were, of course, no more, but the shocking cracks on the bones were indicative enough of the force of the strike. Was one of them a warrior of the Penga clan, while the other a warrior of the Niwa clan who betrayed them? The idea made their hearts pound. Operating in person, Liao shattered the rocks that surrounded the two giants and gradually exposed them to the air. The two giants were actually hugging each other in a posture that suggested they had killed each other at the same time. The giant at the back was smaller in size, approximately 70 meters tall, and he was fully buried in the rock stratum. That was why he had escaped their attention at first. The little giant was also covered in a vintage armor. The two sets of armor appeared to be in a similar style, except that the armor of the little giant was more delicate and flawless. There was not any trace of a dead body at all. That's not right. Under the strangle of the big giant, the little giant was already twisted and deformed. However, Liao never found anything similar to a dead body from the shocking holes. Wherever his eyes reached, he could only see metal components and transmission tubes that had been melted with the rocks. Moreover, even on the fracture of the right arm of the little giant, which had been cut off from the shoulder, there was no hint of bones at all. The shoulder was filled up with magical equipment components. This is not armor, not armor, not armor. Even the super heavy armor that was relatively thick, say, the Ares extensions that the cultivators plugged outside of their crystal suits, had to be hollow, however thick they were. The limbs and torso of the little giant, however, were utterly occupied by all kinds of magical equipment components. There was absolutely no room for a body. Such a structure indicated that it was not armor, but a certain super large metal puppet or artificial body. Are you serious? Such a huge war puppet. Liao was greatly amazed. If every floor could be considered to be 3 meters high, a war puppet 70 meters tall would equal to a build of more than 20 floors. It was far beyond the imagination of the two refiners. Such a size was so unbelievable that it seemed more fit for a movie. How was such an enormous war puppet maneuvered anyway? Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian became ever more curious. They dug deeper into the rock stratums. Thankfully, after the violent collision, the crust of Kunlun was seriously twisted, and the rock stratums were not solid at all. Very soon, they dug the torso of the little giant out of the rocks. It was not until this moment that they got a clear view of the fight of the two giants. While the weapon on the little giant's left arm, which looked both like a drill and a knuckle, impaled the big giant's chest, the big giant extended his hand into the chest of the little giant and ripped everything inside apart. Broken metal components could be seen from the twisted gaps. The transmission tubes were also in such a mess that they looked like broken veins and nerves. This part is empty. There's a space here. Liao discovered a very irregular gap on the chest of the little giant, which did not seem to be caused by external force, but looked like a structure resembling a hatch. It was now slightly open because of the twisted structures nearby. Liao tried opening the hatch, but the little giant had been fully melted into the rock stratum and lost its activity. If he used any more strength, it might have broken apart. Liao did not dare to crawl into the gap recklessly either. So, he deployed Neltharion to investigate on behalf of him and then projected everything that its crystal cameras captured to the midair. Shwa! In feeble light, Neltharion rushed here and there inside the chest of the little giant. Very soon, it entered a secret chamber. After the scanning of the mystic light, what appeared in front of them was an egg-shaped seat, and the one sitting majestically inside was a human being. Li Yao, the Fire Ant King, and Professor Mo Xian exclaimed at the same time. They could not be mistaken. It was definitely a human being. Because of the eons of burial in the rock stratum, under the scourge of spiritual waves and minerals, he had gradually decayed like the little giant outside. However, the features of all his bones, including the skull, spine, ribs, and pelvis, were almost identical to those of modern human beings. Everything that could suggest his identity, including his clothes, had been vaporized into powder. Inside the secret chamber, there were no controller or levers at all other than the egg-shaped seat. The guy was merely sitting cross-legged and raising his head to the ceiling in a weird posture. From his extremely twisted jaws, they seemed able to see the fury and magnificence from when he had still been alive. The scene struck Li Yao and the rest of them into bewilderment like lightning. For 3 minutes, not only were they unable to utter a word, it was even barely possible for them to breathe. A human being less than 2 meters tall, who was a real compatriot exactly like us, piloted a super large war puppet more than 60 meters tall and killed a dominating giant almost 100 meters tall who was wearing heavy armor. The fact made their eyes bloodshot and their hearts race. Their blood was flooding crazily inside their veins and was almost pouring out of their pores. The Panga clan, the legendary deities who founded the universe and who could change the stars. But they had been killed by an insignificant human being. God-slaying. That was real God-slaying. For a moment, Li Yao remembered the resolute, thought-provoking, proud declaration again. Human beings are the strongest fighting species in the sea of stars. In that moment, Li Yao could not have felt prouder that he was a member of the civilization of mankind. Hot liquid filled his eyes for reasons he did not know. We are human beings. When we are on a rampage, we can even kill a deity. Crazy roars echoed at the bottom of Li Yao's heart. I never expected that I would see something so incredible one day. Professor Mo Xian was not back to himself until 3 minutes later. Staring at the super-large war puppet, which was 20 floors high, he mumbled, "Before, I always thought that crystal suits were the most perfect single magical equipment in a battlefield, and that war puppets more than 10 meters tall meant nothing. Once a war puppet is more than 10 meters tall, it will be faced with a bunch of tricky problems. Its own framework may not be strong enough. It will be discovered and barraged by the enemy easily. Then there are the dynamic conductibility issues, the issues about the transmission and feedback of telepathic thoughts. All in all, it is just a super large pile of garbage. The larger, the worse. Therefore, except for in movies and virtual games, we have never developed war puppets more than 10 meters tall, but always regarded crystal suits as kings of magical equipment. But right now, seeing such a big guy here, I feel that I was wrong. I have lived my life for nothing. What kind of kings of magical equipment are crystal suits? Such super large war puppets, which can be maneuvered by one human beings and yet blow up a deity, better deserve to be called the kings of magical equipment that dominate the sea of stars. Li Yao did not know what he should say. The material science, studies of spiritual energy, and theories of structure that were involved in such a super-large war puppet far exceeded the knowledge of the Star Glory Federation and even the Star Ocean Imperium. It was completely different from the war puppets that they had developed before. However, he found empathy in Professor Mo Xian's declaration that he had lived his life for nothing. After discovering that such a 24-tall war puppet, which could even kill a deity, had actually been maneuvered by an insignificant human being, Li Yao found it impossible to contain his own desire. He could not help but fantasize about how incredible it would be if he could be its pilot, and thereby become a king of destruction that slayed everybody and everything standing in his way, dominating the universe. Compared with such a war puppet, any crystal suit would be too thin. I'm definitely going to pilot it. Li Yao's eyes were burning with lust, like a hungry wolf that was coveting a yummy chicken from the other side of the iron gauze. He roared in his heart, I will be piloting such a real king of magical equipment one day. As if affected by his excitement, itching feelings came over from the Cosmos ring. Little Black was calling him. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Then he set Little Black free from the Cosmos Ring. The lazy fatty was quite unusual today. It rolled around in midair for a moment. Then, after it saw the little giant, it was suddenly glittering in brilliance, as if it had been refreshed. Eagerly, it flew to the little giant and extended several sticky tentacles from its round body, jabbing and poking. It even took a circle of the control capsule in the chest of the little giant. While Li Yao was greatly baffled, it returned slowly as if in frustration. Little Black, you haven't seen such a thing before, have you? Li Yao asked in disbelief. Little Black gave no reply, but simply waved its tentacles, as if it was saying to him, unplayable. So boring. Then, the guy slithered into the Cosmos Ring and went back to sleep again. Li Yao blinked hard. The super-large war puppet had already been completely ruined in the fierce battle, and it had been buried for nobody knew how many years in the rocks. Too rusted, of course it could not be activated. But did Little Black know how to operate a brand new war puppet such as this one? We don't have much time. Let's push forward now. Professor Mo Xian finally calmed himself down. His voice slowly shivering, he said, "This is only the outmost area of the intense metal reactions. Let's study it later after we've figured out exactly what is inside." After all, the giant who was suspected of being a member of the Kwafu clan and the super-large war beast had been embedded to the rocks for millions of years. They could not become much worse in such a short time. After recording the coordinates of their whereabouts, they flew upward along the stone walls. Very soon, they reached an altitude of 5,000 years and crossed the folds. Looking at the horizon, they discovered the clouds were surging, and clusters of smog were mauling and swallowing each other like shining beasts. Dull thunder could be heard, too. Passing the last obstacle, they found themselves on a rarely seen plateau on Kunlun. There were shining stripes that looked like ripples here. The ripples on the plateau did not have much elevation difference and were in the distribution of concentric circles. At the center of the concentric circles that were hundreds of kilometers in diameter was a deep, dark well. Intense metal reactions have been detected. Human-shaped objects scattered in the rock stratum have been scanned by the mystic rays. Spiritual energy is spurting out of the deep well incessantly. This is almost a spring, no, a volcano of spiritual energy. Look, the few weird mountains on the horizon do not appear to be mountains. They are warships, the debris of the warships that crashed into Kunlun. The more they talked, the more excited they got, because they knew that they were onto something invaluable. Judging from the intense metal reaction and the distribution of the debris, this place was the relic of the main battlefield of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan on Kunlun.